U.S. Pro Cup. I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Taking care of that whoop sort of section there on that part of the course, but just an absolutely gem of a venue and race course that the riders are about to start to tackle as our junior women are approaching into the staging area, and we're just about ready here, maybe another 7 minutes for call-ups and get these young ladies to the line and kick off our full day of racing here at round two of the Orange Field Pro Cup.
Once again, call to staging for our junior women 17-18. If you're not already making your way through that staging area, got a field of just over 60, so we get a full race. looks like we're going to get call-up started here in about 5 minutes. So we'll get call-up started in about 5 minutes. So if you're not already making your way over to that staging area with over 60 riders, we're going to give ourselves a little bit of time to make sure that our race officials got time for some pre-race announcements. So I want to thank everybody for joining us here. Day 2, the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. All part of the USXC Open Series, the premier mountain bike national series here in the North America. USXC Open Series, it's a 5-round national series. They're going to crown 10 champions this June. It includes elite U23, juniors in 17, 18, 15, 16, as well as 13, 14 age group riders featuring the country's top XC venues like Vail Bike Park. Round 1 a few weeks ago there in Vail, Arkansas, and Centennial Park. And Jim, we were talking a little bit about yesterday about where it goes from here. We're going to head back to the east side of the country to Virginia before bouncing back over to Washington and then tying a bow on this exciting series in Utah.
Yeah, some great venues and some awesome racing yet still to be had. We're just getting the series cracked open here, and so glad that we can show off this great venue here on the West Coast. And good on it too. It seems to be growing. We're getting more athletes involved in the sport. We have bigger fields every time. It was so impressive yesterday to see the massive list, especially of the women's fields out here today. And we're looking at the start list now of our junior women. Call-ups are going to take a bit of time. We got so many riders to get through. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely a good problem to have, and the future sport of mountain biking here in North America, a very healthy place. So if you missed yesterday's action, the short track day, remember you can go back on InsiderMTB.com, go to their YouTube channel, and you can see replays of all their races. There's some pretty exciting finishes. As we saw both our elite men's and women's race come down to sprint finishes. And it just kept getting better, even into the afternoon with our age 15, 16, what exciting racing that was. Even our 13, 14-year-old racing. I mean, just short track is such a fun day, but today we are switching it up and shifting to that full XCO Olympic style race course. When you think about a race course like this, Olympics, World Cup, really this early season competition like this, a lot of the athletes that are going to be with us here this weekend, they're going on overseas to race in Europe. They're going to kick off the World Cup calendar in South Korea this year, and they're looking for that early season, high-quality competition, plus, really technical venues, and Vail Bike Park offers that.
100%. And yeah, you're right. This is the time of year we're fine-tuning that razor-sharp edge, dialing in the machine, dialing in the body, dialing in those technical skills that it's going to take to sustain. And with a series like this, too, it's not so much about winning every time. It's more about consistency. If you're going to travel, you're going to make that trip, you got to just get out there and keep placing. That's what's going to get you that series title or place you really high in the rankings like that. So props to these riders. We're looking down the start list, you see people coming from all over the country, East Coast, West Coast, up and down the coast here, California. Locals, got a ton of locals in the San Diego, Greater San Diego, Los Angeles area. So it's a testament to the sport that we're growing it and gathering. And just look around the infield right now too, with all the Devo teams and the junior teams that are here. The place is a buzz. Sounds like a big beehive. Everybody up on the rollers and getting warmed up. So we're ready to start cracking it off here, and we're going to get to Riley Kuhlman, Gabriela Dominguez, Gracie Gillespie, Sydney Wyatt, Jordan Cooper, Hayden Brown, Penelope Stewart, and Emma Watson.
All right, at this time, we're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, welcome to your junior women race. Your race is 4 laps. Lap board is on your right. 80% will be after the finish line here. So we moved it up here. You'll see the feed zone, tech zone right after the start here. The back here is going to be a tech zone only. You have 2 minutes until your start. You'll be given 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Good luck. Team members, please clear the grid. 1 minute until your start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds until the start. 30 seconds. Race will start with whistle.
All right, and we are back to racing day 2 of the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park, your junior women taken to this purpose-built Olympic-style XCO race course.
Yeah, 61 riders in this field today and just popping off the line already. Big cloud of dust being kicked up, and off they go onto this a little over 3-mile course. We'll be able to see some of these great course features here as they make their way around the first 4 laps and be able to shout that out too. But feel free to roam around this venue, folks. There's some great sight lines up and out on the course there. You can cheer on your favorite athletes up close and see a whole bunch of it from just about every vantage point on this course.
Speaking of sight lines, action today being brought to you live by InsiderMTB.com. Great coverage all day yesterday. The short track, and back at you here today for free. Tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Consider maybe making a donation. You want one of your athletes shouted out on the live stream or your company, consider a donation, and heck, we'll give you a shout out on today's live stream as they dive out into the trail system for the first, is like we said, 4 laps today. Looking back a little bit of action. Again, this is race 2 of the USXC Open Series. Race 1 just a few weeks ago in Fayetteville in our junior women in the HC competition on Saturday in Fayetteville. Top 5, it was Scott Wellmeyer with Bear National taking the win. Ada Linton in second. Ellie Moore with Collingwood Collective in third. Lacey Dennis came across the line in fourth. And Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy rounded out your top 5 in round 1. Several of those athletes are here competing again in round 2. And again, just a beautiful day for another day of bike racing in sunny Southern California. Temperature's going to be a little cooler today, only get upward a high of 70. Yesterday we saw it get up to about 75 and the wind come in the afternoon. We'll keep you up to date on any changing weather conditions, but right now just abundant sunshine, about 60 degrees, and we are off to the races.
Yeah, you can see here early on in this lap, they're on probably one of the more climbier parts of the course, and now as it snakes its way around into a bit of a single track section, so it's definitely uphill from the start line right out of the gate here, and navigating some rocks there that are a new feature. That yesterday's course pretty much is hard packed dirt. There wasn't a lot of lumps and bumps. There wasn't a lot of technical navigation today. I think we kick it up a notch a little bit in terms of the bike handling skills required to navigate this course.
Yeah, and so looking at this course, and we'll talk through it as we see the different features. We saw one of those new rock gardens right there, yesterday about 0.7 miles around, pretty short course. Today over 3 miles, and I think the big change is not only the technicality but the elevation gained each and every time, over 400 feet every single lap. And so when you look at, we were talking about the athletes that yesterday short track favored versus today. I think yesterday was just about big engines. It was really a sprint from start to finish, nothing to really get in racers' way. But Jim, a course like this, I mean, is just you got to be well-rounded, right?
Absolutely, and you've got to be able to do with the climbing. You've got to be able to handle that bike after the climbing, right? The fun descents come right at the tip of the climb. So when you put yourself out, you're already on the limit. Heart rate's maxed out. Body's just pulsing. Now you've got to navigate that bike down a tricky descent. So a premium on bike handling, not only the endurance required to get to that climb first or get up that climb fast, but the ability to handle that bike on the way down and keep control of it and keep your place in line.
Well, currently setting the pace, starting off right where she finished yesterday. She won the short track yesterday, and she's back on the front already, racing for Vail National, Scout Wellmeyer.
You can see they're wrapping pretty much right around behind our broadcast position there. Finish line truss right there on the top of the screen. So, yeah, really close. They were able to route this course so effectively in terms of giving the spectators great vantage points all throughout. There's over 50-plus miles of trails here at Vailocity Bike Park, and Eric and his crew do just a fantastic job at maintaining it, always looking for new ways to enhance it and draw out, a funner race experience because of all the different race groups that come here, and certainly great to bring the Pro Cup here.
Yeah, and if you're looking now, what looks like initial selection may be starting to happen here as we're early on into this race. Again, 4 laps of racing. I see a whole lot of those white and black kits of what I think is the Gravity Collective up there already found their way to the front. And so Vail National definitely has some competition out here. As you mentioned, a ton of development teams, the top development teams in the country with us here this weekend at Vail Lake.
Best of the best for sure, and props to them again. We talked a lot about them yesterday and the great work that they do, the owners, the sponsors of moving these young riders up through the system, giving them proper training, hydration, nutrition advice, coaching, access to equipment. They are the lifeblood of the sport for sure, and we love all the Devo teams and everybody that's behind them that are doing such a great work to be able to promote the sport through the younger riders.
Yeah, you see some of the off-camber sections, and you can see the technicality. Speaking of equipment, they were putting it to work there is using all of what is, I imagine, very short travel bikes out here, but definitely lots of technicality and purpose-built rock gardens out here meant to test those bikes.
It was a year or so ago, just following the feed of Vailocity. They didn't have enough of a rock garden, so they brought in some rocks, like big, massive boulder rocks, and built some of that rock garden. Look how pitchy that got right there. One missed pedal stroke, and you got to come unclipped and stop your momentum like that.
Great shot here is our, again, early on in this race, but already starting to, as we say, cream rise to the top. I think those that had a good hole shot, but already starting to fight for position and move up. There's another shot of some of the technicality there, and you can see the intention that the Vailocity Bike Park team has put into this course.
Now, this is the same course that the elite women and the U23 women will be racing. In some events, they actually change the course, an A and a B line there in that section. They'll change the course for the junior riders. Not here. Everybody's going to race the same course, men and women, U23 and juniors, all racing the same course as the elites.
Side-by-side racing, get a chance to see what of those lines is going to be faster. As there's, see that, I don't know, that outside line at this point may have been the move there as our team members from Gravity Collective able to get around Scout Wellmeyer.
And that was a nifty move there, and you know the savvy riders went out. They were out here all day yesterday after the racing shut down to be able to pre-ride this course. So they've taken a look at this. They want to know where those opportunities are. They've already timed it out in terms of how fast it's going to take them to navigate any of these A-B line switches like that.
Yeah, that might be young Xana Loger now setting the pace for Gravity Collective. No, there's a great shot of that rock garden. Look at some of the speed. I mean, just the double there, just airing it out and able to carry that speed into that berm. And then again over that, just gapping these, what I imagine some athletes will pump through that. And if you can carry the speed, you can clear that and, definitely not lose time, as you saw Xana there looks pretty comfortable in the air on her bike.
Nice and smooth. Some of the sections of the course were used in yesterday's short track race. This part right here was featured there, but they're making a little wider turn today as they round them around the last few turns, bring them back into the venue. A little bit of a zigzag approach to this final turn here to widen it out, maybe make for an opportunity for a little more passing.
Yeah, if you remember, that was that pinchy point on yesterday's short track course towards the end. And here was the finish of the short track, but they just get to go back into the woods at this point, Jim. Another climb.
Loop them back up for one more bit of a power climb here. Slingshot around that berm and try and carry some of the momentum and close that gap down.
Definitely consistency and elevation change with the course layout. It looks like, just looking at the topography, it's consistent up and down. There's definitely some steep pitches. We saw that as some of our riders having to come unclipped in some of the steeper parts of the course. And then I know it doesn't show, it's hard to see that on the screen, but you can just see just the grueling, just the cadence pickup as they punch up that power climb.
With these junior women, we're aiming for a 60 to 75 minute race here, so we'll get a good idea of how that's going to play out after the first lap when they come across and get some of the time checks and be able to gauge the gap here right now, which does seem to be widening.
Yeah, Xana Loger on a flyer early on this one. She took that outside. There was an AB option. She took that outside and was able to follow one of her teammates, make that pass around Scott Wellmeyer, and then jumped up and around her teammate to be up in front.
I don't think Scout's going to let that happen again. She's going to keep that in mind on the next laps here to make sure that she's not going to be able to lose that kind of time, get any of that position back that she can, because she's definitely a chaser at this point.
Yeah, at this point they're approaching that high point with the Violet Farms power climb that they're on. You can see why we call it that. And from the top here, they get the bomb back off, and it's a descent all the way back to the finish line, descending, we'll say, back towards the start-finish area to go out for lap number 2. But what a grueling climb that is. Looking at the topography, Jim, it's got a little stair step in it, so there may be a little reprieve about halfway through, but definitely steep and punchy. This ridge line, what a great shot there, being brought to you by our friends at InsiderMTB.com. I mean, how cool is it to be up there in the mountains here, just riding that ridge line, punching towards the top?
Yeah, some great drone coverage there, and it really gives you an idea of just the type of landscape that we're racing with here. And you can just see by her body position and pedaling style how steep this is right here at this end. Over 16% pitches on that Violich power climb there. And now she gets, like you said, a little bit of a reprieve and has to catch her breath and navigate this tricky descent. Looks a little rutted out, little extra challenge there provided by the natural landscape on the trail here. But rider behind her does seem to be closing that gap down a little bit, so she put some time and effort into that climb to try and claw back a little bit of those bike lengths that she had gapped out on.
Yeah, we're going to look at who that rider is. It may be one of her teammates. Saw a light blue kit there in the background as well. As you can see, early in this race, it's single file through this section. Not a lot of opportunity to really pass here on this mountain slope.
Now, you mentioned teammates, and mountain biking a little bit unique in racing. There can be some team tactics, I suppose, being deployed at certain points of the race. But when it comes down to it, if it's a 2-up sprint between teammates, they're racing for the win. You're not going to be able to hand over the win to one of your teammates just because they were the preferred rider that day. And I think that makes for great team camaraderie, a great inter-team competition like that. And certainly all these Devo teams have multiple riders in all these fields, so it's always interesting to see how that plays out.
Coming off that rock garden there, carrying some speed. Again, kind of a high desert area, right? Real stark contrast from round 1 in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. Come out here to Southern California. There you see some more of the opportunity to air it out over some of these features.
You were telling me yesterday that you've got a background and experience in trail building yourself. what do you look for in a good trail? What makes a good trail? Is it just the ability to sit there and shovel it out and make it look good? You have to vision kind of a line that goes on that you're trying to create?
Well, yeah, the better trail builders will definitely be able to see that line and, or at least give riders options, right? When you're sprinkling in a rock garden, I love it when you give riders multiple options. If you're building a big old rock garden, just, having the kind of A-B, but just really intentionally, if you can make it big enough, it really just call it racer's choice, right? And so it's always nice to give riders options based on their skill level. I think when you're looking at trail development, the first thing you're looking for is sustainability. And so when you're trying to make this large investment in the trail infrastructure or build some trail, the first thing is you're wanting to make sure that you can build something that's just not going to be a year-over-year nightmare when it comes to trying to keep up with it and make sure that it's accessible as much as it can be for the public.
Yeah, and drains the water well, doesn't create a lot of ruts or disturbs the natural environment like that.
That's not the sexy side of trail building, but ultimately that's where it needs to start when you're starting to think about building trails, is you want to think about the sustainability, the drainage, understanding the hydrology and what's going to happen when it does rain, what's going to happen to that trail system. Really, you want the water to get on the trail and then get back off as soon as it can. And speaking of coming through, our leader coming through now is Xana Loger now comes through, seeing 3 to go, and it is going to be Scott Wilmeyer now giving chase. And more riders now on approach. Looks like Sophia Triptovich, Alina Fernie, Lily Agnew, and Raina Logar in this chase group. Podium going to be for top 5 in today's UCI XCO competitions.
Can you get him with, yep, got it.
Payette Spangenberg now coming through the area as well. So, yeah, currently, as it says, Xana Logar with Gravity Collective setting the pace. Scott Wellmeyer giving chase. Behind her, there's about a 10-second gap back from first and second, and then another 9 seconds to that chase group of Sophia Triptovich, Lily Agnew, and Alina Furness.
Even after just one lap, this course spread out all over this field of 61 riders. So some real talent at the front end in terms of both endurance and bike handling, being able to put some big-time time into the rest of the riders and spread this out all over this little over 3-mile course.
Zelly Warren there comes through on your screen. Ansley Haas, Aspen Fonger, and Hazel Lazar. Good shot of the mountain range here. I was talking to some folks that are familiar. You talked about rain being in the area early on as you drove in, and they said that this between the mountain range and the lake that's here really does have play a large factor on if it ever rains here at all.
Yeah, for sure. We've had a pretty dry winter. We had a batch of a couple weeks where it did rain a ton, but short of that, it's been a very dry winter out here on the West Coast.
Yeah,
in the western United States, I know I got some friends up in the Colorado area. They've had the lowest snowfall they've had in probably 35, 40 years.
Yeah, we got to head out and do a little skiing this year and just got lucky. We're in that southern Colorado area and found some decent snow in Pagosa Springs area, but we felt blessed to find it.
Yeah.
So, and you can see that what Jim's talking about, just how arid and dry it is. I mean, yesterday it was a dust-filled day of racing, and it doesn't look like course conditions changed overnight as everything out there continues to just be. I heard some of the builders, they refer to it as moon dust.
Yeah, that's about it. Like almost a quarter inch maybe of layer of loose dirt dust across the top of the hard pack, virtually everywhere around this course. Talk about this facility too. It's a host for a number of different race series that are able to hold events here. Team Big Bear puts on a few events here. I know the NICA crew has events here as well. So very versatile, and it's open to the public all year round. And there are people of all ages enjoying this on any given weekend and weekday, just out here exploring all the great trails. There was a little, you and I saw yesterday, there's a little pump track along the opposite side of the start-finish here. And who else? Chris Blevins out there ripping it around on the pump track, manuals and rolling around. And we talked to him after. He said, it's just fun. It's like riding my bike. So, yeah, former world champions and World Cup winners are just like you and me. They just like riding their bikes and playing bikes out just like they were little kids.
Yeah, and we are at Vail Lake Resort, which is home to the Velocity Bike Park and a Temecula KOA where I'm staying. Beautiful camping resort. It is the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. As you mentioned, Jim, over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider, whether you come for a day or take advantage of the on-site amenities and make it a multi-day experience. Velocity. It is truly one of a kind here in Southern California.
Yeah, there really is nothing else like it. There's a couple of the ski resorts up in Big Bear have a bike park and stuff like that, but nowhere near the build out of the trails and the volume and miles of trails and access that they have like that. So very special place. We're grateful to Eric and his crew for doing all the hard work they do to maintain it and keep it up, as our gap there on the leaders is now starting to shorten up. We might have a 2-woman race here again real shortly.
All right, Jim, looks like Scott Wellmeyer is able to bridge back up. That was 9 seconds last time through, but Xana Loger, that gap has definitely closed down as we're seeing both riders now in our shot here on our screen. And there's the gap back to the chase. It was 10 seconds. Looks like that's holding, but it does look like Scott Wellmeyer with Bear Nationals bridging back up and going to make this potentially a race of 2 now on the front end.
Scout's definitely got some chops in the short traction. National silver medalist. Now showing off her skills in the longer format cross country, climbing her way back into a P2 right now out on course.
Oh, you see some of the technicality. You can't see that technicality there because it's hidden from the view shed from the mountainside, but you can just see the bike being put to work there as they rattle down that rock garden and then able to pick back up some speed.
Very impressive bike handling skills here on display by our junior women, and no surprise, a series like this, a race like this is going to attract the best of the best, but all these women out here tackling a very tricky course and doing quite well.
Yeah, this is that. Look how, I mean, I know you can't tell at home or if you're watching on the screen how steep that section is, but that is definitely a short little punchy up. And back on the gas. So it's a battle of 2 right now as we're already a full lap in. Leader's going to see 2 to go next time through. It'll be about halfway through this first bike race. And we got a full day of racing if you're tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. A reminder, 10:15 going to be our junior men's competition. 12 noon, we'll see our elite women return here to Velocity Bike Park. 2 p.m. going to be our elite men. 4 p.m. going to be our final race of the day. We'll see our U23 men taken to this purpose-built Olympic-style XCO race course as young Loger there airing it out over that gap.
And Xana turned in a 13:28 on that first lap, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if they're starting to negative split that and going any faster on the second, third, and fourth laps here. But
here's that Connex feature. I love this over-under. You didn't really talk about this on that first time, but you saw her go up and over that Connex box, kind of a figure 8. It keeps climbing here. She's punching her way up to the top of that and then spin around and gets to shoot through it here.
Puts that seat dropper to use and be able to get a little better control over the center of the bike.
And there she goes shooting through it. So what a cool, thinking about features here and just using what's available. Dropping that Connex box up here allowed for a really unique course layout. And she comes across that double there. And then airs it out. Getting a little heavy on the front end there. That's definitely a big gap jump here, but
a little surge of adrenaline there as you roll out from that front end.
Good bike handling skills to keep control of that bike is making her way through some of these newer sections here. Some of this is new that wasn't featured last year. They definitely, the bike crew out here, the trail crew out here, definitely you can see they've invested in and built worked all winter to make improvements and take this definitely up a notch. Those flowy double jumps are now just littered throughout the course, and that's something we didn't see as much of in last year's competition. So it'll be exciting to see once we move up into the day, our junior men, elite men and women. I imagine you're going to see some, style points up for grabs, Jim.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see a lot of tail whips, a lot of smooth doubles that look like they're just rolling off a curb. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, we're back to looking here at Xana Loger on your screen with the Gravity Collective. Scott Wellmeyer had looked like she had bridged up, and it was you could see her here, but I don't know. The separations opened back up. There was a 9-second gap from first to second, and Scout looked like she was going to be able to close that, but now it looks like that gap's opened back up just a little bit as you get a shot there and look at our leader and the chase happening behind. They're going to be approaching that Village Farms power climb here shortly, and that beautiful ridgeline climb up to the top before they get to drop back down and race back to the finish line. Just beautiful terrain to play with out here. If you think about, like, you know, what it takes to build a trail system, well, Jim, the other thing you need some elevation, right? And there's definitely plenty of it here, as we talked about, over 400 feet each and every lap. Okay, here we go. Looks like we may have, Scout may have bridged right back up to our leader.
See how challenging these climbs are, just the cadence and the body position they have to navigate these steep uphill pitches like that automatically, almost instantly transition into a rolling downhill.
Yeah, and you see this in the bike races. You may see, you know, whether it be road or whether it be mountain, a lot of different disciplines. You know, the climbs may favor one athlete, the descents another. I think of athletes like Tom Pidcock that can absolutely just rail down the side of a mountain on the road, and we may be seeing some of that with Scout and Xana, as you know, they're on these climbs. Xana may be riding away a little bit, but then Scout may be able to close back up or bridge back up on those descents, or vice versa. We'll just see.
Yeah, I think they call that racing your strengths, right? You got to know where you got the best time and then train your weaknesses. So.
And here we talked about Scout. Looks like she's been able to make her way around Xana on this climb. So Scout showing she's got the better climbing legs. Xana may be a little bit more comfortable on those descents, and I think that's what we're seeing, a little kind of yo-yo action happening here on course based on rider's ability. But now it's Scott Wellmeyer. Looks like she's starting to fire up that engine, takes a drink there on that ridge line. You can see in the separation she's been able to make on this climb over Xana Loger.
Yeah, she got a good 10, 12-second gap almost instantly. A nice smooth pedal stroke going up one of the pitchier, steeper parts. It's probably a 15, 16, maybe 18% grade here.
For those at home, that means it's steep. There is some reprieve there. It does have a little stair step to it. As Scout now starts to make her way off the side of the mountain. Again, great shots being brought to us by InsiderMTB.com today. If you're tuning in live on the live stream and want to give a shout out to one of our racers, or maybe your family tuning in, watching your athletes from home, want to give them a shout out, you're welcome to make a small donation, and we'll give your company a shout out, your athlete a shout out. Happy to.
See, that was that
AB line.
There's
the pass.
The first lap.
So
All right, so already one of these new course features already turning out to be very pivotal in the first race of the day.
So that's how Scout was able to make that move and bridge back up. Just the line selection out there, she was able to make it work that time.
I think choose wisely is the phrase of the word or the day so far.
Shot at some of our other athletes on your screen. Kate Elwoo with Zangi Bikes racing there on your screen. Now back to our leader. So this is pretty steep little rock descent here. You can see her set up nicely for that and carry that speed off the mountainside. Sophia Triptovich there. She's had some strong finishes already this year. Found herself on the podium with the Gravity Academy, but setting back a little bit in this race now. She was currently setting third. We'll see. She's out there. Might be out there all by herself now. That's a lot of racing. And I don't know. Do you prefer, Jim, in your race days when you had the chance to race? You like there being out by yourself? You get pretty comfortable and settle into your own pace, or do you want something to chase the whole time?
I think there's something to be said for that chase, right? That's that motivation to continue to push and pull and try and grab that spot. If you're out there sometimes with nothing to look at and just accept the top of your stem, you can lose sight of where you're at. You can lose that motivation to be able to push really hard, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you got 3 or 4 riders that have joined you up, and now you got a full-blown bar-to-bar race again.
Yeah, we call no woman's land out here in our junior women's competition, as Sophia Triptovich may be sitting there right now.
But to be fair, most of my racing I was by myself because the leaders were way up the trail.
Same, Jim. I wasn't going to put that out there.
It was a bike ride at that point, not so much a race.
Once again, taking a look at the weather, it is just a beautiful morning here. We know there's some spotty rain bouncing around here, but right now, currently sitting at what looks to be, get you a little update here. Right at about 60 degrees, maybe 59. Slight wind, about 5 miles per hour. Out of the west-southwest.
Leader coming
through here. It's going to be Scott Wellmeyer. We'll get you an idea of the split. So it was 9. She was 9 seconds back last time. Clearly she made that up and then was able to make the pass around in that AB section around Xana Loger with the Gravity Collective. And here comes Xana, so we'll get an idea of this split and see where we are with 2 laps to go.
Xana taking on some nutrition there. Not a bad idea. The races are going to be a little over an hour long. Got to keep that sugar level topped off nice and high throughout the entirety of the race.
18 seconds. So if you look, Scout able to close that 9-second gap and add another 18, almost a half minute in a single lap.
A solid effort for sure as the 3rd and 4th now come rolling through.
Yeah, this is Lily Agnew and Alina Fernie now racing it out for 3rd and 4th. They're sitting about 18 seconds back from 2nd place in Xana, so there's the gap there between 2nd and 3rd as Sofia Triptovich now comes through. Going to run out your current. That was Nora Cruz as well, so.
Yeah, some spots being switched there in the lineup.
So looking at your top 5 as they set now, it's Scott Wellmeyer with the Bear National Team setting the pace. She's got about 18-second gap over 2nd place to Xana Loger with Gravity Collective. Another 18 seconds back to the chase of Lily Agnew and Alina Fernie. And then Nora Cruz about 15 seconds back from there with Bear National. So that's how it kind of sets in your top 5. Again, podium's going to be 5 deep in today's UCI XCO-C1 competition.
Getting all the water bottle grabs and tosses.
Shot now here at our leader as Scott Wellmeyer makes her way back up the mountain. I'd say there's really 2 critical climbs on this course. Looking at the topo of the course, it's consistent up and down, obviously, but there's definitely 2 larger climbs. One of 2. One's that power line climb. We've seen that power climb, Violet Farms power climb on that ridge line, and then once they from the start here start to climb up.
I bet if we asked these riders at the end of this race if they could use one word to sum this course up, I bet that word would be some version of fun. It just looks like they're having fun out there. Even on those steep, really pitchy climbs where they're in the biggest gear they got, it just looks like a whole lot of fun they're having in terms of just the flow and the unique technical elements of this course that make it, safe and challenging, but also just a whole lot of fun.
A reminder, this weekend's junior competition being brought to us for our 17-18, being brought to us by Experience Fayetteville, official sponsor of this weekend's junior 17-18 competitions. Fayetteville, Arkansas, a lively mountain town known for its cycling culture and vast network of trails. Official stop of the US XC Open Series for 6 years running. Discover your next mountain bike destination at experiencefayetteville.com. Look here, our leader here punches her way back up, approaching that pretty close to that unique Connex box feature, that over-under here. Starting to see some fans gather here. Like you said, Jim, there's really not a bad place to take in this race from a vantage point, but if you can get up to a high point up there, I imagine that Connex box and that kind of area, as you can see there, as fans start to filter their way up the mountain, that's going to be a popular spot to take in today's race action.
riders feel every bit of that energy too. No matter who it is out there, and they're yelling at them, they're encouraging them on. Riders feel that. That can be a big boost of motivation to keep up that chase or to hold your position. It's just the enthusiasm of the folks that are out there on these furthest part of the courses like that, cheering them on. So don't be afraid to get your shoes a little dirty and get out there and check out parts of this course and yell at your favorite athlete.
Yeah, getting a shot here of a few of our racers here. Just there moments ago, we saw that kind of chase group for third and fourth of Lily Agnew with Voss Cutaway and Alina Fernie with Donovan Racing. Is now back to Scott Wellmeyer here, setting the pace still.
I went over there at the end of racing yesterday and took a peek at that Donovan Racing
that's a setup.
Transport vehicle. My goodness, I don't think there's Pro Tour teams that have that kind of setup. And very impressive what Rob has built over there, and glad to see he's building up such a great foundation for these young riders to learn and grow with.
I was actually talking to Jen Jackson, who won yesterday's short track competition. She even mentioned it, the fact that they're a partner with Orbea, she rides for Orbea Factory. And so the fact that they're here and Rob's using that's one of their partners as well. And so, yeah, she mentioned that just having them here was pretty incredible, just the setup. She's like, man.
And nice smooth transition up and over that rock feature there, and using every bit of the travel on the bike and the seat dropper posts like that, learning all those technical skills on how to best position your bike to keep it rolling as fast as you possibly can.
For those tuning in on the live stream, quick shout out to Maxima Racing Oils. Reminder, use code Insider MTB for 20% off their products. You know, there was a good battle happening there between third and fourth. Lily Agnew with Voss and Alina Fernie with Donovan Racing were kind of matching each other. As again, podium going to be top five, so battles happening all over this course as we get a look here at our leader approaching that, going up and over that Connex feature, and then the velocity over under. It's just like Supercross, where riders go over the course on top and then the buried Connex box and then wrap under to shoot back under and through into the second Rock Garden feature on course right there.
You mentioned places and where these riders are sitting. This race has a good number of XCO or UCI points available to it. Describe the importance of these points in terms of the series, and then also places that they are able to get in terms of the start positions later on in other races.
Well, and you think about that, I mean, there's, obviously this is a UCI level international competition. It means there's international UCI points up for grabs. Today's scripted as a C1, which is pretty good amount of points up for grabs here early season. And then for these athletes, you're seeing specifically the 17-18, our U23 men and women, and the elite competition, the opportunity to gather up some of those early season points before, the international calendar kicks off. This year, the UCI's World Cup calendar kicks off in South Korea before moving over to Europe and then coming back here to North America. But, those early season points so critical when it comes to call-ups. Once those bigger races start to ramp up, where you start, so critical. And so here in North America, and what Ty and the team behind the Pro Cup and the support that he's been able to get for the Pro Cup in this series, this early season racing between Fayetteville and California, really providing that for our North American-based athletes. And that's why you also see such a strong Canadian contingent here. We saw Carter Woods. We'll see him later today. We saw Jen Jackson. We'll see her later today. And so, really the gravity of these events, pun intended, really pulling the top athletes from not just the United States, but North America now into these venues. And I think when we get into L.A., as this narrative continues and we start to look at L.A. in 2028, we're still kind of outside that IOC's quality window for the Olympics. That'll ramp up, I think, beginning this May. But when it does, now for the next 2 years, these types of events, you'll also start to see a stronger contingent from South America and Brazil start to recognize the value that these events have and the points up for grabs. You'll start to see even more international athletes in 27 and 28 ahead of LA start to see value in heading over to places like the Vailocity Bike Park for the Pro Cup.
Yeah, Southern California and Arizona, great off-season homes for Canadian athletes who are able to avoid the snow and get some warmer weather to be able to train and race in and come into the season nice and topped off. ready to race. What is the big difference between a C1, C2, and C3 race? Is that course? Is that competition level? How do they get that designation?
Points and prize money. When you inscript these races, as you inscript them, they come with different, different things that you have to meet in order to qualify for. And so, HC, so C1 is what we're racing today. Fayetteville was an HC, which is it's above classification, means there's more points and prize money available than most standard UCI races. From there, you would go up to the World Cup and then obviously the World Championship as far as points up for grabs. But definitely C1s are a high-level competition. And it's not just that, though. Some of these racers, if this isn't your year to head overseas, up for grabs in this competition is the USXC in this 5-race series. $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs on the year. So kind of a race within a race, we'll call it, because there's points available today for that USXC series as well.
Somewhat of an outsider looking in, I'd say that it does seem that mountain biking is really driving that racing contingent here in the United States. Road racing maybe falling off just a little bit or not growing as quickly as the mountain biking side, which is great. Love it. So let's keep it up and keep bringing more new people into the sport or crossovers from the other genres and be able to continue to grow the sport and fill up these start lists like we have here today at Vailocity.
Shot there of our leader, Scott Wilmeyer, with Bear National now, making her way off the mountainside. Leader going to see one to go next time through.
Here.
All right, joining me in the booth, we've got a special guest here, Ty Katie, race director for the Orange Seal Pro Cup here in beautiful Vail Lake Resort. Ty, welcome.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me in here, man. So Scout's looking to go 2 for 2. Won the first round. Looks like she's got a pretty good lead here. So let's see how she manages these last 2 laps.
Yeah,
one to go.
She was going back and forth with Xana Loger with the Gravity Collective early on. We were talking a little bit about this, about how this course, and help you can talk through this with a little bit, kind of features or maybe favors a better overall athlete or well-rounded athlete, we'll call it, because there's just a lot of different things going on here, and the team here has built so much and packed so much into this 3-mile race course.
Yeah, this is a great mixture. I'd say, I think maybe the term you're looking for is a well-rounded athlete. I just call there's more fitness in this because there's some longer climbs that just require, that you just need an engine, right? I mean, it's just a pure long climb. The Viola climb being the longest one, that really is going to show some separation. But Eric and them over at Velocity Bike Park have then built some of these, quite a few A-B lines. So then you got that technical aspect mixing in with these long Southern California climbs. So I'm back to where you were. You do need to be a complete rider.
I'd get you there at some point. And we did see, that A-B line on that climb being, it's been decisive already, as early on Xana was able to make her way around Scout and make that pass. And then 2 laps later, that's actually where Scout made her move to get back in the lead. So a lot of call it rider's choice out here.
Yep. No, quite a few good options and stuff. And the level of the sport, we talk about it so much. I mean, these are 17 to 18-year-old women, and they're doing stuff that I would say elite women 10, 20 years ago weren't even considering. I mean, the stuff they're jumping, the gaps they're doing, I don't even do them. I'm just like, I'm going to pass on that. I got to go to work on Monday. But really impressive, the level of athletes from, the Bear Nationals, the Slays, the Donovan Racing, We Development, and all the other ones out there, Team Booger, and I'm forgetting a few. But, man, they're doing a great job with these kids, and then we're trying to give them the platform to succeed and, build up their points. I think here comes Scout right now.
Speaking of succeeding, Scott Wilmeyer making her way through with Bear National, getting the 1 to go that time through. So we'll get an idea of the split. She was able to open it up. It was about, she'd carved back a 9-second gap to take the lead and then opened up about another 17 or 18 seconds on second place. But it does look like she's been able to hold that, and it's going to be a pretty substantial gap at this point.
It looks like Xana's definitely not in tow right now. And Xana and her sister, there's the Logar sisters, Man, they're really good in the downhill. I'll watch them. They're incredible.
We were talking about that.
Yeah.
Scout seemed to have a bigger engine for the climbs, but how Xana was able to make a move early on is she was definitely more comfortable in those descents.
Yeah, she's part of Corey Rimmer's thing over there at Gravity Academy and stuff. I think that's her right now. Yep.
Yeah, she made her way through here. The gap's 43 seconds now from first to second as here comes Voss athlete Lily Agnew is looking to bridge back up and maybe make this a little spicier for that race for a second.
Lily was strong at round 1 too, so they're all there. Her and Wellmeyer, and so I don't know that Logar was there, maybe was. But, yeah, watch for the Logar sisters. When it gets a little more technical in Virginia, like that old-school rock chunky stuff.
That's where they shine.
Yeah, I think they shine. And it's wet. It's East Coast. So, again, just loaded with talent out here. And what I love about the USXC Open is, you've got the Fayetteville, built course. It's got its own flavor. Eric Carter's done a lot here. So this is kind of the SoCal desert stuff. We're going to Virginia. We're going to Soho. We're going to Washington. So each of these is going to throw just its own little, course at these in different weather climates, different climbing profiles, and so I think it's got a pretty good mixture to crown a champion for those categories.
Some of the best venues in the country on display as part of this 2026 USXC Open Series for sure. As our top 5 have come through, Scott Wellmeyer setting the pace, 43 seconds back to Xana Logar. Just 6 seconds back to Lily Agnew. So the race for second will be something to watch for on this final lap. Alina Fernie setting in 4th, and Nora Cruz with Bear National rounding out your top 5 as more athletes.
Yep,
come
and
through.
Reina Logar is here. Okay, there she is. She's top 10. So both sisters in the top 10. That's phenomenal and stuff. But Scouts right now looks to be kind of the boss of this junior women's from the first 2 rounds at least. So I've watched her come up through the 15, 16s, now 17, 18s, starting to dominate. And that's just a product of Julia Violich and the Bear National team over there, just champion production. So.
Yeah, Bear Nationals having a good week already. Obviously, Scout winning yesterday. Short track took round 1 in Fayetteville a few weeks ago.
Yep.
So talk to us a little bit about the course. One thing I've noticed, having been here last year and then now this year, these flowy double jumps. I didn't know what to expect, but, these juniors, those are legit gap jumps we've got out here on course.
Yeah, and they're mandatory too. You're not going to be able to roll them and stuff. And so, we got Booterville behind us. We got Booterville, and then we got the Orange Seal Speed and Style, which is kind of a old school BMX camelback, but then into a nice left hand sweeper into a mandatory double. On the back side, we got a kind of a road gap, we call it. So, and there's rocks filled in the middle, you're not rolling that one, and then. Got some other just kind of chunky features that Eric's thrown in here because the SoCal doesn't always have that East Coast style. So we've tried to bring in some man-made rock gardens, nice little drop coming off the long downhill. So yeah, I think this course is really just kind of stands on its own for out here. It's done a really good job, and they continue to evolve it. I can't thank the Velocity crew enough.
Well, we got our leader on course. Maybe talk us through a little bit what she's doing here. We know she came through the start-finish just a little while ago, so she's there's kind of 2 really 2 large climbs on course.
So they call this Air Force. For the local people, they'll know. So Scout's on Air Force, and then she's going to end up going to the top of this thing, and so she's making her way up right on. She's on the one of the ledges of the Coliseum.
And then when she gets up there, that's where that Connex feature is, right? She'll kind of get up there.
She's heading that way. She's going to be heading to the first major rock drop. So she's got to climb up this thing, and then she'll get the rock drop into the Connex under the first time.
Out the second rock garden after that, right?
Into Orange Seal Speed and Style, come through, and then she's going to go up into the canyon there, come back through Bootertown, we call it, and then over the Connex box. And talking about the course, that Connex box, that over-under allows you to compact a lot of mileage in a real small space. So that was genius when they brought that in and brought the over-under tunnel for sure. So
yeah, it definitely seems to be the place to be for fans too. It seems to be a pretty popular spot. I'm guessing you can see a lot of the course from up there, a high point of the course.
No, 100%. And we're only scratching 3 miles of trail here. I think they've got
50.
Yeah, 50, 60 now. I mean, I don't even know how much Eric puts in every week, but he's always digging when I come out here. So the cool thing about this is you can have team camps out here. You can ride it here during the week. This course is what's cool about this course, Brandon. It doesn't go away, right? So kids will get exposed to UCI course all year long. What else we got going on with some racers coming through right now? And so we got 1 lap to go, and here's the people that Still kind of fighting for position. Remember, this is a junior XCO series, so it's 25 deep, not the normal 10. So these kids know there's a ton of points online, and even a 25th, you get that 1 point, you get out of that random call-up procedure, and you get yourself a better call-up.
Yeah, points. And we were talking about that with Jim a minute ago, just how critical these early season points are for these athletes. Shot back here now at our current race leader, pretty dominant. She has about 45-second gap.
So
first to second.
she's heading into the Coliseum section.
Okay.
This section is brand new, and so there's another AB lineup here, kind of a little rock and roll, KMET rock and roller. So she'll be able to either take a little roll section or she'll be able to take a B line. I imagine she's taking the A line. And then when you head into Bootertown, that she'll see it split. It's an AB. And once you choose A on Bootertown, you got to do that mandatory double. So you're committed for quite a bit here. Let's see what she does. She's in the split right now. Let's see what she's going to take. I feel like she's on the B line here, Brandon. She's B line. So in Booterville, she's not doing it. Scout opted to go maybe stick to the grounds. You see that big gap. It's intimidating.
We've seen riders hitting it already, but definitely.
Scout's got a big enough lead and decided to take the B line on Booterville. And then she's doing, here's over the Connex box. So there's that over-under feature we'll be talking about all weekend long with these riders right here. And then she's going to drop back down. Going to shoot back through the Connex box and do the Rock Garden and then the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. So let's see what she does on the, what option she's going to take here. So here she goes, going into the tunnel, nice and smooth. Scout completely in control here, hitting another little rock garden. Now she's got another choice. Does she hit the A line? Let's see what she's doing. She's going B line. So she decided, hey, that double's not worth it. I'll take a little bit of the penalty. I got a big lead. Rolling through there. Yep.
Yeah, and that's the difference in the rider's choice. We've seen Xana earlier in the race airing it out over that.
I told you those girls are gravity specific, right? Or not specific. They do both, but you can see where the BMX talent and the skills come out. But I think this course, like you say, suits fitness overall, just pure VO2, pure wattage with these long climbs. So even though the Logar sisters are probably even a tech higher than Scout, this one's going to separate you on fitness. And I think we're seeing that. Yep.
When it comes to technical descents, being able to hit those A lines with those mandatory gaps. The Logar sisters able to opt for those. But when it comes down to just pure power, and like you said, the ability to really, tackle these what are arduous climbs. I mean, these are really long, drawn-out climbs. That Violet's power climb on that ridge line. I mean, it doesn't look pretty. It doesn't look hard from home if you're sitting on your couch tuned in on InsiderMTB.com, but I promise that takes about everything you got to get up that each and every time. And they did it 4 times.
I know. One last time up Violich Farm power climb. This is the longest climb on the course. You just got to find your rhythm. If you blow up at the bottom here, it does nothing but pitch up, and it gets 18 and 20% just before they drop to the backside. And I know that because I rode it, and it's just, man, it'll sting your legs. And so if you don't measure your effort here, you're going to pay. But Scout completely in control, big lead. Cadence looks great. I think she's got this thing on lock. So I think she just protects her wheels, don't do nothing dumb. Get to the finish, and she's going to wrap up another win coming up on a lapper here. Let's see if she can get by cleanly. And, not a lot of room, so hopefully that Rollair Devo rider is able to move over. She does. Great sportsmanship, and Scout's gone. But you can see the difference. I mean, Scout went by like she's on an e-bike compared to the other rider. That's just how steep that is, and that's how good Scout's riding right now. Completely in control.
Well, Ty Katie, thanks for joining us. Are you hanging out with us? What you got? You got to go.
Well, I got to go put out some fires somewhere, right?
I bet you do. Thanks for everything you're doing for sport here. I mean, again, another amazing event. We're just getting started.
Getting started. And look, special treat. Reggie Miller texted me last night through the DM. I know you're a fan of Reggie, so I think Reggie's going to drop by the booth. So we'll have the big dog in chatting a little bit on why he's into cycling, what it's done for him. We've got the Tinker Juarez, Victor Sheldon showdown, 50 to 59 Masters. That thing's going down. Tinker just wrapped up another world champ. So we'll see if Sheldon the Slasher's got something for him. In all fairness, Tinker's 64 now, 65. I don't think Victor's quite 60, but it's going to be a throwdown. So we got some great master riding coming up too. So this weekend's just kicking off. I'm going to hit it, send this back to my main man, Jim Miller, get you going, and maybe I'll drop back in after I've put out a couple fires and see what you guys are up to.
Ty Katie, my man, race director for the USXC Open Series and this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup, joining us here in the announcer booth. So we tune back into the race action. It's Scout Wellmeyer with Bear National on that Violet's power climb. So we talked about just this course really does favor all-around rider. Really, as Ty mentioned, just really it favors riders that have found that early season fitness because of the sustained climbs out here on course. You know, Jim, welcome back to the booth. We were talking about this. You know, early on we were seeing Xana Loger and those Gravity Collective athletes kind of up front, really comfortable in the technical descents. We saw them taking different line choices than other riders just because based on, seem to be, well, it's in the name, Gravity Collective, right? Sounds like they're pretty comfortable in those technical descents and able to air out the bike. But at the end of the day, it was the engine of Scott Wellmeyer that positioned her to get it done here and take, as long as everything, she wraps this up clean and avoids any mechanicals. I think it's going to be 2 for 2 for Scott Wellmeyer and the Bear National team in the 2026 USXC Open Series. She took the win at round 1 in Fayetteville and, really positioned to take the win again here today. Beautiful Southern California at Velocity Bike Park.
Yeah, not a bad couple days of racing for her. She had to fight a little bit for the one today to get that lead back, but once she did, she padded it and protected it quite well and is cruising her way through the last part of the last lap here to crown off another top step of the podium here, which we'll get to a little later on today for all of our categories. But Ty mentioned Reggie Miller. We talk about a lot of the great benefactors of the sport. Reggie is one of those and has made himself a pretty darn good racer to boot, placing well in the 55-plus categories in just about every race he enters. And he started off at the lowest rungs of the sport and worked his way up, put the time in, and is proof positive that anybody can shape up and become an elite level athlete like that. So it'll be fun to have him here. And
yeah, he'll be racing tomorrow. He was out here during pre-ride, doing a little pre-riding earlier in the week, and excited to have him maybe join us here in the announcer booth, but either before or after his race. We'll see when he decides to pop up and have a conversation about exactly that. It'd be an incredible story to go from a Hall of Famer in the NBA to then, finding that kind of second passion in life around the bicycle.
And wrap it around his day job, which is the lead commentator for the NBA on NBC. So maybe the starting music tomorrow will be the theme song, the John Tesh theme song for that.
Get a shot here of our leader, Scott Wellmeyer. She twists her way back through the mountainside here, getting pretty close to wrapping this one up. Race 1 of 5 on the day. Up next going to be our junior men 17-18. This is a huge field, over 115 riders in this next field, and so that race scheduled to start at 10:15. We'll be doing that call to staging for those here in the venue right at 10 o'clock, and then something tells me we'll get call-ups underway a little quick. But right now, all eyes on the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing strong. Put your hands together. Let's welcome home. She took the win in round 1 in Fayetteville. She gets it done again here today. Racing for Bear National, Scout Wellmeyer.
That's a pro post-up right there.
That's a pretty good post-up.
I like that a lot.
Shooting arrows.
Nice. That was a very comfortable win for her after she had to chase back in after that line choice in the first lap, and a really nice way to cap off 2 days of racing for her.
Yeah, if it's been a little shorter race, I'm not sure that it would have favored her as much as you saw early on. Just really the technical bike handling skills of the Gravity Collective athletes positioned them well early on. But as the kind of attrition started to happen, as you have to punch up those grueling climbs lap after lap, Scout showing she had what it takes and the fitness needed to get the win here today at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park.
I think we'll be calling her name for years to come. There's a lot of talent packed into that young athlete.
And here we go, our on approach now. This is going to be Lily Agnew making the move around Voss, getting it done. Look at leaving it all out there on the course. Coming around Xana Loger, who at one point was leading the race, but Lily Agnew crossing the line in second. We knew there was a battle going on out there. We saw as they came through that Lily had the chance to bridge back up and potentially looks like they're right at the end, make her way around and find herself in second place on the day. She was just, I'd say, gassed when she came across the line, leaving it all out there.
Nothing, great feeling to know you got a little bit in the tank there. We talked earlier about the chase, what it means to have somebody out in front of you. She hunted her down there in the last part of that last lap, was able to climb into P2 as a result. So nice hard effort there right at the finish.
And this is going to be Alina Fernie with Donovan Racing having a strong showing. I'll be happy with that top 5 today. And then Nora Cruz with Bear National rounding out our top 5. As Ty mentioned, though, a ton of points up for grabs in today's competition, as this is part of the Junior XCO Series.
Yeah, with points all the way to 25th place, virtually almost half the field has a chance to point here. So everybody's still in contention at the back end of the field here to try and get any valuable points they can towards the series title.
Yeah, all USXE Open rounds are designated junior qualifiers for the cross-country nationals for 15, 16, and 17, 18 age group categories, as well as 20, like you said, points available 25 deep. As Sofia Triptovich came across the line with the Gravity Academy. And this is Payet Spangenberg and Anna Keller. Payet part of that Wild Rockies Racing. Anna Spry Development.
Spangenberg there picking up a couple of spots in that last lap, moving up the leaderboard.
Yeah,
nice effort there.
Gaining 2 spots as Rainloger comes across the line with Gravity Collective. And looks like she might have lost a couple on that last lap. Still finds herself in the top 10. Got to be happy about that with the level of competition out here this weekend.
Take those points any way you can get them. Ty talked about having to go put out fires. That is the work of a race director, and much props to him and the team that he's assembled for what has been so far an absolutely seamless production. That race director job is a tough one, as you know very well, sir, and much work is done. A lot of sleep is lost of fretting over the little details and going and fixing things on the fly, and sometimes right in the middle of a race. So we have much love for the race promoters and race directors out there to be able to keep growing the sport and keep these things running on time and running so well.
Yeah, a lot of race directors here. I've seen a lot that are here with us this weekend. You know, as a race director, you wear a lot of hats, and sometimes you're a coach. Sometimes, you know, you're part of the development squad. You put on your own races. I think lots of folks know what it takes to put on a race, but if you're tuning at home, maybe you have no idea. It truly is a large lift and takes a small but mighty team. And so shout out to all the team here this weekend, helping make the Orange Seal Pro Cup possible, our officials and staff out here. I want to thank everybody as we just get into what is an exciting weekend of racing. Rounding out your top 10 for Donovan Racing was Katya Offner, and then coming in right there with Roller Devo was Sammy Bradley. Again, if you're tuned in at home, we're going to keep this race action going all day. There'll be a few little breaks in the action. 10:15 going to be the scheduled start for our junior men 17-18, over 110 athletes expected to roll up to that start line. 12 p.m. UCI Elite Women and our U23 XCO competition. 2 p.m. going to be our Elite Men, and then 4 p.m. going to tie a bow on day 2 of 3 of racing with our UCI U23 men taken to this what is incredible race course. We just heard Ty Katie talk us through lots of stuff out there. It's just a little bit of everything out here, but I think what we see, the true crux is these longer sustained climbs that they've packed into this race course. There's a couple of them, with the biggest one being that Violet Power Climb, the biggest climb out there. It's like he said, it's the gift that keeps on giving. If you're gassed early, well, that's a bad place to be if you're already out of gas at the bottom of that climb.
Experience that bitter taste in your mouth that comes with that hard effort of your heart and everything, just trying to pull every bit of oxygen it can out of the air to try and fuel that body. First race of the day, and we'll start to see those lap times tick down as we move up in categories, and those climbs will be starting going a little bit faster with every consecutive race that we roll out on the course here. But these young women certainly put on a great show for us today. We're super proud of that effort. They should be proud of it as well. And, thanks again to the family and friends and fans that support them, because that's going to be what keeps them motivated through as they age up and get into the higher levels of racing here. So that in itself, a labor of love, tells me that these are good kids, that they're doing all they need to do in the community and at home to be able to sustain this type of environment, which isn't inexpensive. And a nice dash for the line for a couple extra points for those two riders.
Yeah, Aspen Fonger and Graydon Dahm taking it to the line. Again, points awarded 25 deep, and they're both those young women going to find themselves in the top 20. Going to be happy with that. So we have had, since Sammy Bradley came in rounding out Katya Offner came in and rounded out our top 10. We've had Sammy Bradley, Emma Daly, Ansley Haas, Siri Crum, Addison Hogue. See who else came in. Tyron Lloyd, Hazel Lazar, Aspen Fonger. Graydon came in as well just then in that 2-up sprint for the top 20. And then Kate Elwell comes in rounding out our top 20 with Zangai Bikes Racing. So about 5 more positions still available for points as Emma Jarnovich comes through with Solissimo.
And that's a key racing skill, too, that these young riders are learning, is knowing where you're at on the course. If you're off the lead, you're going to lose track of them. You're going to lose sight of them, pretty easily. So it's also knowing how many riders are in front of you, what you're actually chasing to be able to keep that motivation, or in this case, know how many points you're going to get and try and optimize whatever place you have to get as many points as you can.
Scout Harrington now with Team Booger coming across the line. Unofficially in 22nd place, still within that top 25.
We still need the backstory on Team Booger. Maybe there's somebody here that can come over and edify us on what all that is going on. But
another little sprint here happening at the racing happening all over the course. These two young women taken to the line. It does look like Texas Devo, Nora Clayton just pipping Team Soho rider Cadence Preston at the line. And another bike race here, 2-up sprint here. They're going to take it all the way. That's for the 25th spot. And I think that was Molly Yount with Wild Rockies going to round out your top 25.
Nice camaraderie there among the riders. A high five as they just passed the line there to acknowledge the effort that they both put out. So great to see that. And competitors on the bike, friends off the bike, which is really what this sport promotes. And mountain biking, probably more than any other genre, really embraces that effort of we're all out here having fun and doing really cool things on two wheels.
Lizzie Crandall coming in there with Maybird. You can just see the dust on these athletes. It's just, again, course conditions dry and dusty, and there's our athletes coming across the line. They are they found all the dust out there for sure. A field this size, it kicked it up early and just out there grinding away. Temps are, again, going to be a little cooler, high of 70 today compared to what approached the high 70s yesterday. So we'll just barely get to 70 today. So a little cooler for a bigger day of racing. Probably athletes welcome that. Let's see, Mariah Dickerson came through, and that was Adeline Garibay and Alina Castanova.
A big field here of our junior girls. We had over 60 riders take the line here today, so they're all on their last lap finishing up. I didn't see too many riders get pulled. I don't think we had any lap traffic, so everybody out still on the last part of their last lap.
There's a little bit. We did see some of them working their way around.
Can you guys announce for the riders and team managers to check their box location for the next one? Because we have a lot of riders. Yeah. And it's 5 boxes. And we posted it on the polls, the lists, but they have it on their phones. So if you guys can just make an announcement, a reminder, check your box location so you know where to go.
Okay.
As we wrap up this race, shout out to coaches here. For the next race, there's 5 box locations that's posted over at the registration. It should be on your phones as well. So when we do start doing our call to staging for our junior men 17-18, please make sure your athlete knows their box location. Again, you should have that information in your phones. It's posted over at the reg tent as well. So still a little bit away from doing that, as the next race not scheduled to start till 10:15. So still got plenty of time to warm up and get ready to go racing, but we'll start. We'll do that first call to staging at 10 o'clock. But just a reminder, when we do, be great if you know your athlete's box location. There's 5 boxes, and so the field's that big. We're going to have to just need to herd some cats over there and appreciate it if you help us out.
Yeah, those final preparations being made now. A lot of riders on trainer buzzing their way, getting the legs warmed up, breaking a good sweat. Their race we're anticipating for the junior men to be another, 80-minute long, 5 laps, 80 minutes and 90-minute race time for the junior men. No, 60 to 75. Yeah, so another 5 laps for them probably. The warm-up's so important. You have, much like the short track, even though it's an hour plus long, you're going to want to come to the line thoroughly warmed up, almost like a boxer, sweat broken and ready to go, because it is still a very fast start regardless, because you want to get that position. You want to establish your place in line early in that race and then think about your tactics to move up and keep your place near the front as far as possible.
Yep. Getting that whole shot also so critical. We know that, kind of where you start with the field this size is going to definitely matter as far as how soon you can get up there, but whole shot going to be so critical in a race this size, and having your engines already fired up is what's going to help you make that happen. Quick shout out to a few sponsors here as we wrap up this race. We want to thank Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup, trusted by more pros than any other brand. Stop flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal. We talked about Violet and that Powerline climb. Violet Farms, the presenting sponsor of the U.S. XC Open Series, a large almond and walnut grower based in Northern California. Established less than 25 years ago, they've grown to one of the largest almond producers in the world. Special thanks to Vailocity and Temecula KOA and the Vail Lake Resort. I want to thank Cuspo Cycling Computers and Components. Thank you to our partner for this weekend's race. Cuspo is committed to providing every cycling enthusiast with professional, precise, and cost-effective cycling gear. Whether you're a professional rider aiming for the podium or simply enjoying a weekend ride, Cuspo helps you ride more scientifically and clearly witness your progress through reliable data. They've also donated 12 of their CS600 cycling computers. We're going to hand them out to our junior and amateur race winners here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Shout out to ESI Grips, the official grip of the U.S. Pro Cup, Backhouse Industrial Services, Hammer Nutrition, Athlo Sports, and Experience Fayetteville. Jim, what an exciting race number 1 here today. Race day number 2 for the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park. If you're tuned in at home, we're going to take a quick break. Again, race action coming back at you right at 10:15. We'll start doing that call to staging at 10 o'clock and start getting riders to the line a little shortly after that.
I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the U.S. Pro Cup. I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Can we get rider 545 Whitney Warnock with the Gravity Collective? Hey, Gravity Collective. Whitney, can you head over to the timing trailer, this black trailer on the other side of the start-finish line? Just want to check something real quick. Thank you. All right, reminder, we need to start getting ready to head to the staging area for our junior men 17-18. So start heading that way here shortly. That call to staging is going to be right at 10 o'clock, and then we're going to start that call-ups pretty quick after that with a field this size. And so riders, start getting ready to make your way over to that staging area. We'll do that official call to staging here in just a few minutes. Again, and a reminder, if you haven't already, check your box assignment. We got 5 boxes over there. It should be on your coach's phones as well as posted over at the reg tent. So we're going to sort you out in the boxes, and so need you to make sure you know your box assignment before you roll over there. All right, we're going to do our first call to staging. First call to staging for our junior men 17-18. Time to start making your way over to that staging area. Please know your box assignment when you do.
This will be our biggest field of the day. 115 riders about to take the line here in our junior men competition. Same course, same format. We'll probably end up doing 5 laps. They haven't exactly put the lap counter up on the up on the board yet, but we can anticipate a stacked field with 6 wide going probably, how many deep is that? How many rows deep is that? I see the current national champion about to get over there in the staging lineup.
Yeah, row in the stall with Bear National, current national champion. Finished second in Fayetteville. While we wait as they make their way over to the staging area, let's take a look back and see at the Fayetteville results from our junior men's competition. It was Ethan Wood with Charge XC Racing taking the win, rowing the stall with Bear National across the line in second. Evan Moore with Collingwood Collective in third. It was Miles Perry with Roller Devo in fourth, and Carter Limbeck with Dirt Camp Racing rounding out your top 5 for round 1 back in Fayetteville in March. Be interesting to see who's got what today. Is looking here at the start order. Don't know if Ethan made the trip down. He had a good showing there in Fayetteville, came down from Canada.
Those national champion jerseys, one of the neat, not so much traditions, but mandates, if you will, in the cycling world. If you are the reigning national champion, you wear your country's flag and jersey throughout that season. We're getting a nod here from the officials that they've got some announcements to make to the racers. We'll turn it over to our UCI officials.
All right, gentlemen, as you start loading in, it's going to be a similar process to yesterday, but we've moved the first box up further closer to the start line. So if you were in the top 25 call-ups, go ahead and roll in, put your rear wheel on the fence, starting here about this first speaker. All right, roughly 25 to 50. Roll in back towards me. Check. 50 to 75. 50 to 75. Go and roll in. And then if your call-up is 76 on, go ahead and roll through the middle and head to the back.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
All right, at this time, we're going to start call-ups for our junior men 17, 18-year-old competition, starting with, for Roller Devo, Miles Perry. Racing for Bear National, Rowan Nistal. Also for Bear National, Michael Ziomek. For Bear National, Kean Reed. We Development, Charles Thomas. For Dirt Camp Racing, Asher Bogner. Tanner Beat. Roller Devo, Vince Edwards. For Bear Devo, Thomas Agnew. For Roller Devo, Easton Day. Bear National rider, Tommy Rowley. For Roller Devo, Lucas Kirsch. Racing for Team Soho, Jude Martson. For We Development, Isaac Cole. For Tribe Racing, Enoch McNeese. For Donovan Racing, Dylan Reed. For Bear Devo, Joaquin Salas. For Wild Rockies, Eden Teague. Donovan Racing's Emery Huzar. For 149, it's Achilles Montiel. For Tribe, Noah Biggerstaff. For Northworks, Eric Owen. For B17 Racing, Simon Hewitt. For Oz Racing, Park Bishop. For Tribe, it's Finn Cromwell. Let's see, Raphael Salner. Dylan Hall. Jake Mercado. Quinn Dressen. Riley Grimes. Rylan Zacharek. Caden Yacht. Isaiah Ward. Jack Billowitz. Dylan Knopfziger. Henry Stevens.
Ricky Warren. Odin Olson. Flint Drummond. Leonardo Gutierrez. Daniel Castano. Jackson Cope. Peyton Shoresman. James Malmy. Johan Soders. Ben Garmani. Ethan Leonard. William Greger. Lucas Miller. Miles Pronti. Johnny Peterson. Clayton Morrill. Drew O'Keefe. Rockwell Alexander. Cooper Puffett. Teague Halverson. David Koibian. Tarek Nelson Castagno. Braden McNichols. Jasper Armstrong. Owen Hawks. Bryce Ferguson. Clark Johnson. Maddox Tommen. Hayden Blake. Owen Dowdy. Miles Crockett. Brendan Beer. Maverick Tiller. Smith Hastings. Zealand Bowers. Patrick Seneker.
Let's see, Elijah Kemp. Josh Dix. Crimpton O'Neill. Jack Brown. Pearson Votts. Drew Loeffler. Matthew Beckmizian. Benjamin Andrea. William Fay. Cohen Ampey. William Wallace. Owen Frazier. Holden Allen. Joshua Potter. Farrell Gallagher. William Martin. Milo Peterson. Rocco Lawrence. Carson Klotz. Chance Miller. Emmett Smith. Cutler Reschke. Milo Humman. Wyatt Dewey. Isaac Castle. Boris Grant Reese. Oliver Collins. Ryder Warnock. Walker Snyder. Julian Wilk. Monson Lovelace, Wyatt Sparks, Garrett Lint, Trevor Gillette, Reese Stinger, Charlie Hinkson, Elijah Nunez,
Ollie Seufert, Gavin Wagner, Caleb Hoops, Abraham Newell Ching, Ryan Sullivan, James Umberhant, Ronan Romig, and Trenton Nielsen.
All right, that rounds out a huge field of junior men 17-18. So it looks like we're about 4 minutes out before race start, but want to give athletes plenty of time to get settled in on the start line. Going to be 5 full laps of racing here. Race number 2, day number 2, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park. And here in just a few minutes, we'll turn it over to the officials for pre-race announcements.
Massive field here. Any expectations? What are you looking to see out of this race?
Well, my money's on that Stars and Stripes of Rowan Nestal, definitely making his presence known. He had a strong showing round 1 in Fayetteville, finishing second. Looking back at our top 5 for Fayetteville, it was Ethan Wood, Rowan Nestal, Evan Moore, Miles Perry, and Carter Limbeck with Dirt Camp Racing rounding out your top 5. Look for those in attendance to definitely be making their presence known here early. But some of these athletes we haven't seen yet. Some of these athletes weren't with us in Fayetteville, so it'll be interesting to see who's got that early season fitness. We saw in our junior women 17-18 that these climbs definitely, are the deciding factor. This is a little different than what we saw in the Ozarks, those short, punchy climbs out here in the Southern California high desert. We get these long, drawn-out climbs, and those prove to be the decisive kind of factor for our junior women's race. We'll see if it's not similar for the men. At this time now, we're 3 minutes out. I'm going to turn it over to our race officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, welcome to your race, junior men. Your race is 5 laps. Lap card is on your right. You have 3 minutes until your start. You'll be given 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Team support, please leave at 2 minutes to go. 80% is after the finish line. It's on the right here. The first feed tag zone, it's a together. You'll get your only feed over there. Back there, right before the finish, that's only tag. Two minutes until the start. 2 minutes. Please clear the grid. Thank you. One minute until the start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds until the start. 30 seconds. 15, race will start with whistle.
All right, we're back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. Huge field, over 115 riders taking to this purpose-built 3-mile race course here at Vail Lake Resort. You can see the dust kicking up if you're joining on InsiderMTB.com. Course conditions dry and dusty, very arid here in the high desert of Southern California, kind of like moon dust as we welcome back our astronauts from Artemis 2. They splashed down just a few miles here in the Bay of San Diego and kind of giving you geographically where we set here on the map. But in for a beautiful day for a bike race. Right now around 60 degrees. Oh, we got one rider down there about in the front end of the race. Rider going down.
Very unfortunate timing for that for sure. Hope he's okay and is able to remount and get back in it. But you don't want to lose any time. Talk about blast off. This race exploded off the starting line as they snake their way now up the first of several climbs on the course.
Does look like that rider's able to start to stand up under his own power. Always good to see, but did look like a good hard slam to the ground when he went, and luckily didn't take a big portion of the field with him, because where he was kind of middle of that pack towards the front end of this race could have been catastrophic for a lot of these riders in this big bunch start. Over 115 junior men in this UCI C1 17-18-year-old race here today. Round 2 of the 2026 US XC Open Series presented by Violet Farms. Hate to see that, Jim. I mean, it's part of racing. It's not if but when that something like that happens, especially with a field this size. It's the who's who of the future of the sport. As you see the field size, over 100 junior men. As we get a look there at the parts of the course, we'll walk you through parts of the course. You see some of the intentionality that they put into the course there.
Well, he does look a little banged up, unfortunately. We were talking about the role of the race director. If it's one thing a race director loves is to see a medical crew that's bored out of their mind, sitting there with their head in their hands all day long. You never want to see athletes get bumped up from a crash like that. It's an unfortunate part of racing for sure.
Hopefully superficial. You saw him kind of gingerly walking under his own power, so he'll get seen immediately here. We got medical staff on site ready to take care of riders. As we get a good look now back to the racing here, is just the expansiveness of the Velocity Bike Park. Over 50 miles here in the trail system at this Temecula KOA. What a beautiful campground. Get to stay here this weekend. It's just the intentionality that they put into this venue to be able to host all kinds of different racing, including up into UCI level competitions like we're seeing today.
You can see how quickly, too, the race can get away from you regardless of your starting position in the grid. The front riders obviously have the course laid out in front of them. They go as fast as they want. They can set their own line. You get caught in a bunch, you get in a pinch point like that, you can lose all kinds of time, all kinds of places so quickly. And then you're in chase mode the rest of the day.
That's Tanner Beat there in that all-black kit, setting the pace early. We'll call out some of the athletes as they're out there on the lead lap. Once they start to make their way through, we'll be able to give you some time splits and tell you who's doing what out on course. As we see that light blue jersey with the navy bibs, that's going to be your Bear National team. The Stars and Stripes there, that's your current XC 17-18 national champion, Rowan Nastall. Easy to pick out in the crowd. But yeah, that initial selection on this first climb, and the course does start with a climb right out of the gate. You saw they get into the single track and then starting to get single file here as they work their way up this ridge line.
Well, you got to keep your wits about you too. Look at the drop off there. You don't want to make any mistake at all with that front wheel.
Well, and drop off indeed, because there's plenty of what goes up must come down, and there's a lot of descents definitely technical. And we saw that in our junior women's competition, as the descents definitely favor riders with maybe a little bit more prowess, a little bit more technicality in their bikes handling. And look there, you see some of that right there is 1 foot out, kind of moto style for a leader as Tanner Beat makes his way through that corner.
He had a good run yesterday in the short track, and now taking full advantage of being out front there. Nice little tail whip, showing some style across that little lip of a jump there.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. There's a ton of, they've added in a bunch of flowy double jumps littered throughout the course. They've done that over the off season, so you'll see there's definitely a lot of A-B line options for these riders. Imagine the pointy end of this race all going to opt for those A lines because that'll be the faster line. But definitely they're Mando if you take it. There's some serious gap jumps. There's a road gap. You're going to see these are short travel bikes too, Jim. I mean, a lot of these riders out here are on full suspension, but probably 100 mil, purpose-built cross-country machines. And, you'll see them catch plenty of air. There's a good look at there's not a lot of rock out here in this high desert, very sandy soil, so very intentional. Brought in some rock and built some purpose-built rock gardens to challenge these riders and up the technicality of the race course.
As tough as it is to pass on the single track, it's even tough to pass on the climbs here because some of these sections are so narrow, and you have to have a good head of steam. As we see the riders there taking a nice gap jump, you have to have a good head of steam to pass even on the uphill. Even if you've got the motivation, you've got the legs to do it, you got to be very selective on where those passes can occur. Yeah,
that's an A-B line choice there. The B line to the right there you saw, none of those riders opted for that because it's going to be a little slower. It's actually where we saw the pass made in our junior women's 17-18 competition early in that race, but all our leaders here opting for that A line. As right now setting the pace, Tanner Beat in that all-black kit, followed by one of our Bear Devo athletes. We'll start to pick out who these racers are once we kind of get an idea of their bib numbers. And here's some of that new, look at this, just airing it out over these gaps. You can see the mandatory gap there. That A line, there is a B line, so riders mid-pack and back, if they're not ready for that, they can opt for those B line. But these gentlemen on the front end of this race, no problem. They hit this rock garden here. They're going to make their way down. They're going to start climbing up towards the Connex box. We'll talk through that. It's a really unique over-under feature. Kind of gets its roots from Supercross. Riders go over the course on top of the buried Connex box and then wrap around and shoot back and under and through and into a second rock garden feature, so we'll call that out. After that, they hit the Orange Steel Speed and Style section, a huge crowd favorite. Features a camelback jump into a fast sweeping left-hand berm and then into another double jump. And so there's definitely some kind of BMX style parts of this course as well. So
yeah, the wee factor is pretty high on this course. I think all these riders enjoying just the fun that comes with being able to tackle these gap jumps and make it a little more of a bike park experience, and then have to find the right gear to tackle these two really long sustained climbs that are part of the second half of the lap.
Like that, a wee meter. We've got fun meter. We need a fun meter here on the screen. We'll talk to our insider MTB.com, see if we can't get that graphic built, because the fun meter is definitely high here at Vail Ossity Bike Park, as you get a shot there of our leaders.
Fun meter really high. The heart rate meter really high too for these athletes. Probably well over 200 for these younger athletes like that, and eking every bit of power they can out of their well-tuned bodies, putting it into the machine here to climb their way up to the high point of the course here, as we're now deep into the first of 5 laps for our junior men.
That's Tommy Rowley with Bear National setting second wheel.
No doubt they've been exploring all over this park and being able to do a number of pre-rides and lap the course and find the parts that they like the best and pick the best lines. And
speaking of lines, here's that A-B selection, so see if he can't make his way around. He couldn't. He tried to make a move there. Bear National trying to take advantage of that split in the course to see if he couldn't get around Tanner B, but was not able to make that stick. Tammer got on the gas as well.
Yeah, he shut that door pretty quick. No thank you very much. I'm going to stay out front here and keep driving this climb. There's the pass now made on the climb part. So
it's Rowan Nastall now moving to the front. Again, the climbs ended up proving critical for our junior women's 17-18 race. I think it's going to definitely play a factor in today's competition as well. Again, we had race director Ty Katie with us during the junior women's competition, talking through really the difference of, what we saw in the Ozarks in round 1 in Fayetteville, those short, punchy climbs. This is really the first course of the year that's got these longer, sustained climbs, 2, in fact, each and every time around. About 425 feet of elevation gained every time around. 2,000, a little over 2,000 feet of elevation in this 5-mile race, or 5-lap race.
And all these climbs are going to be in the teens in terms of their gradient. So not easy by any stretch. Some pitching up as high as 20% for segments of them. Looks like our lead selection now, if you will, is probably about maybe 9, 11 riders. in a long, stretched out line here.
Yeah, it really shows the vastness of this valley and the mountains around it. The KOA here positioned in this beautiful little valley. There's a lake here as well, and then all these mountains of Southern California, the ridge lines of them. Built 50 miles of trails here at Velocity Bike Park.
Yeah, the great bike handling skills on full display here, just even in this first lap. You can see how well-tuned these athletes are and how honed their skills are to navigate what is a really tricky course. That front wheel placement's so important on a loose, dusty course like this. That thing can come unglued really quick, and that bike is shooting out from underneath you if you're not careful. But that too, there's so many places here to make up time, to put time into the field, to gain position. Just choosing that right line on a corner, any one corner, can make all the difference between where you end up placing.
It is Tommy Rowley setting the pace now early on. Setting second wheel was Tanner Beat. Tanner Beat finished top 10 in Fayetteville, so he knows how to. Looks like he's got some solid early season fitness. As Ty mentioned, it is fitness that's going to get it done here today. This, of course, really favors fitness. And if you've had a good off season and your training program came together at the right time, well, I think that's the gentleman we're seeing on the front end of this race.
You're looking down the start list, you're seeing a lot of athletes from high altitude cities. So living and training in altitude is definitely an advantage for any endurance athlete like that, and build up that oxygen carrying capacity as our riders now kind of Grupo Compacto coming through at the end of their first of 5 laps.
Rowan Stahl, your current national champion, moving to the front. I see he's got some teammates up there as well as more riders trying to get back on terms, see if they can't go back out on this second lap with that lead group.
Yeah, and the first group was 9, now gapping up to 11, so a lead group of 11 riders.
Yeah, we had Tommy Rowley, Rowan Stahl, Kian Reed, Tanner Beat, Charles Thomas, Vince Edwards, Easton Day, Michael Zymek, Isaac Cole, and then Thomas Agnew and Jock Gonzalez right there behind them trying to get back on terms. And so still a big group of riders in the front. Lap times on that first one for our leaders, just under 12 minutes, 11:51 as they came across the line. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if these laps don't get faster or slower. But it probably ticks back a little bit, Jim, as you know, these are such fast starts as races tend to go off pretty fast, and then racers start to settle into their pace. And so I imagine those lap times maybe come up just a little bit, but under 12 minutes a lap right now.
Yeah, no surprise there. This is a fast crew for sure. When you got the current national champion in the lineup, you got a long day ahead of you trying to chase that down by himself. But then all these other athletes from all over the country are out here giving it their absolute limit here today. See Leonardo Gutierrez there on our crawl, rolling his way up the leaderboard. One of the local riders here, and
I want to take a pause and take a special thanks to Experience Fayetteville, official sponsor of this weekend's Junior 17-18 competition. Fayetteville, Arkansas, a lively mountain town known for its cycling culture and vast network of trails. Official stop of the U.S. XC Open Series for 6 years running. Discover your next mountain bike destination at experiencefayetteville.com. Look here at the race action. I think that is Rowan Stahl in the Natty Champs jersey there, setting the pace now. Looks like he's got a teammate riding second wheel got several teammates up there in the top 5. It looks like it's 1, 2, 3 for Bear right now. So I imagine that's Tommy Rowley up there with teammate Rowan Nastall and Kean Reed.
Inter-team rivalry going on there, and no doubt camaraderie among those athletes, but right now it's all about the current national champion leading about, almost halfway through this second lap as they're on the second of several climbs on the course.
Joe, and they're about to drop in over on that right side probably for you.
Bill. And then looks like that's also behind him a few of our Roller Devo teammates, Vince Edwards and Easton Day.
The wind seems to have entered the chat here, and we've got that same kind of directional wind pointing right down the start-finish chute, which is certainly going to affect the upper areas of the course as the wind kind of comes over the top and pushes down towards the valley here, but I'm sure the athletes are feeling it up top there too.
Little cooler conditions today than we saw yesterday. Just a slight breeze right now here in Southern California, and nice cool breeze actually, as the high only expected to approach about 70 degrees. Got a little warmer yesterday for the short track competition. Look there at our teammates, Rowan Nastall and Tommy Rowley with Bear National.
Yeah, looking nice and smooth, very well contained, got everything in control here. Now it's a matter of continuing to dose that effort, keeping that front wheel intact. It certainly helps if you've got not a lot of traffic to weave your way through, or any traffic at all, and you can follow that smooth line of your teammate or set your own line because you're the one out in front.
There's that road gap we're talking about, some of the new infrastructure they built here with the shout out to the trail builders here as they go up and over that Connex box. We talked about this in the junior women's competition as they go up and over that, and then they're going to come off that little bit, and when they do, there's some going to wrap around here and shoot back through, and on the back side of that, another rock garden. They shoot through there, and then there's that rock garden. We'll get a shot of that at some point. Maybe switch that camera around at some point in the competition and get them coming out of that. Look at the air they're catching now as they leave out of there and drop down to that Orange Hill Speed and Style section with the huge crowd favorite. It's got this new camel back jump and to some fast sweeping left-hand berm into another jump. And so
these riders exhibiting both speed and style through there. Keeping everything together, keeping that line smooth, keeping as much speed on the bike as you can. This projected again to be about a 60 to 75 minute race. Did that first lap in almost a little under 12 minutes, so projected to be right on that mark. And about to start to wind their way through here.
Yeah, they come back down close to the venue, and then they spin around and they start that climb up the Violet's Power climb. Here we go. Again, Ty Katie talking about it. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. It just got a little stair step in it, but it just gets steeper and steeper all the way to the top. And we saw this be a decisive factor in race one of the day, and see who had that fitness required to carry speed up this climb.
Yeah, this is one of those ones you kind of almost have to settle. It's long enough to where you almost just kind of have to settle into this one. Take that pain, take that effort that you have to put in and hold it for as long as you can.
You can see some riders already getting spit out the back here. They're not able to maintain the pace being set by the leaders.
Yeah, but so far Bear controlling the front end of this race with the riders in the top three positions, not giving any quarter to anybody else, not letting off the gas at all.
Now you've got one Wii development rider in there in fourth, and then two of our Roller Devo athletes. A couple riders looking like they're able to bridge back up and get back on terms. So I think we've got at least about 8 riders now in this lead selection. Here comes that long drawn-out part. There's got 5 in the view as one of those Roller Devo riders able to latch back on to Wii Development's Charles Thomas.
Couple riders there chasing to try and get reattached to that lead group.
Couple more Bear Development riders there in chase, and one of our Roller Devo athletes going the wrong way in that group. Again, it was just under 12 minutes first lap around. They make their way up the mountain. When they come back down, leader's going to see 3 to go. See that? Just the innovation of mountain bikes over the years is short travel bikes now all have dropper posts on them. All these riders just getting that saddle out of the way, ready for these technical descents out here.
Yeah, when you can drop that saddle and change the center of gravity of the bike, you get so much more control over it about how fast and how hard you can send it on the downhill.
You can see the dust there kicking up. Good shot of just what we're talking about with the course conditions, dry and dusty. Folks been calling it moon dust. It's an inch deep in places. Is like you talked about earlier, Jim, really just been a pretty dry winter out here. No precipitation to speak of as they make their way down the mountainside. And we'll be seeing them come through the start-finish line here shortly. Race car going to say 3 to go.
Yeah, the main amount of climbing done for the lap at least. A couple of just rollers here. The longer sustained climbs behind them now, and they're able to just kind of arc and flow their way back down into the valley. Nice little jump over a rock section there. But Rowan's got this one. Rowan and his Bear teammates got this one in control so far. A lot of these riders going to be looking to graduate into that U23 category here real soon.
That little rock garden there as they make their way back into some sweeping berms. Like you said, the fun factor high on a course like this. You can see here as they're approaching the venue now, and look back here at some of the chasers here out on course. Again, huge field. I mean, over 115 riders as now leaders on approach here. Going to see 3 to go this time through. It's Bear 1, 2, 3. Got Wii Development up there in the mix. Roller Devo as well, but now our lead group as they come through this time, 5 riders.
Yeah, 9 went to 5 in the course of just one lap, and the majority of those coming across the line here on a flat part of the course, taking on some nutrition. Keep that carb level, keep that sugar level topped off nice and high to power yourself through the next lap. They got 3 to go.
Yeah, that was Tommy Rowley with Bear National. Right there with Rowan Nastall. Kean Reed also with Bear National there.
Rowan comfortable now slotting back into 3rd position, letting his Bear teammates move out in front of him here.
Charles Thomas was in that mix with Wii Development.
Here's one area of a feed zone, and this rider looking to have a bit of a quick mechanical. He's going to get some attention on that machine to get him back in the race and hopefully not lose too much. Looks like he might have burped the rear wheel a little bit and get some air back in there to help propel him through this next couple of laps.
I think that was one. Yeah, that was early on in that race. Had a tire going down. Haven't seen a lot of mechanicals here on course. There's not a lot of places, but maybe just a pressure issue. You get a little pinch flat out there, but see if he can't. Now look, the chase is on because he was up there with that lead group, seeing if he can't get back up there, bridge back up, but
needs a little orange seal in that rear tire maybe to help make those burps not happen. Nice comfortable pace here being set. 5 riders all being able to stay in with this lead, this now lead group.
Thomas Agnew, that other Bear rider there in the top 6. Looking at the lap times there, that time around, about the same, 11:49, still sub 12. So that's the pace they're keeping, just under 12-minute laps. As they came through there, it was a group of 6 riders, all right there in that, setting that pace. That one of our Bear National riders with that mechanical. So now we're down to a group of 5 here off the front. We'll see if we can't. So that was either. Not sure if that was Kean Reed or Tommy Rowley that was managing that flat. I think it was Kean Reed. Looking at who's on the screen now, I think Kean Reed with Bear National was who's now trying to chase back on, see if he can't get back up with that lead group of his teammates. But they have another teammate up there as well. It's Thomas Agnew, part of the Devo for Bear. He's in a kit color a little different. You'll see it's kind of green, a little bit more colorful there. He comes into screen there, that green and blue colorway.
Showing here too how quickly things can change, even on non-technical, non-climby parts of the course.
Yeah, Tommy Rowley now setting the pace, pulling Rowan Nastall right along. We development rider, that's Charles Thomas, now setting in 3rd, having a strong showing. Charles finished 8th in round 1, top 10 finish in Fayetteville, so no surprise to see him up here in this lead group. See if we can't pick out who of our Vince Edwards with Roller Devo, the Roller Devo athlete, able to match the pace, currently be setting by Bear National. Quick shout out to Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup. As we talk about mechanicals, trusted by more pros than any other brand. Stop flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal.
These guys just absolutely railing this course. You can see just squeaking every bit of power, every bit of slingshot they can get from the berms, rolling over any sort of jumps, keeping the wheels on the ground to keep the bike moving forward. Really impressive, the talent and the technical skills being shown here by our junior men. Of course, a bit unforgiving in the sense that it's never, the only flat part on the course is right here through start finish, and that's not even flat for very long. So this course constantly requiring attention, and if you want to make sure you're maintaining your space in line, you've got to be putting power out to that bike at all times, as that group of 5 is still somewhat connected. But it's that lead 3 that's doing all the work here to stretch the pace, make things hard for everybody behind them.
Dylan has him back.
Yeah, early on, Tanner beat there in that all-black kid. He's falling back a little bit on the pace. Tanner now, last time through, I know early on, he was setting pretty comfortably, setting the pace early, but Tanner now setting back out of the top 10 in 12, so dropped 8 positions on that last lap. You know, we talk about you got to book of matches, and if you burn them too quick, Jim, you can find yourself in a pretty big hole that's, really not. You put yourself in a hole in a race like this, you're not going to recover out on course.
No, it's hard to get out of the box once you get there. You lose track of that leaders. You can't see them anymore. That motivation to chase really does deplete pretty quickly. Hard to get out of that headspace sometimes, too.
they shoot through that Connex box. Nice shot there of that rock garden, and then airing it out as they head down to the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. You can see just mandatory gap jumps on these, short travel bikes.
Yeah, they're getting every millimeter of travel they can. They're squeaking out of their suspension on these bikes.
Yeah, you see trying to pick some clean lines through there.
They sure do it smooth, man. These guys are riding really smooth and using every bit of that course they need to maintain speed and keep the flow going.
Now they'll start to approach that power climb, the Village Farms power climb. Again, that's where the elevation's found, or a good portion of the elevation's found on the course profile. It's where you find the steep stuff, pitches up to 15%. Proved to be the make or break section for our junior women's competition. You wonder if that's where it also kind of action unfolds here today, as these riders seem to be able to match themselves technicality, like as far as, if you're on the front end of this race, all these riders choosing that A-line option and at times making it look pretty easy, but somebody's got to win this thing, Jim, and so at some point I imagine someone's going to make a move here. It's just like, where do you make that, as we are still looking at a group of 5 here off the front working together.
I can very easily see this segment of the course coming down to be that gauntlet that gets thrown down late in the race, maybe on the last lap, maybe on the second to last lap, but somewhere somebody's going to make a move and use this part of the course as a launch pad for that position and maybe stake a claim to the overall win.
Yeah, now there's a few places you can do that. The other place we could see that is right here at the start-finish, and we've seen that and yesterday in the short track is really this start-finish area sets up. If you want to launch a move, you can really get on the gas right here and create some separation early in the course. So there's a couple places where that can happen, because you can see places like this really no separation to be found, as it's just single file as they make their way through the fast flowy sections of the course.
That's part of what these riders are learning in these younger categories, and is being able to know your effort, learn the course, right? Know the course, know and understand the course, and when that time is right for you to do it. How much effort do you have left in your body to be able to hold an attack like that and not fade out completely and let everybody that you just passed or just leapt out in front of be able to claw you back?
We get a look there at our leaders on the Village Farms power climb.
Well, a great shot there by our Insider MTB crew, the drone up there capturing all the great imagery up on top of that ridge line there. Look at that. That's just an impressive shot, and it gives you a pretty bird's eye view of what they got going on here in terms of the trail network.
Vince Edwards moving around, slotting into 4th with Roller Devo. Coming around Thomas Agnew there. Tommy Rowley now leading them back off the mountain. From the high point up there, it really is, there's some up and down, but this is a fast, flowy section of the race course. Once you hit that high point, you come off here and you'll see back here, and as they approach the finish line, this is that fun factor we talked about. This is the reward for powering up that climb.
Downhill is the payoff, man. That's what you work so hard for. Now you're able to tamp that effort down, hopefully get that heart rate drop down a little bit, but then also push the bike as hard as you can on the downhill part. This can be a time for the better riders. This is where they're going to make that time to be able to extend their lead, to be able to claw a couple positions back towards the front.
Yeah, if you can carry speed through here, it's almost like a free mile here on the backside of the course. More about bike handling and just being able to carry speed of that bike, as you see right there, into that rock garden here. And
effort required is so intense, because these climbs are it's not like a road climb. It's not like an 8 or 9 minute road climb. These are going to be more 3 or 4 minutes, and so the intensity level goes up so much. But man, the pitch is right there to match that intensity, because it's so steep, requiring so much power to be squeezed out of your body every single climb, every single lap. One little bobble, one little mistake, and you can lose numbers of places fall right down the leaderboard. And that, as we know, especially in a mountain bike race, is so hard to get back.
Great shot there. Some of the other athletes on course. Again, 115-ish, a little bit over, more than 115 riders in this junior men's 17, 18-year-old field. There were so many yesterday we had to break them up and do heat racing for our short track competition, but everybody out on course today as our leaders now making their way through. Going to see 5 to go. It is a lead group of 5. Podium's going to be 5 deep. 2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go as they come through. That is Rowan Nestal, Kean Reed, Charles Thomas, Vince Edwards, and Thomas Agnew. So it was Tommy Rowley that had the flat out there. Hate to see that. Tommy was having a strong race. As Tommy now comes through and see if he can't. He's close. The gap back now 10 seconds.
Yeah, I bet he's climbing out of the saddle and charging hard to try and reattach to that. That's a train you don't want to miss right now, because right now that is the select group. So if he can reattach to that, settle his heart rate down, coming through the feed zone here.
It's Michael Ziomek and Jude Martin, Eden Teague, Flint Drummond on approach now, but back to that lead group. So it was Tommy Rowley, unfortunately, suffering that mechanical, but now just setting 10 seconds back. So you get a little flat there. Was able to, it seemed to be a lucky place for that because he was able to roll right into that tech area. And now he's just 10 seconds from latching back onto this lead group as they come through and saw 2 to go. So it's Kean Reed with Bear National.
Now is when we start to see the real endurance and who has it and who might not. Deep into this race is where the tacks might start flying off. Guys trying to establish themselves as I'm trying to get every little bit of position and look at that. That's a nice turn of speed there to reattach to that group.
That is Tommy Rowley now. Looks like he's going to bridge back up. Be able to get back on terms here and bring this group back up, swell back to 6. It means we'll have 4 Bear team members up there in this lead group of 6.
If you're that wee development rider, you're feeling a bit outnumbered at this point.
Yep.
You might have to get your elbows out a little bit just to make sure you can hold your own with this, because certainly everybody in that group is going to be working against you.
Yeah, Charles Thomas, that wee development athlete, and Vince Edwards, the Roller Devo athlete, up there in that top 5.
All the friendships go out the window at this point, and no doubt these guys have raced against each other probably all through their early teenage years on the national circuit, now coming together here racing against each other at the top level of the sport here in Southern California.
Well, and that's you mentioned these athletes know one another. They're going to spend a season. They've spent seasons, most of them coming up through the ranks, 13, 14, 15, 16, now in this UCI 17, 18 age group category. But they know each other, right? You've raced these gentlemen. You know, these are your not only are they your, let's say, they're your competition, but they're also your, comrades at times,
your
right?
Contemporaries, yeah. Probably friends off and on the bike too, whether they're living in the same or close in the same town, or certainly when they get together on race weekends, they're all just palling around together, riding bikes and doing fun stuff, even among teams, the different teams that are out here. This lap seems a little faster, so I'm going to be curious to see what the lap time was when they come through this lap already. This first climb and now this snaky descent that they're down here, it seems a bit faster than the last couple laps.
Yeah, that last lap they did slow down a little bit at 12:13, so first lap in the race over that 12-minute mark. So a little slower last lap, maybe just building momentum for these final 2 laps. And I do agree, it does look like the pace has picked back up. They may have been a little team tactics. They may have known that Tommy was trying to bridge back up. I don't know if they set up and let him get back on, or if that was just a really solid effort by Tommy after having that, about mid-race, having that flat rear tire.
Yeah, Rowan looks like he's full throttle here right now.
Yeah, now we development rider Charles Thomas is slotted up into 2nd. That's Kean Reed with Bear National in 3rd. But at some point, with 2 laps to go, there's some strategy in your head about when you want to see if you can't up the effort and maybe make this selection group down a little smaller as this race wraps up. And so kind of war of attrition here. And so
you want to whittle that thing down as much as you can. And
looks like Rowan Nastall's trying to do just that a little bit here.
Let that attrition factor start to set in and chip away any of your competition that you can. That's right. I think they may like a sprint finish, especially if you win that sprint finish. I think every rider would much prefer to come in cruising and being able to post up with nobody in sight behind them.
Right now it is your current U.S. national champion out there in the Natty Champs, the Stars and Stripes jersey for Bear National, Rowan Nastall.
He's looked comfortable all day so far.
Finished second in Fayetteville, so off to a strong start this season. Tells me he's not going to be happy unless it's that top step on the podium today, because he's got a solid race. But shout out to Charles Thomas with Wii Development.
Yeah, Charles hanging right in there, giving him no quarter, no gaps to be had. Charles just glued right to his rear wheel. He's sandwiched in there by the Bear riders, just keeping a close eye on him too. They're gonna. I think they would. If I'm them, I'm content with letting him sit second place. I can get whatever draft I can off of him and find whatever line I need to ride and let him kind of sit there and try and keep up with Rowan.
Charles finished top 10, 8th overall a few weeks ago in round 1.
Maybe plan my move around him for sometime in the last lap.
As they make their way through that speed and style section, maxing out the travel. Okay, looks like a little pass there. It looks like Kean Reed now on the backside of that. Looks like he was trying to get around and may have slotted himself up into. No, that's Tommy Rowley and Kean Reed now. Yeah. Bear National making their way up in this field of 6. So elite group. Make their way down the rock garden. They've gone through that Connex box now and get to air out those short travel bikes as they make their way through the orange steel speed and style section. You see why we call it that on your screen.
Are you more speed or style yourself? What is your vibe?
And I start slow and finish slower. It's kind of my style.
Just happy to be out there, right?
Happy to be out there. These days I'm just chasing experiences on the bike. Well, we did talk about that a little bit. Just with the progression of sport and now the way the sport's evolving in the States, with marathon mountain biking having a moment for sure, and endurance riding specifically on the heels of the popularity of gravel, really providing a lot of these athletes a second career, we'll call it. I was talking to Jennifer Jackson, the winner of our short track yesterday, and she's actually going up the road next weekend and going to put her name in the hat into that gravel race happening up at Sea Otter.
Okay.
Just times up good for her season. Said she talked to her coach and was going to just let her kind of go out there and just let it be an experience. She's, some of these athletes themselves are just chasing experiences at times. It just fits well into her program before she goes overseas and ramps up for that World Cup calendar that kicks off in May in South Korea this year. And so you'll see some of these same athletes competing today. We'll see them next weekend up at Sea Otter Classic and the mountain bike and the gravel competitions that are going down there. Round 1 of the Lifetime Series happening next weekend out here in Northern California.
That's legit as it gets. That's, I think, a 90-mile plus race for kicking off that series, and good on Jen for supporting that. Like you said, chasing that experience, and I think that we're in a great heyday of the sport right now where we're finding all kinds of different ways to bring riders into the sport and give them different types of events to enter, right? We can do these long-form endurance events. We can do 20-minute short-track mountain bike race events and everything in between.
Well, I don't think that's the only athlete you'll see make the trip up north tomorrow. They've really done a good job with the calendar to bridge the Orange Seal Pro Cup with next weekend Sea Otter, both from industry and the development teams to the elite-level athletes. Wouldn't be surprised to see several of our UCI elite athletes make the trip up north and participate in that competition next week, as it does seem to slot well into their professional calendar. So we look back here at Rowan Nastall now. Charles Thomas able to go with him. We're talking about some attacks. It does look like the pace is picked up on our Village Farms power climb.
Yeah, nice turn of speed there. And Bear Development continuing to just stamp their authority on this race.
Tommy Rowley there, Kean Reed. The only way I can pick the two of them out there is by the color of their locks, both of them.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I'm starting to pick those out. Tommy Rowley now sitting second wheel.
These guys were giving everything they got up to the top of this climb here.
Yeah, they know when they come back down, leader's going to get the one to go, and no separation yet. I mean, I don't know what you're going to find it here as they make this technical descent. Again, the fun factor portion of the course and some free feet as they don't have to pedal much on the backside of this as the elevation drops off. There's a few little ups and downs, but how about the Thomas Agnew? He's part of the Bear Development, not part of the national team, part of the Devo team up there in the top 6. That's a strong showing by him. He's got a future ahead of him if he sticks with bike racing for sure, because he's racing some of the top North American junior 17-18s right now. And so
Bear National been doing it at such a high level for a long time. I first met Stu back in the early, maybe 2011, 2012. And still involved, still helping grow the sport and make that team one of the premier teams of its kind.
Julia Vilich, also part of that leadership for Bear Development. We got a group of 6 here still coming all together now.
Yeah, I think we're setting up for some big fireworks here on the last lap.
I was about to say the same thing, Jim. That's kind of, I think we're setting up for something. Should be pretty exciting here. We'll see. They're really, again, I've seen them. There's some effort's been thrown in. I think that we've seen Rowan Nastal try to see if he couldn't thin this lead group out, but all these riders able to answer the call as the pace does feel like it's picked up a little bit. We'll know here shortly as they're on approach to the start finish. Race car going to show 1 to go, so it's going to be 1 to go for our junior men 17-18 next time through. As the crowd's starting to filter towards the finish line, which is what's great about this venue as the action unfolds. It's a big enough race that fans can kind of move around. You'll see some infrastructure. There's some other Connex boxes that are just for the fans to be able to kind of move around the course and make their way around each and every lap. And then as the energy builds, we'll start to see fans filter to the finish line here and catch what could be a really exciting finish for our junior men 17-18 competition.
Yeah, exciting no matter how it turns out, right? Whether we're able to come to the line in a big bunch and 4 or 5 wide on a sprint, or...
Well, speaking of coming to the line, put your hands together. This is going to be our lead group of 6. They're still all together after 4 laps of racing. They're going to get the 1 to go this time through. You've got Rowan Nastal, Kean Reed, Charles Thomas, Vince Edwards, Thomas Agnew, and Tommy Rowley reconnecting. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
No real sign of distress on anybody's face. Not even really much looking around.
There's a little bit of looking around now as they get up and out of the saddle over this punchy little Connex box that creates that. We've seen riders make a move right there in yesterday's short track competition, but it looks like they're going to be content setting up and stretching it out and just getting ready as Tommy Rowley there flexing the back.
If you had your choice here, what would be your position? What would you like to do on this first of what are probably 3 longer sustained climb, as we see a nice little punch here and an attack out of the saddle?
I think at this point, you either want to be making the move or you at least want to be in position to cover the move, right? So you're just, if you think about where you're at in your mind, you're either looking for your opportunity to go or you're just waiting for someone else to, and hopefully you're in position to get on the pedals and go with them.
Yeah, you can't lose concentration even for a second, because that second could be 4 or 5 bike lengths that you cannot get back. High cadence being put out, massive power being pushed into the pedals here. Rowan's got a bit of a lead out, if you will. You get feeling comfortable sitting right in that second wheel and being able to kind of control the pace that way from the front.
Yeah, I believe that is now Tommy Rowley setting the pace again. Tommy, about halfway through the race, had that mechanical, able to swing in. Took him a couple laps to bridge back up, but able to do that.
Yeah, no big deal there. He recovered nicely from that, and that quick service he was able to get from his team.
And now he's back in the front of this race. That's an impressive ride by young Tommy Rowley with that Bear National team. So a race like this with this level of competition, to be able to suffer a mechanical and then, not let that defeat you, right, as you roll in. And just, we know that's a frustrating place to be for a racer when something like that happens. It's not if but when, but shout out to the Bear National team for able to get him back on his bike, and then for Tommy's effort to bridge back up and rejoin this lead group and now leading the bike race.
Yeah, you talk about the mental ability it takes to overcome something like that. It can be very easy just to hang it up and give it up and say, I'm just going to chase in for my position here. No, he didn't. He got the service he needed, got that tire reinflated to the proper pressure, and dug right back in, and now put himself right at the front of this race in the last lap.
Yeah, Charles Thomas, We Development, also having a strong showing, as is Vince Edwards. Shout out to Vince Edwards of Roller Devo, hanging in there strong. And then how about young Thomas Agnew, part of that Bear Development team. He's still part of that Bear, I don't know if you want to call it a conglomerate, but there's a lot of them out there.
Bear family over there.
The Bear family, but part of that development squad. He's out there in a slightly different colored kit, but that's a strong showing for him as well. As you can see, they're carrying speed here and dropping that dropper post and getting the most they can out of those machines. Oh, look at the speed now.
Yeah,
The separation, really the first separation we've seen, and he's going to turn around and start climbing right back up. I think this could come right back together. But final lap, pace is definitely picked up now as they're up and out of the saddle.
Yeah, this is the alarm bells portion of the race where now things are really starting to heat up. Tommy inserting his authority on this climb out of the saddle and charging.
And look at the separation he's starting to create. And at this point, you're right. That team mentality might be off as Roland Nestal trying to go with Tommy Rowley.
Yeah, it's every man for himself at this point.
Charles Thomas able to match the pace, but again, impressive effort by all top six riders. Here's Kean Reed now there in the screen. I think we might start seeing some separation. Okay, there's Vince Edwards of Roller Devo dropping back,
sliding off
as
the back.
is Thomas Agnew. So there are definitely some attacks being thrown out here on course, and it is Tommy Rowley leading that charge.
Tommy got a couple of seconds on Rowan there, and now...
And I think got him on that descent. He just seemed to get on the gas there and get the most out of that last descent. But they still do have, for one final time, they're going to do the Violet Farms power climb. We saw that be the decisive factor in our junior women's 17-18 competition. Be interesting to see if this race doesn't come all back together on that final climb, as Tommy definitely put in a big dig here, Jim.
Yeah, he not afraid to duke it out with his national champion teammate here.
Speaking of national champion, Rowan Nestal now looks like he's starting to close that gap a little bit. Charles Thomas there with We Development.
Bear looking to go 1, 2, 3, but
Kean Reed there.
Charles going to suit everything he can to nix that idea.
Yeah, Kean Reed, that fourth rider right there, coming over that rock garden. Kean uses that dropper a ton. Just looking at his riding style, real comfortable to just drop that down, and look at him pump through this section, trying to carry speed as they make their way over those mandatory gaps. And it did come back together as we approach this. Again, more elevation here. They're going to go up and over this Connex box for a final time. Then they're going to spin around, quick little figure eight design, shoot through the second of two rock gardens.
There's going to be some matches burned on the Violet power climb here.
They're going to shoot through this Connex box here, and there's this rock garden here. See the bikes there working underneath them, just rattling away, Jim.
Yeah, smooth, nice flow for both of them through there, and a little tail whip coming across the top of that.
It's that Orange Seal Speed and Style section. You see why we call it that?
Oh, this is setting up to be a great finish. I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. So impressive just to watch these riders. It's hard not to fan out. I know they say there's no cheering in the press box, but man, it's just so hard not to want to just cheer for every one of these riders as hard as they're going, and the show that they're putting on for everybody watching on InsiderMTB.com and all the family, friends, and fans here at the venue.
Vince Edwards there with Roller Devo. A few bike links back at this point, but get to a little tight section here. So they're back here at the bottom. They're not far from us here. We're in the announcer booth. And they're going to spin around, and now they're going to approach that Village Farms power climb.
Who's got it left? Who's got any money to spend here? Because this where the race could come down to this final long climb on this little over 3 mile course.
And in the front, you got Tommy Rowley, followed by Rowan Nestal, Charles Thomas, and Kean Reed, top 4, leading them up that climb. Right behind them is Vince Edwards of Roller Devo. See if he's got anything left in the tank. His climbing legs have been pretty good, but we'll see if he can bridge back up as the pace has definitely picked up. This is the last time on this climb, and you can see there's no slow rolling at this point, Jim.
No, 3 of these 4 riders are teammates, and probably good friends, but at this point, all that is out the window. We're racing for the win here. We're racing for that prestige that comes with it. And all bets are off, and everybody's going to be putting whatever they can. And it looks like we're setting up for a 4-up sprint to the finish here as they now peek out the top of that climb and start the snaky descent back down into the venue.
Oh, here's the move on the outside. There you go, Charles Thomas with We Developments on attack on the final part of that climb. Seeing who's got what it takes. Tommy Rowley trying to go with him. Kean Reed coming around on the outside. And now falling back to 4th, Rowan Nestal. It looks like Tommy Reed's able to answer that charge, but big move by Charles Thomas and Kean Reed going with him. Oh, they're getting real close there. Rubbin's racing a little bit as they're battling out, duking it out on this final climb. It's Charles Thomas with We Development leading them over the mountain. Kean Reed able to answer the call and bridge up, now setting second.
It was a very well-timed attack because now he goes over the top in first place. He's able to control the speed. He's able to control the line on the way down. Rowan got pinched off there at a really critical point. A couple of bike lengths got put in between him and the first 2 leaders. But now it's a really well-timed move.
A little A-B selection here, rider's choice, but Charles Thomas with a very decisive move late in the race to put himself in position to lead him down the mountain for the final time. Right in second is Kean Reed. Rowan Nestal sets in third. Current national champion Tommy Rowley now a few seconds back.
Yeah, Charles said enough of this team ride. I'm going to make myself a factor in the outcome of this race and come right around this Bear Development train. He's now leading down the descent inside the last half a mile to go on this course on the last lap.
Make their way through a little bit of technical sections here, but really just single file fast part. Again, the fun factor of the course right here is they're ripping down the mountain. We're just a minute or so away from seeing what could be a thrilling finish to our junior men's 17, 18-year-old competition here today at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Gap out over that rock garden.
Yeah, they don't have that slow speed turn right at the end of the lap before the finish chute here. So
they're going to carry that speed through that final turn on approach to the finish line.
And Rowan's got to do a little bit of work here to get back on terms with the first 2 riders here. Otherwise, he's going to slot into third because right now Charles has really established some dominance over the last lap and looking to take the win.
Kean Reed able to go with him, though. He did make that move towards the top of that power climb, and Kean Reed able to go around his teammates and answer the call. They are on the gas. It's all gas, no brakes at this point, Jim.
Yeah, full tilt boogie for sure. Everybody's going to pour out whatever ounce of energy they have left into the bike here, waving our way into the finish chute.
Yeah, we do have a lead group of 3 now. Tommy Rowley's not far back, but he might be out of contention at this point as Charles Thomas on the gas, ladies and gentlemen, and on approach. Here they go. They're up and out of the saddle. We Development rider Charles Thomas just demanding, just going to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Charles Thomas, We Development taking the win. Kean Reed coming across the line in second.
That was an impressive win by that young man. He was bunched up with 3 other Bear Development riders, and he made a very well-timed attack to get the place he needed to take the downhill by himself. That's what got him the win. That's a great tactical effort for a big-time win for that young man.
Yeah, incredible. Very smart racing, and like you said, had been mixed back. Look at him. If you laid out, just left it all out on the course. No, we're not showing it, but he's currently, there you go. That's a great shot of just the effort that young Charles Thomas just put in. What a decisive move.
Completely gassed. That's a great shot by our Insider MTB crew to capture that. He's going to live with that one. You beat the national champion. You beat 3 teammates on another team. That's a big-time win.
Look at that. His family and fans celebrating there. Once again, it came down to that final climb, and they were almost to the tip top of that climb. And Charles Thomas, man, what a move. We can get that on the replay at some point. Charles Thomas putting in that dig. Kean Reed, shout out to Kean Reed, able to go with him and was the only one able to answer that call.
Hey, look at this great crowd that we got here. We got 3-4 deep all the way down the finish chute barrier here. Family, friends, and fans of these racers all in attendance here cheering them on. Really great for the sport. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the InsiderMTB.com coverage. This is just the second of our first 5 races today. But, man, that was a good one. That was a really tight finish and a whole lot of fun to watch. We saw every inch of it.
More riders crossing the line. And Charles continues to get hugs by his teammates and family. Shout out to Tommy Rowley, though. I mean, that was a great effort. Tommy overcoming that mechanical and rode himself back into contention first place. But ultimately, it came down to the final climb on the final lap as Charles Thomas at the top put in a big dig, threw a dart, made it stick, let him down off the mountain for the final time, was able to put himself in position for the win. Great shot of his post up there as he comes across the line. You can just see the excitement in that young man getting it done. Once again, hats off and congratulations to We Development. Charles Thomas, winner of our junior men 17-18 UCI competition here today. XCO Olympic style racing as we've got more sprints underway for the finish line. But
hey, every place is important down the road here. Those points are way valuable. So these riders are going to make sure they squeeze every bit they can to get, every possible point they can to increase their starting positions in races later on in the series. What a great show. Thanks so much to all the riders. That was super impressive, and they should take great pride in that effort that they all put out. Really, really fun to watch. I know the fans here are having a great time checking out all this great racing action.
Imagine we're going to see a little bit more sprints here. So racing's been happening all over the course. Again, points awarded 25 deep. So here it's like I just talk it into existence. 2 up here. You got Flint Drummond and Dylan Hall battling it out to the line.
As if that wasn't enough fun, what's next? What do we got up on deck here?
Well, coming up next, we're going to get right back to racing here. Next race scheduled to start at 11:30. No, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong one. Take that back. 12 o'clock going to be our elite women's competition. 11:30 going to be our podiums for our junior women and men competitions that just unfolded this morning. So about 10 minutes, so don't go far. We finished top 5 for our junior men. And then our junior women, we're going to do that podium at 11:30. So 11:30 going to be that first podium of the day. So junior men, junior women, podium coming up here in 10 minutes.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on Insider MTV at the U.S. Pro Cup. I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup.
Live stream. We'll talk a little bit about them throughout the day. But right now, folks, we got about 10 minutes. We're going to do that first podium, so we're going to get ready to do that. So junior women, 17-18, junior men, 17-18, top 5. You start rolling over to that podium. So I know there's still some recovery happening over here from that junior men's competition, but we're going to...
Attention spectators, please, please be careful when you're crossing the course. Crossings are there for a reason, but make sure it is clear before you cross, and please keep an eye on your children when they're crossing. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get ready for these podium awards, and we'll see you over there. Podiums right next to the registration tent here in the venue. So if you want to go help us celebrate the efforts of our athletes from these first 2 races today, we welcome the fans to join us over there, and we'll get those podiums going here in about 8 minutes.
This is Insider MTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
Reminder, we're going to be doing podiums here in just a minute, so I know we're spinning down, recovering from, but top 5 for our junior men and junior women 17, 18-year-old competitions. Top 5 need to start making their way over to the podium area. Going to need to see Nora Cruz, Alina Fernie, Xana Logar, Lily Agnew, Scout Wilmeyer, and then the finishers of our junior men's competition, Vince Edwards, Tommy Rowley, Rowan Nastal, Kean Reed, and Charles Thomas. You start making your way over to the podium awards right next to the registration tent.
I'm Haley Batten, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup.
Back to racing here in just about 15 minutes. This will be your first call to staging to the staging area for our elite women and U23 athletes. Once again, need to see Leonardo Gutierrez to the start-finish line, please. And call to staging for our elite women and U23 women. This is your official call to staging. 15 minutes away from resuming race action here today at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Round 2, the 2026 US XC Open presented by our friends at Violet Farms.
just as the literal and metaphorical dust starts to settle from that exciting race we just wrapped up, we are now about to get to call one of the two marquee events of the day, the Elite and U23 women, and an absolutely star-studded lineup here.
Yeah, excited to see some of the top athletes in North America take to this start line here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Vail Bike Park. Next up is going to be our Elite Women's and U23 competition. Elite women going to be doing 6 full laps. Our U23 athletes doing 5. We'll be able to break that down, and once we settle into the race, make sure we catch the finish of both. But those tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, we are just about 7 minutes away from going back to racing. We'll get call up started here in just a few minutes. Got a decent field size of over 30 athletes. And if the first 2 races of the day, like really, we've seen that decisive Violet's Farms power climb really be the deciding factor, Jim, in both those races. And it'll be, I know yesterday was short track, and we saw Jen Jackson at the line come around Haley Batten and take the win in the 2-up sprint. Pretty exciting finish. And I think this XCO course sets up for similar. If they stay together like we just saw in our junior men's competition, this could be another exciting finish.
Yeah, it's going to be fireworks all throughout the day. 2 different races being played out at the same time. Total of 33 riders set to take the course here. Again, some of the, like you said, the top in North America: Jen Jackson, Gwen Gibson, Haley Batten, Maddie Monroe, Sevilla Blanc, all in this lineup here today. Kelsey Urban in the mix there as well. Going to be a fantastic race. They are queued up in the corral prior to staging here.
We're going to let 1 more minute go by, and we'll start these call-ups. Get them to the line right with 2 minutes. All right, at this time, we're going to get call-ups underway for our XCO Elite Women and U23 competition. Starting off with racing for our Bea Fox Factory team, Jennifer Jackson. For Decathlon Ford, Sevilla Blanc. KMC Nuke Proofs, Kelsey Urban. For Ryler Victoria Mountain Bike Factory team, Ella McPhee. Racing for Trek Unbroken XC, Gwendolyn Gibson. For Live Factory Racing, Madigan Monroe. Racing for Specialized Factory Racing, Haley Batten. For Live Factory Racing, Marin Lowe. C. McKenna Kellerman. Bailey Siopa. For Bear National Team, Alice Hoskins. Also racing for Bear, Bailey McSpadden. See Isabella Robles. Maya Blanchard. Landry McLean. Bridget Smith. Hannah Ray. Elizabeth Knight. Sam Paternoster. Avery Roberts. Lily Lingard. Estelle Slingsby. Lacey Munns. Zoe Oster. Emma Wilcox. Kaya Candelon. Olivia Nilsson. Ira Lorette. Sydney Lally, Frances Amend, Megan Anderson, Camille Smith, and Elsa Harrison. At this point, we'll turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, welcome to Women Elite and Women U23 race. You have 2 minutes until your start. You'll be given 1 minute, 30-second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Lap card is on the right. It will track the Women Elites. It's 6 laps for Women Elite, 5 laps for Women Under. There'll be 2 separate 80% applied. It's after the finish line here on the right side. Seniors, please clean the grid. Thank you.
Hard to miss.
One minute until the start. 1 minute. Just a reminder, the first feed zone, it's the only zone after the start in here. That's a feed and tech. Back here is a tech zone. You can access 2 times there. 30 seconds until the start. 30 seconds. Race will start with whistle.
All right, we are back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Taking to the field now our elite women in U23. Heading out on course, looking for a clean start as they go up and over that Connex box and head out onto the course. Elite women doing 6 full laps. Our U23 athletes doing 5. We'll be able to break that down for you as the action unfolds. But off to the start, it looks like Haley Batten with Specialized Factory on attack from the start, separating this field out early on. She is head down.
Haley trying to avenge that tight loss she took yesterday, or that hard-fought second place, maybe I should say, right out of the gate. A super fast start, as we would expect from this elite of elite field.
Yeah, Jen Jackson right there, able to go with her all day yesterday, and Jen did come around to take the win in a 2-up sprint. And Sevilla Blanc's right there with the Decathlon Ford. And Haley, really that effort, stringing this out early. All single file now as our elite athletes head out onto the course here at beautiful Velocity Bike Park. If you're just now tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, the Velocity Trail crew worked all winter making improvements to take this course to the next level. Just over 3 miles with over 400 feet of climbing per lap. It's got a bit of everything, longer sustained climbs, off-camber descents, rock drops, doubles, jumps. I mean, it is action-packed, and we're about to see some of that action right now. If you're just tuning in and missed this morning's junior men and women's 17-18 competition, it was the Village Farms power climb that proved to be the critical point in the race, both the winning race moves made on that climb.
That start could best be described as violent. She just absolutely came storming out of the gate, was intent on being able to set the pace up this first climb on the lap here. That was a really great start, and I think she's trying to set the tone for what she's going to try and pull out of this race and get the win here after probably what has to be a disappointing second place yesterday, right at the line.
Great shot here as they make their way up the first of really 2 substantial climbs on this course. We talked about the difference between round one in Fayetteville and the short, steep, punchy aspect of the Ozarks, and then the difference here in the high desert of Southern California and the longer drawn-out climbs. And Haley Batten just on the gas from the get-go. Again, big race, six full laps, and so Jen Jackson able to answer the charge by Haley yesterday each and every time, but tell from early on, it is the special factory racer, our 2024 silver medalist at the Paris Olympics, Haley Batten. Yesterday's short track won by Jen Jackson with Orbea Fox Factory. The multi-time Canadian champion World Cup regular delivered a breakout 2025 season, highlighted by a dominant performance at the Pan American Championships, where she swept both the XCO and XCC titles. And she's already found that early season fitness. We saw that yesterday in the short track competition.
Yeah, an impressive lineup of riders, as we've been talking about all morning, are the marquee events, the premier events of the day here today. This super talented elite women field, and racing together with them, all the super talented U23. Actually, some of the U23 riders racing in the elite field to gain even more points. But then also, too, a completely separate U23 category.
I think I got that past blue bike.
Yeah, so far, so good for Haley Batten. 4 or 5 bike length lead over Jen Jackson, and just smoothing things out as they reach probably about the halfway point of the first of their 6 laps. These two, no strangers to competing against one another, grew up through the ranks on the international and North American calendar, and now slugging it out here as part of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. But Haley, so far, this looks intentional. This looks mapped out. This looks like it was something that she decided, I am going to go from the gun. No sitting in, no waiting. I'm going to launch my attack early and often.
When you think about early season as it is, a chance to really test some of that race strategy is Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, Sevilla Blanc. The leaders are all going to be going across the pond and around the world as part of that UCI World Cup calendar. As you see them hitting the A-line here and taking that mandatory gap jump there. All of them make it look easy. As Haley Batten now on approach to pretty close to that Connex feature. She'll go up and over the Connex box right here, then loop around and drop down through that rock garden. Right behind her is Jen Jackson, winner of yesterday's short track competition. Sevilla Blanc currently sitting third with that Decathlon Ford team. Again, you can catch all these women all year long as they race that UCI World Cup calendar.
You were mentioning, we were talking off air, that a few of these are probably on their way up to Sea Otter this week to race maybe the gravel race there, if not the cross-country mountain bike there as well, before they depart for, ooh, look at that, a nice pass by Jen Jackson before they depart to South Korea for the kickoff of the World Cup season.
Yeah, Haley getting hung up there a little bit in that garden.
Choice of line so important, man. You just got to know which one is right and how you're going to be able to carry that speed. You get caught up for even a half a second, and that can mean it can mean the difference in the change of lead or a whole big bunch of bike laps or bike lengths in between you now and the leader.
And there's a shot of Gwen Gibson with Trek Unbroken. She's the winner from round 1 back in Fayetteville a few weeks ago. Saw her and Haley Batten battling it out. Came down to last lap. Mechanical for Haley. Took her out of contention for the win. Gwen Gibson able to get it done. And, yeah, that immediate charge, like you said, that violent start by Haley Batten really blowing up this field early, Jim, as you got a lead group of 3 now. Gwen Gibson trying to see if she can't latch back onto this lead group as they approach the Village Farms power climb for the first time. Again, this is where we've seen winning moves made in races earlier today.
Talk about the elite of the elite. This group now that's got a sizable gap on anybody else out on the course. Gwen there trying to chase her way into attach to this group, make it a foursome.
Yeah, and I think that is Maddie Monroe with Liv right there, that giant Liv factory rider. I'm not mistaken. Coming up there in 5th.
And we talked about all these riders pre-race as the favorites. You could throw a blanket over this group and consider any one of them the winner here. But lots of racing to be played out. We're not even through the first lap. We'll try and keep track of the U23 race that's also being played out simultaneous with this. U23 is doing 5 laps, Elite's doing 6. Here's another A-line, B-line choice to see if she can gather up that space, and does, makes the pass and moves into first place.
Good to
does
see
Haley Batten.
Good to see Gwen Gibson able to bridge back up and now make it that group of 4 in the lead. A couple more riders there coming to the screen. That's Maddie Monroe. Seeing if she can't close this as they're approaching the top of this power climb. Again, big race, 6 full laps, and so a lot of racing. It's a little bit over 3 miles each and every time around, about 425 feet of elevation gained. Coverage being provided by our friends at InsiderMTB.com and USA Sport Inc., today's presenting partner of the live stream.
Appreciate all the great comments being popped in there by our fans of the coverage, and thank you so much for that. We're having a great time out here in and among the people and the crowd and enjoying what is a really nice day, a little less windy than it was yesterday, helping keeping some of the dust down, but the riders are doing all they can to increase that dust level as they're just tearing up this course. Our lead women in the elite race now snaking their way back down in the last part of the first lap.
Speaking of, I want to thank Genesis Body Works for their support and shout out. They said, let's go Bear National. Hashtag Genesis Body Works. Thanks for the donation. Reminder, those at home, you're welcome to make a donation at InsiderMTB.com and give a team or a rider a shout out, and we'll give you a call out on the live stream for doing so. So appreciate it, Genesis Body Works. Obviously fans of Bear National. We got some Bear National athletes out here right now. We'll call some out as we get some riders through here and they make their way down for the first of what will be 6 full laps for our elite women. Our U23 women are going to be doing 5 laps, and so once they come through here, we'll pick out leaders of both, take a look back at our U23 competition and be able to see who's keeping it spicy out there. But spicy from the start has been Haley Batten with this Specialized Factory Off-Road. Like a cannon. Like you said, Jim, that just had to be part of that strategy. She wanted to be up there in the clean air early on. We've seen some early season or early race crashes. We saw that in that large field with our junior men 17-18. Had a rider go down early, and so.
It also shows you the talent left in the rest of the field here. These 3 riders all able to cover that very early attack by Haley and, pull themselves right back into contention here with no real time or space lost. So the fitness level, the talent, really, really high already this early in the season. And I think it bodes well for a lot of the North American riders on the World Cup calendar when that gets started. Women try to make their mark and on that World Cup roster of all those wonderfully talented athletes as they round the final corner here and now head down the finish line chute.
Yeah, elite women are going to see 5 to go this time. Speaking of Haley Batten and Sea Otter, did you know last year Haley Batten, as part of her early season, went up the road to Seattle and actually won the gravel race last year. And so we talked a little bit about that as a lot of these athletes, including Jen Jackson, going to go up the road next weekend as they make their way through. Haley Batten setting the pace. Jen Jackson, Sevilla Blanc, and Gwendolyn Gibson round out our top 4 in our elite women's competition. Maddie Monroe here kind of out there by herself, looking to get back on terms, see if she can't bridge back up. 12 seconds gap. 12 seconds, Maddie, from...
Maddie's got some push in her. I wouldn't be surprised at all if she's able to reattach to that. But Gwen, too. Gwen's raced with us a bunch here at Quick and Dirty in the local San Diego area, and super proud of that, to watch her to grow up and mature and become the super talented racer that she is.
McKenna Kellerman just coming through the start-finish now, rounding out top 5 as we take a look here, and more riders coming through. There's a group look at our leaders. It is a league group of 4. They're going out on lap number 2 of 6.
Yeah, riders are taking a feed, getting a bottle over the head to keep the body nice and cool as possible, as it'll start to heat up here for sure up this climb.
Lap times 12:21 by our leaders. 12:21 was the mark set on lap 1. And coming through the start finish, this is going to be the first of our U23. Elizabeth Knight currently setting first, and Estelle Slingsby in second. So keep an eye on that U23 competition as Ellie Knight making her way through. Maya Blanchard setting third in our U23 competition, about 10 seconds back. And Landry McLean coming across the line, setting 4th in our U23 competition.
Maddie did attach to that.
Look at that. Was able to latch back on and look and being aggressive. See if she can't hold the pace here. That's a big effort big dig put in by Maddie as she come through with about 10 seconds back and was able to bridge back up. And now we're back to a league group of 5.
She rode right to the front just to say, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to race. Let's go. No real selections being made yet in this group. Everybody's content to just keeping the pressure high, keeping the pace even.
I mean, at this point, Jen, you've settled in. We've seen who's got what early on. Haley tested the entire field. She sees who has that fitness that's able to go with her. And so, yeah, I think at this point they're going to settle in. There's a lot of racing left, and at some point we'll see some moves made. But we know that's about halfway through the race. We'll see when these athletes start to test one another a little bit more, but I do expect that we'll see some of those fireworks go off here in just a little bit, just a matter of when.
Yeah, manage that effort, minimize, if not eliminate, any mistakes.
And we've seen Haley make moves early in race. That's something she does quite often where, she maybe, you can see she's keeping the pressure on and creating separation between her and Sevilla Blanc riding second wheel. Jen Jackson filtering back in the field, now setting 4th.
So they carry that speed so well through that corner that kicks right into an uphill. Yeah. That helps everything in terms of both your ability to manage the pace, but also keep your position and get the gear changed into the right gear that you're going to need to handle that quick, now double-digit grade that they're out of the saddle and climbing up.
Yeah, they're going to push their way up towards that Connex box here in just a little bit, that over-under feature, and then tackle a couple rock gardens. Then after that, drop down to that Orange Seal speed and style section. All these athletes, most of them taking the A-line at the pointy end of this race, so gapping it out over some mandatory gap jumps. Pretty cool to see. Short travel bikes, too. We talked about that. These bikes, really are race machines, and they're going to use every millimeter of that suspension on a course like this.
Yeah, fine-tune as well. All these machines top of the line for their respective manufacturers, and all the best equipment being utilized by these athletes.
Yeah, you can see Maddie back setting fifth wheel, really working hard to stay up with this lead group. Impressive effort to get back on terms, but then you see she's really up and out of the saddle trying to keep the pace that is being set by Haley Batten with a Specialized factory ride.
Yeah, smooth flow, kind of the words of the day here for this group, because they are just cruising through this course and eking out every bit of power that they can to stay in control of it. We mentioned a number of times how there's a nice layer of dust on top of the hard pack here that can really cause that front wheel to squirt out from underneath you if you're not careful. So these riders, no doubt, have done a ton of pre-riding on the course, lapped this thing a number of times and know where the best lines are in every corner, able to stretch out every ounce of speed that they can get, carry that speed all throughout the course.
Great to see Gwendolyn Gibson back up there towards the front. Again, round one just a few weeks ago, it was Haley Batten and Gwen Gibson battling it out for that HC UCI XCO competition in round one of the 2026 US XC Open Series presented by Vail Farms. And speaking of Vail Farms, we're going to be seeing that power climb come up here in just a little bit as they make their way up towards that Connex box. Go up and over here, and that's Gwen taking the pass there as they go over the top of that Connex box. Going to loop around and send them through to that second rock garden. And then from there, drop down to that Orange Seal Speed and Style section, where they go through. Just a really cool, unique course element, kind of taken from the sport of moto. And then you see A-B line options there for our elite athletes. You got a B line there on the right, a A-line being taken by, I think that's Sevilla Blanc airing it out until moving to the front.
Look at that. Yeah, took a couple of nice jumps and used that speed that she's able to carry around that berm to just slingshot her right back into the lead.
Well, that's what those A-B, the A-line definitely has a, little risk-reward factor to it. And you saw right there the reward is if you take that A-line, you're going to carry speed and be able to make the pass in the air. And come off that A-line setting in first now. As we get a look back at some of our other athletes in the competition. They're down here at the bottom of the course. They've dropped off the mountain here, pretty close to where we're setting here at the start-finish. They're going to make a hard right turn and start that Vail Farms power climb. This time it's going to be Sevilla Blanc leading them up. Maddie Monroe able to hang with this lead group. So strong showing by that Live Factory athlete.
Settle in, feel the burn. Don't think about looking back. Get that pedal stroke nice and round and smooth. Putting out probably 500-600 watts. I'm a bit of a watt geek when it comes to that, and I'm always just so blown away and impressed by what these athletes can do when you see the post-race power files and the effort that they have to put out for the time that they have to put it out. And I think that's one of the things you don't appreciate watching cycling as much on TV as you do when you're in person and able to see how fast they're going for how long they can keep that power up. It's super impressive.
That's a great shot. Shows the expansiveness of the race venue here. And shout out to Vailocity Bike Park and the Temecula KOA, home to the Vail Lake Resort, premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. We got over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider. You're seeing a lot of those different types of trails all packed in to this XCO Olympic-style race course. As they approach the top of this power climb, Sevilla Blanc still leading the charge. Gwen Gibson setting second wheel. Jen Jackson coming around on the outside, riding 2x2. Haley Batten getting behind her.
Maddie got detached there for a little bit, but dug in and was able to reconnect with this lead group. Now still a pack of 5.
Maddie doing everything she can to hold on to this lead group. Sevilla Blanc at the front just making it look easy.
Don't they all, though? That is always one of the most impressive things, just how easy they make it look. You know they're suffering. You know it hurts, but, man, they just make it so smooth and so easy to go that fast.
This is where Charles Thomas made his move right there as they came across the top to put himself in position for the win in our junior men's 17-18 race that just finished up about an hour ago. A little loose there in that turn. That's what we're talking about. Course conditions definitely dry, dusty, and loose, as you saw the front end of Sevilla Blanc there. Good recovery there, though. So,
yeah, tire choice real critical. Make sure you got the right tires with the right edges to be able to hold those tough corners like that in this loose dirt.
And we're going to pick up now. It's a descent all the way down to the finish line. A few ups and downs, mostly descending here from the high point of the mountainside. And, Jim, as you called it earlier, the wee factor, fun factor is high on this part of the course.
It's got to be. How can you not just sit there and be screaming that inside of your head when you're coming down these fun, flowy trails like that?
Little drop here, making it look easy, and then a few more twists and turns will be coming through the venue, and leader's going to see 4 to go this time through. It is Sevilla Blanc now setting the pace with the Decathlon Ford. Riders carrying good speed here as they take the A-line here. A little gap drop right here over that little rubble. And not a lot of native rocks up here in the high desert in Southern California, so a lot of these rock gardens built with intent.
Yeah, Eric and the crew had to import them and get a big crane to drop them into place in some of these rock gardens, because what's a good mountain bike cross-country course if it doesn't have a rock garden, right?
Yeah, and again, like when you think about this series and what it offers for these riders early season, you want to make sure that these courses are packed full with technicality, so it kind of primes the pumps for a full calendar of racing. This weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup, round 2 of a 5-round series that is the USXC Open Series. USXC Open premier cross-country mountain bike series in the country. It's 5 rounds. We'll crown 10 champions in June, including Elite U23, Junior 17-18, 15-16, and 13-14. Over $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs.
It's great that we've been able to grow out this series to that many events and get all these athletes involved from all corners of the country. Is our leading group of 5 now coming through, and they're going to see lap cards with 4 to go, ladies. 4 to go.
That is Sevilla Blanc setting the pace. Gwen Gibson second, Jen Jackson third, Maddie Monroe and Haley Batten.
Call that Grupo Compacto at this point, and everybody kind of settling in as the midway point of the race here, and we're getting close to the midway point of the race. And the feeling out has been done, I'd say, and everybody going to kind of measure their effort. They'll probably grab a cooling bottle here as they come through the feed zone. And
lap time there just under 13 minutes, so 12:56 was the mark there for our leaders.
Still quick on this course with all that climbing.
For our U23, it was Elizabeth Knight leading the way, bib number 211, and Estelle Slingsby and Maya Blanchard. We should see here in just a little bit the leaders of that U23 competition make their way through the start-finish line. Great shot of, unique shot through the tree, or what was left of it. Not a lot of, kind of this high desert, Jim. Not, one thing, at least temps today still under 70 degrees, about a 10-mile-per-hour wind out of the west. Just a beautiful day for a bike race as our leaders now coming through. More riders coming through, for the start-finish line.
A little bit of press here now being applied.
But no, what I'm saying is that not really, no place to hide from, this what is abundant sunshine. A little bit of cloud coverage today, but still plenty of sunshine. And so,
yeah, but like you were saying, no real trees, no real canopies out here to ride through or to get any cover or
hide from the wind or from the sun, right? The elements, right? There's no place to hide from them out here.
You're exposed pretty much everywhere out here.
All right, we get a look here at some. In our lead group staying all together, Jim. And you're right, we're not quite at the halfway point, but we're getting close. And so next time around, leader's going to see 3 to go, and that will be the halfway point for our elite women. Again, our U23 going to do 1 less lap. They're going to do 5. As we get a good look now at rider 151, that's Alice Hoskins with Bear National. So here's the race here. It's our U23. Estelle Slingsby just came through. She's the current leader for our U23 race. Elizabeth Knight setting in second. And so the battle for 1-2, they came through pretty close together there. So definitely battles happening all over the course. But right now our U23 competition is Estelle Slingsby, bid 94, and Elizabeth Knight battling out bib 211.
Field looking pretty evenly split in terms of the number of riders on course and how many are racing the elite, how many are racing the U23. And
so we get a look at some of our U23, and
Elise is right in there. She's mid-pack overall, so U23 is definitely holding their own in terms of their placing in the field.
Some of our Bear National Team riders there, Alice Hoskins and Bailey McSpadden.
Yeah, why doesn't Adam grab them climbing up the hill though right now, the leader? Jerome's going to draw back and try to find 211.
Shout out to Stella Slingsby, again setting first in our U23 category. Where'd you go, Stella?
Haley now taking over at the front, going right past Maddie and saying, I'm going to just get back up here in the front of the tip-top part of this climb and try and stretch the elastic just a little bit more. Nobody looking like they're in any real bit of trouble yet, though, and everybody able to just hang on and be part of this lead train of 5 riders. This great coverage, part of InsiderMTB.com, and their excellent drone pilots and well-mounted cameras giving us a view of virtually every square inch of this course.
Yeah, a little step down there. These riders being now led back by Haley Batten again, make their way back towards the bottom of the venue. Yeah, currently in our U23 competition, Stell Slingsby, Elizabeth Knight, and Landry McLean, all Bear National, are setting 1, 2, 3 in our U23 competition. So there's some battles happening out there on course. Get a good shot there of the leaders of our U23 competition. Again, riding the same course. Everybody today riding this same purpose-built, put-together Olympic-style XCO race course.
So many options out here at this facility to make different courses. The amateurs tomorrow will be riding even a different lap than this, and a little longer extended lap, because we're going to have a lot of amateurs out on the course at the same time in different categories, but just shows you the flexibility and the range of type of trails they can add into the mix here to create different courses of all types. It's really, really special. Haley getting a nice turn of speed here on the lower slopes of the course and flexing her bike handling skills.
She continues to push the pace up and over that Connex box. Look at Maddie Monroe now slotting up into second. Strong showing by that Live Factory racer. She was thought early on, as a few seconds back, was able to bridge back up and rejoin this lead group, and now setting second wheel following Haley Batten off the mountain.
I think this shows, too, the races at this level, that things can change for yourself over the course of a race. You can be feeling really good at some points and then really not so good at others, and even that can turn around in the end for you because your body comes good again and you're able to put out an effort that you might not have thought possible earlier in the race. Sevilla again takes that A-line.
Jen Jackson went with her as well, just airing it out over those mandatory gap jumps in that A-line. And again, that puts Sevilla back in front so that you can see the difference in taking that A-line. And Sevilla's used that twice now to make a pass.
Yeah, those riders are going to definitely take note of that, either to know where she is when they get to that point in the course next time, or maybe choose their own slot through that A-line to be able to get that same sort of space that she did.
Yeah, shot there on our screen of our leaders, Estelle Slingsby and Elizabeth Knight, Bear National riding together. Landry McLean with Bear National setting third in that U23 competition. She was about 14, 15 seconds back that last lap, but you see you got a lead group of two now, Bear National in our U23 competition. Teammates riding together but battling it out for the win today in our U23 women's competition.
Hard to pick them apart. They look so darn identical with those good-looking kits and those ponytails hanging out the back there. And
yeah, high point here as they've made their way up the Village Farms power climb and now get to drop off the mountain. They're doing one less lap, and so we'll let you know when going to wrap up. But they still have a lot of racing left to go, and definitely Bear National got well control of this U23 competition as we take a look there at another Bear kit. Landry McLean, also Bear National, giving chase. And now back to our lead group of elite women as we look at Sevilla Blanc, Jen Jackson, Haley Batten, Gwen Gibson, and Maddie Monroe. It is Sevilla Blanc now setting the pace. Jen Jackson second wheel. Sevilla coming around, airing it out, taking that A-line. Jen went with her, positioned both those ladies to now be in the lead of this race.
Yeah, everybody's still looking really fresh and really comfortable out there on their machines, and we'll get an idea of how that lap time compared to the first couple as they well through the main part of this lap. Just about to crest the high point of the course.
Those tuning in on InsiderMTB.com want to thank Provello and enter to win a free bike. Just scan that QR code and maybe your kiddo wins a brand new Provello. Look at him. Haley Batten.
Haley kind of shutting the door there. I think she sensed that Gwen was trying to sneak up into that spot, and
I think Haley's looking to come around as Sevilla Blanc goes to the right here. Again, position here is important as they come off the, specifically last lap, and we saw that in our junior men's competition, where you're at when you come off the top of this mountain and head down for a final to prove to be critical for her to be able to create some separation and win that race. Take a look back here. It's one of our U23 athletes potentially here as we
yeah, that's that 1-2 duo with the Bear National team.
It is Sevilla Blanc leading them off the mountain now. Next time through, leader's going to see 3 to go. We will be at the halfway point for our elite women's competition. And that's, Jim, I think, at that point, there's got to be some strategy about where you're at halfway through the race, and they know the lap is going to start ticking down, and so I have to imagine, I think we could expect an attack from the likes of like Haley Batten. I think that's part of some strategy we've seen over the years with her race style, and so.
Yeah, at this point you've got a good sense of how your body's feeling, how the legs have warmed up and are feeling really good, so. And you've seen the course enough now to know to go to really pick your spot and understand where you can make that move. And also, too, and as important, you've got a good sense of how your competitors are doing, whether or not you think you're in a better spot than them and then might be able to hold that big attack for as long as you need to.
I know it's a different style of race, but yesterday's short track, very similar with Haley Batten, kind of kept throwing some darts and attrition over 20 minutes, and Jen Jackson able to answer the call every time as We get a look at one of our Bear National riders. That's Alice Hoskins, our elite women's competition. You can tell, based on her riding style, Sevilla Blanc really comfortable with technical mountain biking and on the descent. She seems to be pretty happy to be on the front.
They got a little bunched up there on that tight corner.
Yeah, well, I think they came. There's an A-B line, just a couple riders' choice right there. Not really an A-B line, but they all kind of came together at the same time in that corner as they approached the start-finish. And on approach now, leading them in is Sevilla Blanc, our elite women. A group of 5. Going to see 3 to go this time through. 3 to go, ladies. 3 to go. Again, few places to set up and take a feed, and all of these athletes look like they're taking advantage of it right here. 3 to go, ladies.
Yeah, take on some nutrition, get some hydration in you. Halfway through the race now, things have kind of reset. Everybody's got a good feel of the competitors, how they're doing. They got a good feel of their own abilities right now. And this is when the fireworks are going to start popping off here in the second half of this race. They'll get a chance to get a cooling bottle here as they come through the tech zone.
That lap at 12:59, so just under 13-minute lap times by our leader, Sevilla Blanc, Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, Maddie Monroe, Gwendolyn Gibson. To go through the feed zone there.
You have to have these feed zone in these flat, wide places because there's no really other place on the course to be able to take the hands off the bars to be able to get a bottle in your hand and take it on. You got to be able to do it when it's flat and easy like this, and then attach back onto the bike and hold on as you.
Shot of Landry McLean there as she makes her way up the mountain. Currently setting 3rd for Bear National, our U23 competition. We got one rider here just working through maybe a little bit of lap traffic at this point.
Okay. Yeah, this is the elite of the women's racers here in North America, if not the world. All still sizing each other up. A group of 5 out in front. As we're into the second half of this race now, the elite women here, Orange Seal Pro Cup, round 2. Pace has been ebbing and flowing a bit.
Yeah, we've seen all these riders kind of take turns at the front. Jen Jackson's been off the front. Sevilla Blanc now off the front for almost a full lap. Haley Batten's taking a turn. Maddie Monroe rode herself back into contention as she found herself after that just blistering pace at the start of the race by Haley Batten. Maddie Monroe with Live Factory able to bridge back up and make this a lead group of 5 elite women.
Yeah, always just so impressive to watch how much control they have over the bike. Not a wasted effort to be found. Accelerations are nice and smooth coming out of the slow corners. Get back up to speed. They handle the tricky technical sections with ease and flow. Right now, Sevilla's showing that off to a very high degree. She's leading this elite group of competitors down one of the snaky, flowy sections of course here on a single track line. We'll get to that decisive A-line, B-line section here and see who goes where and see if that does anything to the overall placings at this point of the race.
Yeah, you got our Olympians now, Sevilla Blanc and Haley Batten, both of them representing Team USA at the Paris Olympics. We know Olympic narrative is about to start ramping up here in the States and across the world as LA 2028 Olympic qualifying window about to come into view. I think that starts this May, if I'm correct. And there at the front of this bike race are our Olympians and the athletes that represented Team USA in 2024 in Paris. And Haley Batten taking the silver medal after that race. Pretty famous quote.
After that, yeah. What was that? You remember?
Next one's hers.
Next one's mine.
That's
yeah.
right.
And I wouldn't bet against her, tell you what. Racing on home soil like that is going to be really special. And I was waving the flag really hard for Vailocity Bike Park to get the nod as that venue, but alas, they picked somewhere else altogether, more up in the L.A. County, and I know they're going to do a great job at building a really world-class venue to host that Olympic event.
Yeah, Progressive Trail Design out of Arkansas actually selected to be the trail builders for that Olympic venue. That announcement made a few months ago. Pretty exciting as we look now at Haley Batten setting the pace, and expect the energy to pick up here a little bit in this race as we're going to run out of laps. But look back at Sevilla Blanc talking about her career, ranked 41st in the UCI classification when she first joined the Decathlon Ford team at the start of the 2023 season. She's had a spectacular rise to the top of the world rankings in 2025, really a standout season highlighted by multiple elite World Cup podiums, claiming the U.S. Elite Short Track National Championship and a career-best fifth-place finish at the UCI World Championships. No stranger here to Vail Lake. Expect her to have a strong showing, and she is up here in the top 5.
Haley now kind of asserting a bit of dominance on this group. She pulled away, and that group of 5 now stretched out a bit. Haley leaning into the pace and trying to cause some separation. She doesn't want to get bunched up with any sort of line choices or anything like that. She says, this might be the time now that I just start to lean into the pedals a little harder, put a little more power out, and gain some time, gain a little more advantage over her racing compatriots.
Looking there at the part of our U23 competition as they came through last time. It was still Elizabeth Knight now moving to the front. Out solo, able to move around and gain that number 1 position against teammate Estelle Slingsby.
2-1.
Elizabeth Knight, number 211. About 18 seconds up over second place now. Teammate Estelle Slingsby. Landry McLean still setting third in that U23 competition. And I think the pace is starting to pick up out here, Jim, as Haley Batten now looking over her shoulder. I think a move's been made as she has definitely picked up the pace with 3 to go. We're starting to see some separation. Alarm bells might be going off in this lead group of 5.
She did it on the downhill, too. She took that advantage, being able to really pick up some time on a downhill section of the course. They all took the beeline over there, you saw. So no one really got an advantage there. But Sevilla and Jen were able to capture that back and have now reattached, and Maddie and Gwen hanging on just off of them a few bike lengths.
Yeah, despite limited racing opportunities in 2025, Batten remained a consistent presence on the world stage. We talked about it. She went down and won Sea Otter. It really reinforced her status as one of the top American tenders in elite cross-country mountain biking. Just a few weeks ago, she backed up those winning ways in Fayetteville. She won Wednesday's UCI XCO C1. She won Friday's short track. And as we talked about, Flat took her out of contention for the win, and it was Gwen Gibson taking the win in round 1 of the US XC Open Series. Good to see Haley Batten off to a strong start here in 2026. Get a look now at current leader of our U23 competition.
I think that speaks to her, her 5-star capabilities, right? She's kind of the Swiss Army knife. She can race the short track, and can race the XCO, and she can go up and win these long gravel races, 80, 90 miles. It just shows you the talent that exists.
Yeah, a lot of racing happening here all over the course. As shot more of our current leader. Teammates working together there. Sorry. Haley Batten coming through your screen there. Sevilla Blanc, Jen Jackson, and Gwen Gibson. And I don't see Madigan Monroe now in the mix. Was the pressure just too much, Jim? Or is We know she's already bridged back once in this race early on.
Yeah, Maddie did fall off the back there a bit. We got some downhill section coming here. She might be able to claw some of that back.
There's the gap there. Well, I don't think that's the gap either. I think now Haley Batten on attack on this climb.
Yeah, you can just tell the cadence. You can see the cadence that she's really putting a hard effort in to try and stretch the elastic a little bit more. And then now the right turn and a plunge back down towards the main part of the venue here in the expo.
In our U23 competition, it is Elizabeth Knight setting the pace now. Stell Slingsby setting second. Landry McLean setting third. 1, 2, 3 for Bear National.
Got a little loose on that corner there, but managed to keep it upright. And now this flowy descent. A couple little lumps and bumps in between.
Good look at your leader there, working with another rider. 211 is Elizabeth Knight. Last time came through, she was leading our U23 competition. And then now starting to see some more separation out here on course. As a race leader navigating a little traffic here. But you can tell the pace has definitely picked up. Last time through was a 12:59 for our race leaders. Something tells me this lap's going to be a little quicker than that, Jim.
Yeah, for sure. Haley definitely starting to come good and put some distance between her and the rest of those chasers now.
Good shot there at current race leader in our U23 competition, Elizabeth Knight. Approaching that Connex box, that moto style feature, over under. Going to go around, circle in, shoot out the other side onto a pretty aggressive rock garden. And then drop down off the mountain back into the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. As we get a look now, as they're going to shoot through that Connex box, and you see them put that short travel suspension to work. And now look at our race leader. Look at this, Jim. There is some clear separation for the first time as Haley Batten on a flyer this lap. Jen Jackson, I think, now riding second, seeing if she can close down. She was able to go with her yesterday during the short track competition. But you can definitely see Haley Batten has picked up the pace for Specialized Factory. Sevilla Blanc now setting third. We know Maddie Monroe has already come off the back of that lead group. We'll see if Gwendolyn Gibson or anybody's got what it takes to close this gap down and battle it out, as it should be 2 to go for our leaders this time through.
Haley getting nice and low as she's eating a bit of that headwind that's now pushing right down the finish chute.
And there's Jen Jackson trying to keep pace in Sevilla Blanc now, so separation for the first time. That lap did come down significantly, 30 seconds faster, 12:33.
Yeah, and look what it did to that lead group of 5 now. We're spread out all now. And
2 to go for our leaders as Gwen Gibson comes through now. 12 seconds gap between Gwen and third place.
Now this gets personal. This is where now everybody's out racing by themselves. No wind to be shed by the rider in front of you. No lines to follow. You're out here now, everybody now racing on their own and trying to gain whatever bit of advantage they can over the rider behind them. Maddie Monroe coming through start finish right now.
About 30 seconds back from fourth place, Gwen Gibson.
But Haley Batten so far stamping some dominance. And just like that, though, there's Jen Jackson.
Look at our current race leader there. Out of those two, there's a race within a race. I think other athlete there, part of our elite women's competition, but that is Elizabeth Knight. And look, Jen Jackson able to bridge back up and go with Haley. Answered the call.
Yeah, that's a nice move. That's a nice power move by Jen to be able to reattach to that. She had probably a good 6-7 second gap there, and Jen just eliminated that over the course of maybe about not even a half a mile.
Well, we saw this yesterday. This was the 2 elite women in the short track competition. They brought it down to a 2-up sprint. Jen Jackson coming around on the outside to take the win at the line. And now we're back at it again today. Haley Batt and Jen Jackson battling it out.
These aren't just 2 of the best in North America. These are 2 of the best on the planet by far. And now it looks like they're going to go toe-to-toe here to crown the champion of our elite women race. Because every time their little gap gets established, even for a little bit, a little portion of that lap, it gets reeled right back, and then they vault over one another, and the chase is on in earnest here at our elite women race.
Yeah, I saw Sevilla Blanc back there now off screen. We'll see if she can bridge back up. But with 2 to go, you can tell the pace has definitely picked up, and we saw that with the lap times, about 30 seconds faster that time around as Haley Batten applying pressure to the rest of this elite women's field. Sevilla Blanc there coming into screen. Got to navigate a little bit of lap traffic. And
we might be setting up a situation where that Violich power climb is going to be the decisive element of the course that determines the winner. So,
yeah, it's been the case so far all day, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case.
This now really at the front, a 2-woman race. They were able to shed their other 3 compatriots, and now chasing each other down this descent back towards the venue before they hit that power climb for the second to last time.
Man, look, they're just ripping.
They are.
On the side of that mountain. You can see a shot of the venue there behind them. Haley still charging, just putting in just a big dig. It's like a
just to make sure she's still here. My goodness, I'm putting out this amount of power. She's still right here. Yeah, of course. That's Jen Jackson. Who else would you expect to be able to hold your wheel? Sevilla not out of this by any stretch. She's got some power climb in her. She knows she can reattach to that. It's going to take a big effort to do it, though, because these 2 elite racers now stamping their authority on the race and trying to stretch it out so that it doesn't have to come down to that sprint finish. They want to sell it all on the course, leave it all out on the climb if they have to.
Yeah, Sevilla was about 5 seconds back when they came through here, but I think that has been significantly extended now, as there's a shot of Sevilla Blanc with that Decathlon Ford team out on her own, setting in 3rd. As Bailey Siopa comes through the venue with 2 to go. 2 to go. I'm waiting on approach here. Shortly, we should see the leaders of our U23 competition. They're going to get the 1 to go. Lap card's going to read 2, but they're doing 1 less lap. So when our leaders come through the start-finish, we'll let you know. Two to go, Alice. 2 to go.
These racers, too, they know each other. They've raced against each other for dozens of races, and they've got a good idea what their early season fitness is like. So there's a lot of measuring up going on right now between these 2 riders as they are able to kind of gauge the effort needed to be able to put in whatever attack they can make here. So much speed, so much flow being carried.
Jen Jackson just able to, again, match this attack being put down by Haley Batten. As we know, the lap speeds of times have picked up. Everyone opting for these A-lines. Okay, here we go. Elizabeth Knight coming through. 1 to go for our U23 as Elizabeth Knight comes through the start-finish, leading our U23 competition, part of that Bear National team. 1 to go for our U23 leader. Coming through with her was Bailey McSpadden, rounding out a top 10 of our elite women competition. So see Bailey setting their second wheel. She's in that elite competition. She's got 2 to go.
Yeah, she can set in and take a little draft off of that leader there.
Same team, different race though, right? So Bailey's opted up into the elite category, and Elizabeth is leading that U23 competition. And now Estelle Slingsby on approach. Looks like she's had to pull off just short of the start finish for a mechanical. Get some work, but you get there a shot of her. She's trying to get her bike worked on, see if she can't get back on course. Currently setting second.
Looks like a problem with the headset there.
But now Zoe Oster maybe coming around. Now that Zoe's going out. 1 to go, and now Estelle Slingsby back on her bike, but Maya Blanchard with segment 28 now right behind her. As Estelle comes through, and Maya able to close that down. Now she's got second place in her sights, so that race for second and third in our U23 competition.
Shows you how quickly things can change, right? You think, oh man, I'm relegated to third, if not worse here. No, I got a shot at second. If I just dig in now, I've got that carrot out there to chase.
And they got 1 to go. Look back here at our leaders in our elite women's competition. Now Jen Jackson moved to the front now, setting the pace in front of Haley Batten, working their way through some lap traffic as Landry McLean comes through with 1 to go. 1 to go, Landry, 1 to go.
Those switchback climbs like that can be real challenging, right? Because you're carrying some speed, but it kicks up and a tight turn forces the bike off the line. You got to be able to manage that, hold the speed, and keep that place without rubbing that back wheel on your person right behind you.
Okay, then there's Sevilla Blanc. So we know that gap was about 5 seconds last time through, but it's encouraging to see Sevilla come through the screen there. See, maybe she might be trying to put in a big dig and see if she can't bridge back up to what is Jen Jackson and
now is
Haley
the time.
Batten.
Now is the time. Otherwise, the race is going to continue to move up the road because these two are just going to continue to ramp up their pace. Look at that. Now, here you go. Here was that pass on the A-line, B-line choice.
That's Jen Jackson just airing it out.
You can see how much more speed the rider is able to carry through that section there as the inside line has more of the obstacles to go that they're forced to go slower over.
Yeah, Jen Jackson, Sevilla Blanc, the 2 elite women opting for that A-line to point into this race as they approach the top of this climb.
Great drone coverage there being provided by InsiderMTB.com. You can check out their coverage all next week up at Sea Otter 2. The guys will be there posted up. They got some great segments planned to talk to racers like Chris Blevins and other top brands in the industry to see what's going on. So be sure to tune into their channel to catch all the goodies coming out of Sea Otter next week.
And I wonder if Jen Jackson now sitting in front, I think may have slowed the pace a little bit because you're starting to see Sevilla more and more in the screen. Don't know that to be the case. Look there at our race leader of our U23 competition, but depending on Sevilla, Jen was able to slot into the front. She may not be carrying as much speed as Haley was earlier. Don't know if Sevilla can take advantage of that or not. Last time through, again, lap time 12:33, so it picked up by about 30 seconds faster than the previous lap.
Setting up to be a mirror image of yesterday in terms of the finish between these two riders.
Gapping it out over that drop there, and now on approach to the finish line here shortly. They twist their way down the mountain. More racers coming through here. Avery Roberts coming across the line. Emma Wilcox coming in as well. Emma, you got 1 to go. Or no? Mine. And next time through for our U23 leader, that will be for the win.
Yeah, she got this one comfortably in hand.
Now we look down the start-finish stretch. Should be seeing the leaders of our elite women's competition rejoin us here at the venue at some point shortly, but look back out here at the leader of our U23 competition. That's Elizabeth Knight with Bear National. And here we go, side by side. Going to get the 1 to go this time through for our elite women. Jen Jackson leads them through. Jen Jackson, Haley Batten battling it out. 1 lap to go, ladies. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
That is a massive amount of talent and experience there leading this race. Sevilla now coming into view. Going to come across the line in P3 right now.
Sevilla trying to close down that gap. 1 to go, Sevilla. 1 to go. Time split, 16 seconds. 16 seconds.
That's motivation enough right there. That's going to say to her, I've got the ability to be able to attach that and claw some of that gap back. But, you know, both of these two riders are going to do everything they can to launch various attacks, multiple attacks over the top of one another on this last lap. Haley takes a bottle there, gets a little hydration, gets a little cooling onto the body. Takes on a gel. Get that last bit of energy in the body here, as it's going to be an all-out effort on this last lap.
As Gwen Gibson comes across the line, setting in 4th, P4. 1 to go, Gwen, 1 to go. Look there at our current leader of our U23. Again, next time we see a leader of our U23, it should be for the win. She's riding out there with a competitor. I think that's Bailey McSpadden. She's out there, who's part of our elite women's competition, but those two have been able to hook up and ride together throughout this race. But again, a strong showing by Elizabeth Knight.
Yeah, she's been out in front and in control of that race from the gun.
Yeah, we'll just look back at our leaders on the final lap of our elite women's competition. As there's a shot of current leader of our U23 race. As they've got to make that climb one more time.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be glad for that, though, because, man, you get all the way down here at the bottom of the venue back at the expo, then you got to, instead of turning right and coming to this home stretch, you got to make a pivot left and go straight uphill.
Maddie Monroe coming through the start finish. 1 to go, Maddie, 1 to go. Again, look there at what has been a outstanding performance by Elizabeth Knight and that Bear National team. Going to be happy with the result if it holds, but big separation between her and the rest of the group last time through.
It's almost been like two different races. You know, there's two different races within this race, but this race itself among the elites has been almost two different races. There was the first half of the race where we were a bunch of 5 or 6 at one point, and now the second half of the race has basically been a 2-woman affair. Jen Jackson and Haley Batten just kind of moving around each other and coming over the top of one another each lap around and setting themselves up for a real fight for the finish here as they're going to tackle these main climbs. Looking now at the leader of our U23 race, but the elite race being played out, the finish of that is imminent here as they're about maybe getting close to the halfway point of the last lap.
Yep, in that race it is Jen Jackson still setting the pace over Haley Batten. We'll go back to that coverage here shortly.
Yeah, nicely. Look at that. Just like that. A nice dig being put in.
Yeah, and they're approaching the top of that first of 2 climbs, and so.
Covered nicely, though. Haley able to just cover that up
Oh,
easily.
and there's an attack potentially by Haley now.
of her
She
own.
takes advantage of Jen setting up a little bit. Haley moving to the front.
Yeah, this is a we're deep in the 12th round of a heavyweight fight here, and haymakers are now starting to be thrown.
There's the leader of our U23 about to crest the top of that climb for the final time. And back to our 2 elite women. And Haley Batten now up and out of the saddle, trying to carry momentum as they weave around.
If you're anywhere in our venue, folks, you're going to want to get next to the barrier here at the finish line, because you're about to see a dandy of 2 different finishes. One, a nice breakaway, complete lead domination by Elizabeth Knight in the U23, and a 1-2 up sprint here between Jen Jackson and Haley Batten for the elite women.
Haley Batten now lead them off the mountain back down here to the bottom. And starting to create a little separation now, Jim. We'll see if that, I think Jen definitely comfortable in these sections. We've seen her made pass on those A-lines several times, but Haley Batten definitely twisting the screws.
Haley's done that a couple times in this race where she's gotten time on the descent part, on the faster parts of the course.
But you can see she's on that descent. She's up and out of the saddle on the descent. Great look here at, I think, our race leader in the U23 competition. And now back to Haley Batten, all by herself on the screen. We'll see then Jen Jackson's right there.
Yeah, glued right to that rear wheel. Not much of a gap at all that she couldn't be able to close pretty quickly as they come across one of the nice gap jumps that the riders have to navigate on this course.
Yeah, I think they push up here to that Connex box here. Little over-under. Punchy part of the course. You can see as they push up and over and twist through and shoot through the other side, they'll drop down and rattle across that rock garden.
There really is no place to rest on this course. Even the start-finish chute, which is the flattest part of the course, you're either into a headwind or you're having to try and gap and claw some time back there while taking on some nutrition or some hydration. But yeah, lumpy and just all kinds of press having to be applied at all times.
And now back to our U23 leader as Elizabeth Knight twists and turns her way off the mountain. But look at this attack now. A little log hop here is, I think that's where we saw Haley Batten get caught up earlier, but then you saw Jen again taking the A-line, making that work for her to close that time gap.
Oh, what a great finish we're about to set up for. 2 of them. First of them is going to be the U23 here in just a few moments. And then these 2 riders will head up that final Violich power climb in what could be the decisive moment of the race itself.
Yeah, and Haley Batten's in good position to make a move on that climb as she's going to be set to lead him up it for a final time. All right, and now on approach, I do think getting pretty close here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a demanding performance. Racing for Bear National, Elizabeth Knight taking the win for our U23 competition.
Yeah, nice win for Elizabeth. That's a really impressive race for that young lady, and congrats to her and the Bear National team. Real proud of that, I'm sure. You think about the number of times we've had to mention Bear National today, we were getting paid for it, but my goodness, they've just been out here just dominating virtually every race that they're in.
Yep. See her on the podium here in just a little bit. But speaking of podiums, look at the effort now being put in by Haley Batten as She's definitely looking for the win here today, a round 2 for the USXE Open Series in the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. And Jen Jackson now.
Look at that amount of distance she put in just a short period of time. Jen Jackson now considered a chaser. Haley putting in a massive effort there to gain, gosh, probably 5-6 seconds, maybe more.
And she's still on the attack.
Yeah, showing no signs of easing off the power.
As Marin Lowe comes through the finish line, and look at this is that final climb, that power climb. And Haley is attacking the entire climb. We've seen him settle in and just kind of have a nice cadence up that each and every time, but not on this final lap. Haley Batten making it again, just similar to what we saw in our junior women's and junior men's competition. This is the climb that's decided the race. Haley Batten, too, choosing to make that move here and opening up a big split between her and now second place Jen Jackson.
That is so impressive, that turn of speed, that power that she's able to put out this late in the race to get the gap that she's now got. Decisive move for certain.
We'll get a look back here as Haley's the first to crest. You see there Jen Jackson still on that climb. And coming across the line there, second and third, Maya Blanchard going to finish second ahead of Estelle Slingsby in third for our U23 competition. So it's Maya Blanchard with segment 28. Going to be happy with that result. Another back there, some of the chasers, Gwen Gibson. But, man, now Haley already off the mountain and just ripping down the mountainside here at Vail Bike Park. And I don't see Jen Jackson on the screen. So there she is now. You can see the separation for the first time. That's 5 or 6 seconds at least. And Jen Jackson's got some good bike handling skills. She knows how to descend like the best of them. But I don't know that there's enough real estate, Jim, for her to close this gap that Haley Batten was able to open up on that climb. And we know Haley's been just as aggressive in the descents on the pedals the entire time.
Yeah, it might be a little too late. Haley, a number of times throughout this race, has gotten good time on the descents itself after starting the race with that absolutely violent attack that she did. Now capping it off here with a big one on the final climb, and now looking to put a cap on this one and take home the title here with a really, really well done race of just measuring that effort, knowing when to attack, and then unleashing that attack and being able to hold on to it throughout the remainder of the lap here. Navigating one of the rock gardens here nicely, smoothly, very easily. Yeah, coming into view here shortly. Folks, nuzzle up to that barrier, get close, and let's cheer it on because this is an impressive effort by some of the most elite athletes anywhere on the planet. Nice and smooth effort the entire race today. Now coming into view at the far end of the chute. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the champion today here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Give it up for Haley Batten. An impressive ride all throughout the race. Started with a huge attack. P2 going to go to Jen Jackson. A very well done race for her as well. Superstar elite athletes abound here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, and a very impressive race run by those two talented athletes.
You saw fist pumps by Haley as she crossed the line, excited to get that win.
Yeah, for sure.
Another strong showing here. Sevilla Blunt going to round out top 3 coming across the line for Decathlon Ford.
Yeah, really well done. All these athletes put on a great show for us. That's elite level racing at its best.
Haley Batten looking for win number 1, but it was a mechanical late in the race that took her out of contention. So know that she's got to feel good today where it all came together for her. And little last lap magic, making it happen, Jim.
Yeah, so far that we've seen a lot of that magic on the last lap, and that's what racing's all about, man. Holding on to that effort, being able to know that you've still got something in the tank to unleash it when it counts the most.
Shot there of our race winners for both our U23 and Elite. So congratulations once again to Elizabeth Knight for taking the win for our U23 competition, the Bear National team. And as you just saw in the last lap, Haley Batten making that move, creating that separation and bringing it solo across the line for the win for our Elite women's competition. As more riders now start to come in, this is Hannah Ray.
Man, aren't we lucky? Aren't we lucky to get treated to this kind of effort here? Yeah, we'll go P4 here.
Gwen Gibson now wrapping up her race. Going to be happy with the top 5. We'll see her on the podium in a little bit. All smiles. Part of that Trek Unbroken. We'll see her teammate Riley Amos here in a little bit. Don't go far. Up next is going to be our Elite men's competition at 2 o'clock. First at 1:30. Ladies, at 1:30, we're going to do our podiums for our Elite women and U23 top 5. 1:30, so that'll come up here pretty quick, so don't go far. We'll be doing our podiums for our Elite women and U23 competition, 5 deep, here in about 10 minutes.
Shows you the camaraderie that these riders have, hugs all around, and everybody can appreciate the effort that they had to put out just to contend with one another. And no doubt they'll be bar to bar all season long here and over across in Europe and South America and Far East. All these women getting ready to depart for parts unknown over there and racing on that World Cup circuit. Like you said, later on in May, they'll start accumulating points for Olympic selection, which any of those athletes are, regardless of the country they're in, are definitely keen on being able to represent their country here in Los Angeles in a couple of years.
Look at that little sprint action here late in the race. This is Emma Wilcox coming across the line, that U23. And then Maddie Monroe going to round out our top 5. Maddie out there with a strong showing, bridged up early and was able to be a part of that lead group for a good amount of the race. Racing for that Live Factory Racing.
So it seems like every year the talent ratchets up, especially in the women's field. That just means we're getting more women, more access to the sport. They're racing on the best equipment. The teams are well supported, well funded, and being able to support them and promote them through the ranks like that. So that is just excellent. Love that all the way around, and know that that's going to continue for years to come.
Reminder, we're going to try to stick to the schedule. So just here in about 10 minutes or so, once we have our top 5 for our Elite women and our U23 competition, once we confirm those results, we'll see if we can't get those podiums underway. As you see your race leader for our Elite women getting the high fives.
I'm Haley Batten, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup. I'm Haley Batten, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup. I'm Haley Baden, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup.
And just a reminder, we're going to try to get podiums underway here in just a minute. I'm going to go check results, make sure that they are good to go, and we'll get our podiums underway. Let's say 5 minutes for our elite women and our U23 athletes once we have top five. If you just wrapped up your race and you're in top five, don't go far for me. Stick around, and we'll see you over at the podiums here in just a minute, right next to the registration tent. All right, at this time, we'll do our call to staging for our elite men. This is your first call to staging. About 15 minutes away from getting race action back underway here today. 2026 Orange Steel Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. This is going to be our call to staging for our elite men. What looks like it's going to be around 25 athletes. Likes of Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos, Carter Woods, Cole Patton will be out there. Excited for this next race. We're about 15 minutes away.
This is Insider MTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
Once again, we should have all of our elite men making their way to that staging area. We're going to get call-up started with right at about 1:56. Give us a couple minutes to get our riders to the line and a couple minutes for pre-race announcements. Jim, excited for another race here, getting settled into what looks like a 7-lap race. So it'll be a full pull here.
Yeah, the Elite's going to get to show us off what they got here on the men's side now. Turn out, we got another star-studded field here, and even a mix again, too, of some U23 riders stepping up and racing in the Elite category. U23 going to be our last race of the day, but up next, starting in the next 7 minutes, is going to be our elite men.
Yeah, looking at the current temperature, 69 degrees. The winds have picked up, similar to yesterday. Dust starting to blow around a little bit, where got gusts upwards of 20 miles per hour out of the southwest. A little bit of cloud coverage, but mostly just what I would call abundant sunshine and just a beautiful day in Southern California.
Just another one, ho-hum around here, my man. This is what we do. Pay the sunshine tax as a result, but darn it, if it's not worth it. And this one's going to be a dandy. This one's going to be a fire starter right from the get-go. Looking for some fast laps. Fastest laps all day going to be turned out by this group. We'll get them called up to the line, get them staged, get them queued up.
They're about 2 minutes away from getting those call-ups started.
But yeah, some fast guys represented in this group, all looking to gather up some early season points, increase their ranking, increase their starting positions at future races.
Looking back at Fayetteville, it's good to see Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos, Carter Wood here with us this weekend. A little bit over right about a month ago, it was Riley Amos taking the win in Fayetteville during the HC after Chris Blevins, if y'all saw the coverage, had to end up hiking his bike out of the woods after a mechanical took him out of that race. And then yesterday into short track competition here at the Orange Hill Pro Cup, it was Chris Blevins taking that short track win. Riley Amos caught up in that crash early on in that race. And good to see him back out here and ready to compete today. Probably a little sore, but hopefully he's ready to go. We're about 1 minute away from doing call-ups.
I think Christopher's probably keen on avenging that mechanical from Fayetteville and looking to double up and take 2 wins here.
Well, and I think we just saw that with Haley Batten. It was mechanical that took her out of contention in Fayetteville as well. And so putting that all together and taking the win here, she came across the line. Pretty excited. Have to be excited to get that first win under your belt for the season.
Man, wins like that do a lot for your confidence. Early on in the season, high placings are going to make you feel really good about the upcoming races, especially as those fields fill up with athletes from other countries. All right, we are now ready for our call-ups for our elite men at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Velocity Bike Park. Racing for Specialized Racing, Christopher Blevins. Racing for Trek Unbroken, Riley Amos. Racing for Giant Factory Off-Road Team, Carter Woods. Racing for Dirt Camp Racing, Devin Feehan. Racing for Bear Pro Team, Robbie Day. Racing for Trinity Racing, Dan English. Racing for Team Segment 28, Ivan Sippy. Racing for Team Segment 28, Austin Beard. Jack Spranger. Racing for Bear Pro Team, Dane Gray. Racing for Giant Factory Off-Road Team, Cole Patton. Racing for Ruler Pro Team, Lassie Konicki, Dylan Kerr, Braden Johnson, Henry Coote, Nicholas Konecki, Soren Westlake, Toby Hassett, Samuel Elson, Carson Beard, Brady White, Justin Peck, Juan Esteban Medina Gonzalez, Oliver Smith, and Sandy Florin.
All right, at this time, we'll turn it over to officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, you have about 2 minutes until your start. 2 minutes. You'll be given 1 minute, 30 second, 15-second warnings. Your race will start with whistle. Lap card is on your right. 7-lap race. 80% is after the finish line on your right. 2 minutes until your start. 2 minutes. Teams, please clear the grid. Thank you. One minute until the start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds until the start. 30 seconds.
This is here, and then the top right, that's the live stream, and then you just have
15. Race will start with whistle.
Okay, sweet. He'll introduce you. Jim the man, quick and dirty legend.
Come on now. And we are off. Our elite men now taking the course. Stacked field of superstar athletes now out on course. They got 7 laps on tap for them. And joining me in the booth for the first part of this race here is one of our local legends around here, if you will, Raulito Gonzalez. Good to see you, my man. What's going on? Glad to have you here with us.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you having me here. It's going to be a fun race.
My first question for you, as we watch the leaders start to stretch out here and race up to the first part of the climb, is why are you here in the booth and you're not with the number pinned on? I hear we had a good race going in Fayetteville and we had an unfortunate accident.
Yeah, man. It sucks to be on the sideline for this one. Supposed to be in this race right now, but we're here in the booth. Had a big get off in Arkansas. Thankfully, everything's recovering well.
Good.
Yeah, busted up my face a little bit, but it's all coming along well. It's going to be a fun race to watch right now.
You're a fast healer and a fast racer. This course, you are very familiar with. This park is a backyard for you. You probably cut your teeth here in racing all these trails, yeah?
For sure, yeah. I grew up here in Temecula. I live up in San Luis Obispo now for school, but yeah, this is definitely home. Put all my first hours on the bike here in Vail Lake. So know this terrain pretty well, and yeah, excited to call some fun racing here.
We've been talking about it a lot as we watch the riders start to string out now, getting in one long straight line. What makes this place so special? What is unique about this Vailocity bike park?
I think it's different, man. It's definitely a SoCal-style track. It's fast, it's flowy. You know, EC and all the crews have been putting out a ton of work. As you can see, these rock gardens, I mean, everything's pretty built up, you know, man-made, but still keeping that SoCal flow. It's, you know, these guys come from BMX, moto. It's all inspired down here in SoCal, so this style of racing's just, it's kind of its own. Yeah.
Now, you know and race against all of these riders, not just the elite. The U23s coming up a race after this. Many of the U23s in this race right now trying to gather some points up for later on in the season like that. Of course, we've got Chris Blevins and Riley Amos in here, two of the most notable ones. Who else should we be looking at to have a good placing here today?
For sure. We got tons of great riders out here. The level in North America right now is at an all-time high. Yeah, like you said, Chris, Riley. We got Devin Fian on the front right now for Dirt Camp Racing. You got Carter Woods in there for Giant Off-Road. Tons of great riders, all international. Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. Some of the U23s, Jack Springer had a great race yesterday in the short track, placing third. He's definitely a guy to watch out for. It looks like Devin's extending the lead a little bit coming into Air Force.
Yeah, he's come out really hard right out of the gate here, now turning around and being up one of the second of the third, probably longer climbs on this course. Everybody out of the saddle and charging really hard. You yourself are a member of one of the strong national and development teams here, came up through the ranks like that. Talk about the importance of those teams. Many of them represented in this race, but also here in the venue as Chris Blevins decides to assert his authority on the front end of this race and goes right over the top of that. Talk about the importance of those development teams and what they give you as a young athlete coming through the system like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything, you know, an opportunity. That's pretty much what it is. It's an opportunity to go out there, show what you got. And, I mean, you can start small and everyone starts somewhere here, but honestly, the sport's expensive, and Julia Violich and the Bear National team have given me an opportunity to kind of help myself grow through the ranks and come up from a small Temecula, SoCal race scene up to the national stuff. So these guys a lot of them have come up through development teams as well. I know Riley came up through the Bear National team as well. Chris came through the whole athlete team. So, yeah.
Is there recruiting that goes on among these teams? Is there a way that these teams try to attract these riders early on and then get them to stick with them throughout their U23 career?
For sure. I mean, I know Julia personally super well, and she's always on the lookout for the best next rider. And, yeah, she'll give opportunities. Even I've seen it, like, through NICA racers, high school racers that are maybe don't have the abilities to go race in the national level, but they have the capabilities. So she'll give opportunities out, and we've seen it. I mean, Riley was a NICA kid. You know, Gwen, they were all racing high school stuff. They had potential, and development teams have been able to do that, bridge that gap for them.
They're letting Chris Blevins get away here with that high cadence. That might be a mistake because, man, once he gets out in front like that, he tends not to look back and let anybody crawl right back over the top of him. So they better keep a close watch on him because he's already starting out on a really furious pace here. He won the short track yesterday in impressive fashion, and now putting an early stamp on the cross-country race here today.
Yeah, it looks like he's up out of the saddle, making an attack. Looks like he saw he had a bit of a gap there, and then he saw Riley a little bit off the pace, so he turned the screws on. You got Riley jumping on fourth right now, sitting behind Devin Fian and Carter Woods.
What are you doing up there in San Luis Obispo? You're trying to manage school and racing and keep it all together and still race at a really high level?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to be like Chris Blevins. That's why I'm playing.
Well, he's a local up there too, right? Yeah. You guys get to ride and train a lot together?
Not much yet, but yeah, he's up there. He's doing his thing. Yeah, I go to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, so I've been up there. Beautiful place to train, and I mean, honestly, it's like you can't really ask for anything better. Roads, mountains.
Yeah, it's got it's a beautiful part of
the beach on the mountain. Oh yeah, it's perfect.
Beautiful part of the state for sure.
For sure.
This course, we've been talking about it a lot today. A couple of new features with the over-under. We got the speed and style section and that Vail power climb, which has been decisive in these early races today. You think the same sort of thing is going to play out here today, where maybe some of the lower places or maybe even the lead might change hands on that power climb?
Yeah, just as we see Riley making that pass for third, he knows that next climb is going to be crucial. Jack's also
Is it, as a younger guy racing, when you get the chance to race with some of these guys, is there a little bit of fanboy going on there? You're lining up against some of your racing idols. That's got to be not so much intimidating. It's got to be thrilling in a way, yeah?
For sure. Yeah, whenever we get these opportunities as a U23 racer to race the elites, I mean, it's for sure. It's, you're looking at the back of some Specialized Factory or Trek Factory jerseys, and you're like, dude, this is sick. So definitely always kind of an excited moment for sure.
Is there a lot of chit chat that goes on out on course and in talking in terms of just maybe when you're making the pass or anything like that, or is it just all business?
Nah, for the most part, it's all business. I mean, there might be some words said or whatnot if something's a little bit on the edge, a little bit, crossing the line or whatnot. But usually, it's all business. And yeah, these guys are not looking like they're doing much chit chatting up front. They're doing their thing. Chris is pushing the pace.
Yeah, you're just breathing too darn hard and trying to keep your heart inside your chest without leaping out of your body and trying to escape the pain that you're in. I think we talked a lot about this too. One of the neat features of this course, and you probably raced here a lot when some of the NICA events and the Team Big Bear events that all get held here. Mm-hmm. There's just a ton of different ways to structure these courses, long and short, and whatever you want to do. That's one of the more impressive features, I think, of Vailocity.
For sure. There's thousands of different ways you can run the courses out here.
Yeah, reroute them all kinds of different ways. I know the amateurs tomorrow will be racing a little longer course that even goes up on some of those areas over there.
Yeah.
But no, it's a really special treat that we've got here right in our backyard here in San Diego County. Chris Blevins now continuing to lead as they've come across one of the high points of the course and snaking their way back down along the trailhead there.
Looks
but yeah,
like
already very strung out. There's a long line of chasers now that are trying to keep pace with this very furious pace that's already being set. And you can see, again, that high cadence that Chris is known for and that accelerations that he's been able to put on racers here domestically and all across the World Tour, winning both those titles last year. Talk about Devin. We don't know what's he all about. What's your knowledge of him as a racer?
Yeah, man. He comes from ATV racing, GNCCs. He was a professional ATV racer and made the switch to mountain bike a few years ago, and it's been nothing but horsepower from the guy. He's just been on the front doing his thing, kind of like what we saw at the start. He tends to be a fast starter, grabbing hole shots left and right, and he likes to push the pace early. He's a bigger dude.
Those moto guys, they earn a big engine by racing moto like that. That transfers really well to bikes, yeah?
For sure, yeah. He's got great bike handling skills too. Kind of also translates over. But he's got that mentality, and he picked it up pretty quick, it looks like. So
yeah, they know how to throw it into corners. They know how to get that racing advantage and keep the elbows out and keep their position in line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Chris comes from BMX. A lot of these guys kind of come from different aspects, different types of racing, and I mean, it all translates. You can see it out on the race course track.
A lot of these guys too, like you, they were racing when they were little guys, single digits in the age group, right? And come up all the way up, know nothing else. They didn't get swept away by basketball or baseball or anything like that, and they stayed with bikes their whole life.
Absolutely. Looks like some of the segment 28 boys are trying to latch on. Looks like that might be Austin Beard and Ivan Sippy trying to catch that toe.
And they're content, though, with letting Chris stay out there. They're going to try and hold on to that as long as they can. This course, too, we talked about it in the women's elite race, a couple of distinct line choices to be made here at different segments in the course as they now kind of make the turn for home here at the end of the first of 7 laps. We'll get that kind of rack and stack as they kind of look around to see what they got here. But impressive fast lap here first off. Yeah, Chris Blevins, Carter Woods, Riley Amos, Jack Spranger, Austin Beard, Ivan Sippy, Braden Johnson, and Cole Patton, Devin Freehan, and Toby Hassett all is part of that first group now racing in together and charging out on their second lap. couple segments here where there is a distinct A and B line. What do you do as a rider to prep yourself for that? Is that all you take that into account in the pre-ride and the looking at the lap, or is that more of a lap-by-lap decision based on if you know I can really time this the right way and slingshot my way around the faster line?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, during pre-ride, these guys are looking at all options, no matter if it's slow or faster. You never know when a rider's just going to bomb a section and you got to go around them. So they're always looking ahead. They're always planning stuff in pre-ride. They're stopping on places that, these guys are professional athletes and they're the best at the sport that they do. So they definitely don't have to stop in those sections, but they are. They're getting all the different line choices and, yeah, I mean, they got to know what to avoid and when.
And talking earlier in the coverage, we talked about the differences in the course and the terrain from Fayetteville to here for round 1 to round 2. Much different in terms of the tackiness, in terms of the feel and things like that. Here we've got that hard pack with a good amount of dust and dirt on top. Talk about that in terms of the selection, not only in the equipment, tire choice and things like that, but also the tactical race elements of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the setup's pretty similar, I'd say. I mean, they're high rolling, fast rolling tracks, and they're all pretty dry, I'd say, between Arkansas and here. But a lot of it will be the strategy is what I'm looking at here. Guys are waiting around. They're being patient. They're drafting. The wind's more of a factor here. And you can open up gaps better on the downhills here, I think. I think it's just a little bit more of a well-rounded course. In Fayetteville, it's easier to just go hard and you'll be fine. And on the downhills, it's not a ton of time that can be, made or lost, and it's for the most part one-lined. So guys are definitely looking at different options here compared to Arkansas.
Yeah, they try to keep the elastic in tow and make everything. Chris now slotted back into P3 now, seems very comfortable. Everybody kind of still feeling each other out. It looks like about a 9-rider lead group with a 10th rider dangling off the back there. So some selections already starting to be made as everybody else is kind of spread out around the remainder of the course. I think we got 26 riders overall in this wave of elite racers.
Yeah, it looks like we have Riley out front, Carter on his wheel. We got Chris Blevins in third, Braden Johnson in fourth. Looks like Austin Beard, Jack Spranger, Ivan Sippy, Cole Patton. Looks like he's made that bridge to that lead group.
Cole's one of those Swiss Army knife type of guys, right? It doesn't really matter. He's going to ride. He's got 2 wheels. He's going to want to race it and trying to split time between the mountain bike and the gravel bike. He's part of the Lifetime Series, going to be up in Sea Otter next week. But Riley Amos here taking a big dig in that national champion jersey and looking really good doing it and putting a bit of a gap there. Carter trying to hold pace and stay right on his rear wheel, but already a great super fast race being broken out, 11:13 on that first lap. So by far the fastest lap of the day in any group as expected. But now that group of 9 looks like it's whittled down to 4. Still very early. We got 7 total laps to do. We're on our second lap. But now everybody content with just trying to talk about this course too. These climbs are not super sustained. Though there's one that's probably longer than the other 2, but they're all really pitchy. Some of these jumping up 18-19%.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a very intense racetrack. You're gonna want to have that punch, and these guys look like they've been doing it. So it's gonna be fun to watch. Looks like Riley is leading them out into this rock section, looking quite comfortable in the descents. He's pushing through, getting aero.
You just notice the flow. That's the thing I noticed the most is just the skill and the way they are just one with that bike, right? There's no wasted movement. Everything is a nice flow over whatever jumps or obstacles there is, and that I think is probably the most impressive because that's where you carry the speed. That's where you're able to hold on to the speed and keep your position or gain position, gain time on a descent and stuff like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, connecting a racetrack is one of the biggest things you can do as a racer. It's just so important, connecting the climbs into the descents. It's so easy to just let off at the top of a climb and, give yourself that extra second. But connecting a racetrack and really, pushing where you got to push and laying off where you got to lay off is honestly a skill, and we're all trying to learn that still. So.
Well, Victor would kill me if I didn't ask you about this, man. You came up racing with us since you were a little guy. kids races and then up into the categories at Quick and Dirty, the local grassroots facility here. Talk about that and the importance of that as getting that really valuable race experience as a younger guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Victor and Quick and Dirty have been a huge part of my racing career growing up. I mean, they were kind of the first ones in my area to have like a summer series race like weekday nights, and I mean, those were the ones my dad would take me to after school, and I'd be excited for him all day.
Cutting out of school a little early maybe on Thursdays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming down to Lake Hodges and pinning on the number.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I didn't know what, attacking was, going hard, downhills, whatever. I was just out there having fun, no strategy, no nothing.
But you were winning, so it made it look really easy, right? It made the graduation part a lot better because every time you moved up, you just kept winning.
For sure, man. Yeah, it's been fun. Oh, it looks like Chris on clips on the landing on that double.
Yeah, and there was almost a nosedive there by Riley on one of the earlier jumps. I saw both of us kind of took a gasp at that.
Yeah, man. Oh, I felt it in my heart, man. I know that feeling. You hit it, you go off a lip, and you're just holding it, dude.
That surge of adrenaline that pulses right through you immediately when that happens.
Yeah, great save by Riley there.
Is there a local race scene up in San Luis Obispo that you've been able to attach onto, or is it all just school and training?
Dude, man, it's been busy. Not a ton of XCO racing out there. Lots of crit practices. That's been fun to do. All those guys are super strong, but yeah.
That allows you to keep the engine topped off, right?
For sure. Yeah, these guys all do different, disciplines. I know Riley races all kinds of endurance stuff, and Chris likes to jump on the road sometimes too. Yeah, for sure.
It's bunched back up now again. We got about 9 riders there in this lead group, snaking their way back up to through the power
Cole
climb.
Patton wants to get back on.
And a course like this does favor, I would think, the rider that has that ability to do these 2.5, 3 minute long bursts of high power, up in the 500-600 watts, maybe even a little more to be able to keep pace, and then also navigate these tight turns that come with that you have to interject in the middle of that power outburst.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely explosive race course, but it's fast too. I mean, these bigger guys, like now in the World Cup, these guys are bigger, they're not built like roadies anymore, and I mean, they have so much power. These short tracks, they're all really fast, so you gotta have some meat to you for sure.
That meat helps you carry the speed, it helps you gain the position,
yeah,
it helps you put that more power out when you need it.
Exactly too. Yeah, and also some crash protection. I mean, these guys are going over some gnarly stuff, and they're wearing nothing, dude. I mean, they're wearing helmets, glasses, and gloves if they shoes, and that's it.
Yeah, we're out here in our underwear and a glorified styrofoam cup for the most part.
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice big dig there on the uphill section. Riley putting in a hard turn at the front. No, that's Chris Blevins moved back up in front there.
Yeah, it looks like Chris jumps on and he wants to push the pace.
Enough of this nonsense. I'm going right to the front. Carter answered that call. Riley slots back now in fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Carter Woods follows. Braden Johnson sit in third. Riley Amos slots to fourth. We got Austin Beard, Jack Spranger.
Well, as you're healing up here, what is kind of next for you? What's been the protocol lately? Have you been able to get back to training, or is it we still got to let the nose heal and to be able to breathe correctly first?
Yeah, it's been good. The face is healed pretty good. Just got that lingering concussion that I got to take care of. Just taking things slow, but yeah, I'm working on the indoor bike now, so doing lots of trainer stuff as of last week, and looks like I can ride on the road this week, so that'll be fun.
Great,
yeah,
man.
Getting things rolling. The next goal will be Wisconsin in a few weeks. Yeah,
good. It'll be good to have you back out there. I know your fellow racing competitors are going to be bummed to hear that, knowing that you're going to be back in the mix with them. But yeah, Chris Blevins now asserting authority over the front end once again.
Yeah, I've heard Chris say he loves the course out here. He says it's definitely his style, BMX, these jumps, these berms. He enjoys it. So
we caught him over on the pump track yesterday after the short track race. He was just out there noodling around, running manuals across all the jumps out there, and we were chatting him up after. He's like, "It's just fun. I just love being out here."
Yeah, for sure.
It's so good to have him representing himself and his team in the U.S. the way he has.
Yeah, you ready? Just sign it. Maybe just kind of do a little.
Well, I tell you what, my man, we'll let you get back to your family and cheering these racers on, but it's been good to connect with you, and we want to see a lot more of you out on the course here, so we hope you heal up and are able to get back out there and give it hell with the rest of them, okay?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks for having me commentating for a little bit. It's been fun, so yeah, excited to see how this race plays out.
Right on, brother. Appreciate you, and good luck, okay? Keep healing up.
Thank you.
All right, and back to the race action here as we look on approach now. We got a big group, a lead group now making their way through, seeing 5 to go on the race card.
This is the elite of the elite. Everybody taking a moment, a pause for the cause to get some hydration and nutrition on board and run down that list of that group that we've got with Cole Patton there trying to chase in.
Yeah, Devin Feehan was in there. Carter Woods, of course, Braden Johnson, Chris Blevins, Riley Amos, Austin Beard, Ivan Sippy, Cole Patton hopefully reconnecting there. Nicholas Konecki as well. And here they go back out for another lap. Again, seeing 5 to go this time through. Great to see Riley Amos in the Stars and Stripes there, current national champion. We talked about that. He took a fall yesterday and took a spill in that short track early on that took him out of contention. He was able to finish the race under his own power, but a little banged up. Saw him in the med tent after that race and wondered how he was going to feel today. And, well, Jim, you tell me, he looks like he's feeling pretty good.
I'd say he's doing just fine. It's been a real dynamic race so far, too. Lots of lead changes. Nobody really trying to make a big breakaway or just really get out there in front and hold it. So a lot of shifting around. I think everybody kind of sizing each other up in the early stages of this race so far, and our elite men putting on quite a show so far.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic for Blevins here to be setting mid-pack for a race like this. Not his style sometimes, as it looks like he's starting to put in a dig as I say that, because knowing Chris's race likes to be in that clean air in front, doesn't want to get caught up in anything that could happen mid-pack or back. Looks like he's slotting up here to P2, P3, somewhere in there, but look like he's been wanting to be in the lead on the descents as I was looking at the coverage here. And
that's what Raulita was mentioning, that the fact that on the descents is where you really can make some time on this course. So if you're out there, like you said, in that clean air, you can find your own line. You can race your own line down the hill and really put some time into the chasers.
Well, we saw that working for Haley Batten in the elite women's race, right? On the descents, we were talking about how once she was out in front, that's when she was seeing that separation. And so it makes a lot of sense as they rattle through that rock garden right there. And
high line being chosen there by a couple of those riders, and then being able to switch back to the outside line in the tight corner.
Little step down right there. And
that's some F1 maneuvering right there, right? That's that in and out as you come in and out of the courses based on the line you chose. You set yourself up for the second turn with the first turn.
Yeah, so still a big lead group as we kind of settle into this race. Looks like we've got, 8 riders here made in that initial selection, but more trying to get back on terms. That might be Cole Patton there, seeing if he can't pedal his way back into contention. Right now on the outside looking in.
Cole did a really neat post the other day about how he packs his bike for a trip like this, and I learned a lot. I learned how to protect my bike a little better because of some of the tips and tricks he gave there. So if you get a chance, go back and look him up. He's a good follow anyway on the socials, but he showed how the pros do it, and that's how the rest of us hacks try to figure out what we can do, is we copy what the pros do.
Well, look at Devin Feehan with Dirt Camp Racing, holding it down with some of the top elite racers in the country. Currently setting the pace here, and Riley Amos setting second wheel, Chris Blevins in third.
Just look at that acceleration on the uphill that Chris Blevins able to. He's going to go right over the top, right, insert himself right into first with a massive acceleration coming out of that corner, showing off that World Cup experience.
Yeah, we'll see who's able to go with him. I mean, pretty impressive. Devin Feehan looking like he's matching Chris on that effort. Riley Amos shutting that door down as well. And Chris taking the win yesterday in short track. He took the short track win in Fayetteville as well. Yesterday he's rolling around with the rainbow stripes on his jerseys. He's also a former short track world champion.
Yeah, those, you get to forever wear those stripes is a pretty impressive honor, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gobbled up another world title here at some point in his career.
Well, coming off of what was just a stellar 2025 campaign, it definitely would have to think that world championships were on his radar in 2026. As you know, now 1, 2, 3, Christopher Blevins, Devin Feehan, and Riley Amos with our Trek Unbroken XC.
I know it meant a lot to Chris, too, to win both of those titles on home soil like that in Lake Placid, to be able to wrap up those titles there and take the podium in front of all the family and friends here in the States is really, really important. 1, 2, 3 of the elite here now out in front of this field. Always good, too, to have the current national champion representing in a race, and Riley doing that so very well in that Stars and Stripes jersey.
You know, Chris looking to defend his title last year in this same race. Chris Blevins did take the win. Riley Amos finished second. Carter Woods came across the line in third. Jack Springer in fourth, and Robbie Day in fifth. Rounded out the top 5 from 2025 here at Velocity Bike Park. So Chris definitely no stranger to taking wins here at this venue as they air it out over that gap jump. Some of the newer features built in the off season by the team and the trail crew team here at Velocity Bike Park. Up and over that flyover. They put that in last year. I think that was the first year we featured that, but really unique. Kind of pulls from that kind of arena or motocross, and they go over the top and shoot through as they kind of figure 8 around. And on the other side of that, and the most aggressive rock garden on the course, as you'll see, it puts the short travel bikes, uses all of the suspension on them as they rattle down through that.
You get an example of how smoothly these riders go over some of those rock garden sections, as if they're just one with the bike and no wasted movement. Everything just flows right through it, and let the bike and their shoulders take all of the absorbing of the impact that they're taking through the rocks.
Yeah, all those riders taking that A line there, airing it out instead of choosing that B line where they've got those few little log features. You kind of got a bunny hop over. Definitely a time penalty if you choose that B line. I was talking to some of our elite women, and you can feel the wind out there. They said that it is definitely like when you're catching air out there, and there is some wind out here on the backside of the course, and they were feeling that. It was either the headwind, when you were doing pre-ride, you think you had your cadence down and your speed to carry speed over there, but the wind is being kind of tricky today. It's kind of gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour at different portions at the venue. You see the race tape kind of blowing around there on the screen, and they said it was actually kind of pushing them off their line a little bit, and I think that's why we saw some of the women opting for that B line in that race, because after hitting that A line a few times, I don't think a few of them liked how that felt to be pushed around by the wind in the air.
Yeah, sometimes you got to find that speed, right? If you can use the course to help give you a little bit of advantage like that, you're going to take it every time.
Yeah, they said it sets up nice. It was built real nice. It carries real nice. You can carry speed right into all those gaps. What's different now than in pre-ride is this wind that we're seeing here at the venue.
Yeah, later in the day as the day goes on, the wind starts to pick up, and yeah, I can see where you're coming up and over, cresting some of these ridge lines. That wind will turn, depending on how you're turning, you're going to turn right into a fierce headwind like that when you didn't expect it.
That's exactly what they were talking about, and so it wouldn't surprise me that, depending as this race unfolds, if you get off that line one time, it's probably enough to spook you to opt for that B line for the rest of the race.
Yeah, this front group has not changed much since the first lap. They've been tending to bunch together as they finish the lap.
Yeah, Devin Feehan, Carter Woods, Braden Johnson, Chris Blevins, Riley Amos, Jack Springer. It looks like we got a group of 5 now. So when they came through, this was a bigger bunch last time through when they saw 5 to go. It looks like that effort by Chris picking up the pace. He had about 4 athletes willing to go with him, because now this selection's been made, and now this lead group down to 5, Jim.
Yeah, a tight one, and the elite of the elite, if you will, with really starting to stretch things out. Feeling really good. Everybody's nice and comfortable so far, but I think we can start to expect some fireworks being launched here over the course of the next couple laps as some riders want to try and distance themselves from anybody and not have to worry about being caught later on.
All right, making a move around now. I think that is Devin Feehan. Going to lead him down here off the mountain.
What a great shot there. Just shows you the expansive network of trails that are built into the Vailocity Bike Park here.
Yeah, 50-mile network. Plenty of options to diversify this course year over year. We've seen that this year. About 10% of the course is different from 2025. Look at the speed now being carried by Devin Feehan. You talked about it. I mean, that's really where you can have your advantage if you can get out in front on these descents and pick your own line. That can be definitely a racer advantage.
That might be Carter. Not sure. It's a giant kit, though. That's the only reason I say that. I'm not sure.
Big Carter Woods now out in front. We'll check as we get a little closer here. Eye in the sky.
Christopher's got some chasing to do to reattach to that. That's a big turn of speed there that he's been able to establish just on, like we said, again, on the descent here. He's able to put some time in and be able to get a little bit of a lead here as they are about to wrap up this, getting close to wrapping up this lap. Riders slingshotting through some of the berms here and then right into a lumpy rock garden.
Riley Amos holding good pace, though. Again, good to see him out here. Looking back at Fayetteville, he ended up taking the win there for round one of the 2026 US XC Open Series presented by Village Farms. Pretty excited to get that HC win under his belt early season. Both him and Blevins off to South Korea here pretty soon for the start of that UCI World Cup calendar.
That's new for the World Cup. Yeah, starting over there. They normally start in Brazil, don't they?
Yeah, it's the first time they've started that in South Korea. Exciting new race on the calendar. We get a look here now as our leaders on the way through. That is Carter Woods leading the way with Giant Factory, followed by Chris Blevins, Riley Amos, Braden Johnson.
Braden's going to do whatever he can to catch on to that fast-moving train.
And
Looks like he's going to do
Beard.
that. Austin as well. Austin, a bigger rider, but holding his own against this lead group now, this very elite lead group of our elite men race here. Carter now setting the pace as they come through the feed zone, the tech zone. Probably going to take on a bottle just to throw it over the head, just to try and keep the body as cool as you can. Three of the top riders in North America, if not the world, featured athletes here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. 4 laps to go.
Now Carter Woods, a multi-time Canadian national champion, delivered a strong and well-rounded 2025 season highlighted by multiple victories on the Canadian Cup circuit and UCI-sanctioned races early in the year. Last year he carried that momentum to several World Cup consistent top 30 finishes, and good to see him out at the front end of this race. He's had strong finishes in Fayetteville, finished 3rd in Friday's short track and 3rd in Saturday's HC competition in round 1 of the US XC Open.
Yeah, everything we got going on here in the States with races like the XC Open Series is going on in those other European countries as well. And they'll now then all converge in South Korea for the opening round of that World Cup. And that's when it gets really interesting, because that's you really start to sift out the best of the best, the elite of the elite, worldwide, going to start coming together and racing together, testing that early season form and gobbling up those very, very valuable World Cup points.
Looking at a good lead group of 5 here.
Yeah, so our lead group once again, Chris Blevins, Riley Amos, Braden Johnson, Justin Beard, and Devin Feehan are all in this leading group of 5 that is really separated from everybody else on the course.
Impressive to see Braden Johnson up there in the mix with Allied Cycle Works. Been racing for several years. Has found a top 5 finish in the World Championships a few years ago.
They're good Arkansas company, yeah? Or Allied based out of Arkansas down
Based out of Arkansas, that's correct. He's on the, I think what they call the BC40 is that bike he's on. Pretty mean machine. The popular mountain bike there in that northwest Arkansas region.
Riley Amos now taking a big dig at the front, coming up this short grade.
Austin Beard there.
Yeah, right in the mix, isn't he?
Yeah, and here we're just talking about him. There goes Braden Johnson now, making a move up. They're all just jockeying for position here as they on this climb. Riley Amos seems to be taking his turn at the top. I wonder if we don't see some, get back to this descent. Carter Woods, though, we've seen that, wants to be in front on those descents. Now back to our current U.S. national champion, Riley Amos, racing for Trek Unbroken XC. Jim, pretty similar to what we saw in the elite women's race where we had at least a lead group. We've seen this in our junior men 17-18 as well. This race staying all together. Obviously a lot more compelling story when they do. It's not that it's not exciting when you have one rider go off the front with a big effort. It's exciting when it sticks and it pays off. Doesn't always work out. But not seeing a lot of that here this year at Vail.
No, I think that just says that the talent level is fairly evenly matched at the pointy end here, and everybody can stay and contend. And then we found too that near the end, a couple of those riders will decide, nope, this is my time to shine, and I'm going to now put a hard effort in at a certain part of the course that I know well enough to know that I can, from here at this point, I can hold on to this. And in some cases that's worked, in some cases it has, and we had a couple of good 2-up sprints early in the short track, and then a great race played out in our elite women's race here just before this one. But still, this is not something, you can't sleep on this course, though. You cannot lull yourself into a false sense of security thinking that, I've got this made, I can just cruise through this, man. One little lapse in concentration, one little just taking your eyes off the prize, and it's going to cause that front wheel to slip out, and it can completely ruin your whole race.
Yeah, we've seen this course conditions be a factor today as traction seems to be pretty good for as dry and arid and as loose as the conditions are here in this high desert area of Southern California. As Riley Amos looks over his shoulder. Starting to bunch up here.
Everybody kind of just sitting up right there. Interesting, huh? They come across the top of the over-under. Everybody just kind of sat up for a second.
Yeah, you saw the inner part of the course known as the Coliseum. They'll shoot through that over-under Connex box. Good shot at that purpose-built rock garden. They'll rattle down. Then they're going to hit that speed in that Orange Seal Speed and Style section. Shout out to Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Stop flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal.
Guys exercising both speed and style through there and looking really good doing it.
Again, shot at some of the newer infrastructure built over the off season. They definitely added to the fun factor out here, Jim.
Yeah, they do, and they're doing it all the time too. This is not the end. This is not the final by any means. They've got lots of dirt they can push around here, and are always going to be looking for ways to enhance the rider experience. Whether it's the weekend warrior that's just coming out here for fun and some fitness, or whether it's these world-class athletes that are racing as part of the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
Little style points up for grabs there. So you get a look at the chase here. That might be Cole Patton we're seeing there.
Yeah, they were showing us that this is probably chase group 1, if you will, trying to just grind their way back into contention with that lead group.
Cole out there racing for Giant, seeing if he can't bridge back up. We'll get an idea of the split next time through. Last time through, they were still all together, so kind of hard to see. There was a 15-second gap back to some of those chasers, and so that was the gap last time through. Lap time 11:09. These are some fast laps, fastest laps. That's to be expected. Fastest laps we've seen all day, as turning just around the 11-minute mark, a little bit over. Carter Woods leading them through last time with 11:09.
Yeah, Riley, just in his second year racing elites, you did see it. It's just an amazing U23 career, and now racing up with the elites. He won the national champion jersey, which he's racing in today, and now having to contend with Chris Blevins on a day-in, day-out basis, as Chris himself puts in a massive dig at the top part of this climb as they're going up here.
Again, this seems to be the part of the course where the attacks are being made, and Riley Amos, Carter Woods able to at least try to answer this attack now that Christopher Blevins is putting down. Look at this. He is not giving up, but he is shedding off the back. It looks like Austin Beard, Braden Johnson not able to cover this attack by Chris Blevins, and it's now a race of 3. As they approach the top to drop off the side, Chris is going to lead him in. Looks over the shoulder, never even looked back to see who has gone with him. Turns his head around, sees that Carter Woods and Riley Amos covered that attack and went right with him.
And Carter there jumping over Riley just to make sure he's got a better line on the descent. Didn't want to be third. He wanted to be second on Chris's wheel. And they both, like you said, answered that attack really well. Chris might have been a little surprised to look back and see those two guys still with him, given that hard effort that he put out near the top of that climb.
Yeah, look, Carter right there with Chris. I think Carter's probably, looks like Carter may have a little, when it comes to this descending, coming down from Canada to race this race, it looks like Carter may favor those descents. We definitely see when he's in the front here, he's able to create some separation, but right now, just sitting back and having to follow Chris's wheel on this descent as they drop off the mountain this time. Next time through, leader's going to see 3 to go, so we're past the halfway point of our elite men's competition for the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Shout out to those tuned in on InsiderMTB.com. Want to thank Maxima Racing Oils. Reminder, use code InsiderMTB for 20% off their products.
You got good coverage being knocked out by InsiderMTB.com, and we've got one of the UCI commissaires sitting in the booth with us taking it all in because we've got such an eagle-eye view of everything. We can't miss any square inch of this course, so even the officials are dialed into that, which is great.
Well, they're dropping down now, about to on approach here, and a couple twists and turns is the elevation profile. There's a couple key climbs. We see that one of the first climb comes right pretty much after the start as they punch their way up to that Connex box, drop back down through the speed and style section. Then you've got our power climb, Village Farms power climb, the second climb, and seemed to be the favorable point on course for folks feeling like they got a little in the tank to make a move, as we saw Chris do on this last lap. Able to shed some of the competition. Don't know that. Looks like there's either Austin Beard or maybe Braden Johnson trying to bridge back up. We'll see as our leaders come through. This time I'm going to see 3 to go. It's a group of 3 now being led by Christopher Blevins, Carter Woods riding second wheel, national champion Riley Amos right there as well. They look over the shoulder. See if we can't get a look at the time split here. Looks like they may be bridging back up here. At least one of the riders is. I think that might be Austin Beard now.
Give him a chance to reattach as they
3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go.
Come through. I mean, by the looks of them, you wouldn't even know they're in the middle of an elite level race, man. A couple of those guys' mouths weren't even open. They were just resetting, getting a chance to onboard some hydration and nutrition and keep the body fueled up and ready to go, and then try to stretch it out on another lap as they've just got 3 laps left to go.
Look, it's Austin Beard now with team segment 28.
And Austin came right to the front, too. He attached that group and went right to the front.
Braden Johnson came through here tucked down in the arrow position, trying to get through the start-finish area. We're feeling a little bit of that headwind as it comes off the ocean from the west. You see
Chris taking a bottle of water to the head there
yeah,
to keep
starting to splash bottles on. That's pretty common at this point. It's only about 70 degrees out here, but abundant sunshine, no real place to hide from the elements, so they're going to feel all that sunshine. The UV index pretty high today, actually, so definitely feels hot out there on the bike. Now a group of 4, pretty good effort there by Austin Beard to close that down and rejoin that group. And now look here, here's Braden Johnson seeing if he can't latch back on. Again, all this carnage caused by that big dig Chris put in on the power climb.
Pick your horse, place your bets, because this race progressively is going to get faster and faster.
Yeah,
and as I say that, you look at Chris Blevins moving from P3 right into P1. He's not going to be one that's going to let the pace slow down for a prolonged period of time. If it finds an opportunity for him to be able to keep the pace high, ratchet the speed up, he is going to take every advantage of that he can. But so far, he's had a tough time shaking any of these top 4 riders because they've all been managed to recoalesce and bring it all together through the end of each lap, and now here deep into this race.
So that last lap, 11:46, so a little slower. So slowing down out there makes sense, though, as they try different tactics. They may have been setting up, kind of doing a little recovery before Chris put in that big attack. And so about 45 seconds slower that last lap around. There's a look at Braden Johnson trying to get back on terms. He can see him. They're right there. He's just a few bike links away from latching back on, but young Braden on that Allied Cycle Works ride out of Arkansas. Spent some years racing for Team USA. Right now, speaking of USA, it is the U.S. Phenom, Christopher Blevins, on the front of this bike race. Round 2, the 2026 U.S. XC Open Series, presented by Violet Farms. Carter Woods. These 3 were battling it out round 1 just a few weeks ago.
Chris attacking out of this corner again. He did it a couple laps ago, doing it again here, out of that swooping U-turn uphill and just driving out of there.
Look at the acceleration on that climb. Going to push up to that Connex box, kind of the high point of the course. Carter Woods going with him, though, able to cover that.
Covered it nicely. No hard effort seemed to be made there at all. He just glued right to that rear wheel. And look at that gap that those two opened up over P3.
Yeah, separation now between Austin Beard and Riley Amos. Riley maybe getting blocked a little bit back there behind Beard.
Yeah, neither of those guys able to match that aggressive acceleration.
Braden Johnson back there kind of in no man's land at this point, setting P5. Chris rattling down that rock guard, and they're going to drop back down here. They'll hit that speed and style section. Always a fun part of the course to maybe catch a little tail whip here and there.
Good for the gram, right? We get those nice videos and photos of these riders showing off their skills and bike handling ability.
Yeah, good reminder that if you missed any of the race action from yesterday or today, InsiderMTB.com YouTube channel, all that there is cataloged there. You can go back and catch the race action if you missed it.
Yeah, Chris and Carter looking very comfortable here with a high pace. Now starting to draw this field out even a little bit more. That frog in a pot kind of notion, right? We just keep turning the heat up to see what we can't do to distance everybody behind you and ride as unencumbered as you can.
Chris just looked out there like he's just playing bikes at the front of this bike race.
Yeah, just a little Saturday flow and measured effort being put out in the entire race so far. Carter able to match thus far every one of those attacks that have gone off, and these two guys now starting to separate themselves with every twist and turn of this course.
Yeah, about to punch through that Connex box here, the second of 2 rock gardens, and then back down into that speed and style section. See the fans, that's just a popular place to take in the race action as they're gapping those tables.
Yeah, see them getting some nice air and just how smoothly and easily they flow over those technical sections of the course.
They're doing this on short travel bikes, by the way. I mean, that's so impressive. I mean, you think about, if you're out there just riding, you're typically probably going to pick a bike for this level of technicality and those types of jumps with a little bit more suspension. But, I mean, at most, there's maybe 120, but if I had to guess, they're maybe a little shorter travel than that.
Yeah.
They make their way down here by the venue right behind us. Good looking shot there. That was a good looking shot of the soil composition out here and just how dry and dusty things are as you see the wind there whipping around. And Carter Woods up and out of the saddle, going to come around, taking advantage of that flat area around that feed zone to get up and around Chris. I think this is maybe a tactic just to block Chris as they approach this power climb, to not give Chris the opportunity to maybe put in that big dig like he did that last lap. That might be as much as a defensive move by Carter that it was offense.
Savvy one at that, because I think you're spot on, and he's just rather set the pace up here rather than have to try and meet the pace of a charging Chris Blevins. So a nice move there by Carter to maintain control of the race as best he can.
And if Carter's setting the pace and it's not as hard charging as the last lap, it could give Riley Amos what he's looking for, a chance to latch back on, because definitely not as an aggressive attack as we saw last lap with when Chris Blevins was leading the charge up the power climb. Man, they make short work of this.
Don't they, though? And they make it look so easy. Any one of us mortals would be out here just still suffering through probably our second or third lap, and these guys are just laying waste to this course and the competitive landscape.
All right, so here goes Chris. He's coming around the outside. He's making that move again. Carter's going to have to cover. Little game of cat and mouse here as Chris Blevins now. Carter just sucks right onto that wheel.
Yeah, Chris waited for a wide part of that single track to be able to make a nice pass right there, and is now accelerating and forcing Carter to dig really hard just to stay attached.
Carter, part of that Giant Factory off-road team. Good job to cover as now they lead the descent. I would think Carter would want to be in the front here, as we've seen this in previous laps. When Carter was in the front, he was able to create some separation on these descents, and in this case, I think he's just going to have to be comfortable setting second wheel to Chris Blevins as they make their way off the mountain.
He didn't have much to say about that, did he? Chris just said, I'm going to come right around you now. I'm going to be in front.
Yeah, and look at the time gap that's opened up now. Kind of blowing the doors off this race, as I don't even see
my word,
Austin Beard, Riley Amos, not even
completely gapped
there. They're coming around the corner now. And so, yeah, just you can see back to second or third, fourth, and fifth.
What an impressive showcase this has been so far by Carter and Christopher.
He gets down for a race of 2 and going to be 2 laps to go next time through. Again, last lap a little slower, 11:46. We'll see if this effort by these 2 leaders, expected to be a little faster than what we saw last time. They're on approach now to the start-finish line. This is exciting, Jim. You know what? Anytime one of these 2 athletes is going to try to throw in another attack, it's just who's going to do it. We've seen Carter Woods attack before that climb. We saw Chris attack on the climb. Seen him do that a couple of times now.
Yeah, it's not a matter of if, it's when, right? We're just waiting for that explosion to occur, and can that be answered by the other rider? Whoever drops that bomb, can that be answered by that other rider? or will that be the decisive move in the race?
Yeah, don't want to. You don't have to. You don't want to take it down to a sprint. Rather create that separation out on course. We saw that work for Haley Batten in the elite women's competition. About a half lap to go. Saw that work for our junior men's competition as well. Here we go, side by side, ladies and gentlemen, coming through. Carter Woods, Christopher Blevins. Now the pointy end by themselves in this elite men's competition. Seeing 2 to go at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup.
A little bit of wind there, but it doesn't seem to matter too much to either of these guys. They're kind of just trading pulls here and swapping positions and keeping things in check here. But my guess is this thing is going to hot up here as we get down with just 2 laps to go. We'll get a time check on the chasing P3 and P4 riders.
Austin Beard and Riley Amos. The time split is 21 seconds, gentlemen. 21 seconds back. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Now Braden Johnson comes across the line, setting P5. Braden, you're about 14 seconds back from Riley. Look back here at our leaders. How about Devin Feehan there for Dirt Camp Racing?
Yeah, Devin's had a really respectable race so far against this field. I was thinking, too, last night as I was prepping for being here today to watch this elite race, how much fun it must be as these athletes to get to travel around the world and race all these different courses in all these beautiful countries and things like that. Yeah. Everyone's so uniquely different, the topography, the landscape, and everything like that they get to race, and how much fun it must be to be an athlete at this level.
Well, where you get to spend your off season, you're always chasing sunshine, and so a lot of these athletes off season in other parts of the world where they can do that. And so, yeah, if you're at this elite level of competition, you could probably call yourself a globetrotter, I guess, Jim.
Oh, absolutely. Your passport is all knocked up with stamps and tickets from all over around the world like that. And it's growing here in the States, which is great. We're getting more of that high-level racing, more races like you have in Arkansas, and a World Cup coming here again, and we got Worlds coming to Durango in a couple of years, which I absolutely can't wait for. So the profile is definitely being raised, and more fans are getting interested in it. More and more younger riders are getting interested in it, which means the pathway to the pros is that much wider for athletes here in the States, which is absolutely fantastic.
Well, we talked about that throughout the broadcast yesterday about the feeder to the sport, with now NICA introducing mountain biking to athletes as young as 5th grade. And then you've got these amazing investment being made in development with teams like Bear and Slay and everybody that's here with us this weekend. And so there's someone to answer that call for those athletes that maybe get introduced at a scholastic level, and then they're looking to do more. They can move up the ranks and join the ranks of like a Donovan Racing or others, and that development team then helps them make that step. It's that progression in sport that may have been missing for some years here in the States that was available in other countries. But you're right, you don't have to look farther than the size of the fields for our junior 15, 16, 17, 18, both men and women, to know that mountain biking here in the U.S. is in a very healthy place.
Yeah, and then you look no further than the Walton family, which has invested so much money in the infrastructure in Arkansas alone, but also nationwide in terms of their support of the sport and the teams and things like that. That's what we need, and good on those companies that are big and small investing into the sport and the athletes, because it takes that investment to be able to really put the motivation, the energy behind it. Here comes another attacky part of the course so far, and Chris winding up a big turn to speed.
You saw it. He was trying. Carter Woods may have shut that attack down, unknowingly shut it down, because you saw Chris winding up right there. He may try it again. Here he goes. He's going to try this attack again.
Tried the inside. Now he's going on the outside.
Look, they're side by side on a piece of single track right here as they approach the top of this climb.
Bar to bar.
Again, about a lap and a half left in our elite men's competition. And the last lap was faster, down to a 11:23, so they carved about 30 seconds off the lap time from the lap before. So definitely see where the separation came as these two gentlemen picking up the pace in this elite men's race.
See Chris there dropping that seat putting leverage on that seat post to drop it down to get a little more advantage over that bike, get over the center of it a little better, be able to move around it on it.
I didn't have that when I started mountain biking. Jim, you probably didn't either. Droppers were not they may have been there. We were just really slow to adopt them, and but now they're just a staple on these race bikes. As I think we've learned over time that being able to get that saddle out and control that center of gravity on the bike.
That's one area for sure that has made the racing so much more competitive, is the advance in technology in just the past few years. When you talk about the advance in the suspension systems and things like that, so some of the stuff nowadays wasn't available on motocross bikes here just a few years ago, and now we're racing, lightened up and dumbed down versions of that on these cross-country mountain bike machines.
You talk about barrier to entry, and you talk about sport like moto and stuff, to you see these guys out here, and yes, you may be able to buy a moto bike with the same stickers on some of the top that are racing in that sport, but that's not the same bike. Let's be clear. Mountain biking is a little different. Like, I'm not saying there's not a barrier to entry and these aren't expensive rigs that they're on, but for the most part, a person can get into this sport and can come close to having comparable, a comparable machine to race on as the elite level is doing here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the great parts about it. If you can afford it, you can race the same machine that these elite level athletes are out on every day. And Carter's not showing any signs. He's able to absorb every punch that Chris is able to put out, and that may bode well for his chances to have to get the win here, because we're getting into the later stages of this race, and these two are just still throwing haymakers at one another, and nobody is giving any inch of give on this to be able to say, I don't have what it takes.
No, I love that comparison. Definitely a heavyweight fight unfolding here as we're getting close to the 12th round, and next time through going to be the final lap. We saw this at our elite women's field as well, as Haley Batten and Jen Jackson battled that one out in the front. Now in our elite men, it's Christopher Blevins and Carter Woods, two heavyweight fights here today at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park. Obviously, Chris, no stranger to winning at this venue. Found a lot of success here over the years, and so as they approach next time through, they're going to get the one to go. Now, we still do have a little bit of this lap left, though, and Chris in position right here. I think this is that spot last time where Carter Woods came around and tried to get in front of Chris before they hit that climb. As they're about to be approaching that.
Smart of a racer as we think he is, he's going to do the same thing here to try and keep that advantage and keep Chris at bay from a really big burst of speed. Nope, it's Chris leading the climb here.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know that that's going to work in Carter's favor, because you can see Chris, I think he's already putting in a big dig here. They're about to approach the start of this Violet's Farms power climb. Great shots there of this high desert here in Southern California. Man, you can just look there and you see the venue below them as they're coming up the high point of the mountain. Really see that just sprawling this venue is. There's a chance to give a shout out to our presenting partner, Velocity Bike Park and the Vail Lake Resort, home to the bike park and the Temecula KOA Resort, the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. We've got over 50 miles of trails for every type of ride. Whether you come for the day or take advantage of the on-site amenities and make it a multi-day experience, come for the weekend.
Chris with another really hard dig there that was answered nicely, or that is being answered nicely by Carter. So Carter on some really good form right now, being able to stay with the World Cup champion every lap so far.
As the wind starts to pick up here at the venue. Again, about 20 miles per hour gusting through the venue, and it's picking up, and the riders are going to feel that like we talked about. We've heard that from other riders. You can feel the wind out on course.
Another sugar cookie day for the rest of us down here, taking it all in. But, man, I tell you what, it's worth it. If that's the price I got to pay to get to this front row seat to this kind of racing, I'm all for it, because this has been an absolute thrill show all day long.
There was dust everywhere yesterday, my friend.
There was dirt in places I didn't know I had places.
It's Carter Woods there kicking up some dirt in that corner, scrubbing out a little bit. Again, controlling your speed on these descents. You just can't really, it's not like all gas, no brakes all the time, because definitely got to stay on it. I know it looks like it's just fast and flowy, but there's a lot of little hidden lines in here that you got to hit to be able to carry that speed.
Yeah, they banked a lot of these turns really nice. The riders are able to just slingshot through these corners and just multiply their speed out of them and be able to.
Look at that inside line they took there off that to carry speed, that little technical section, and just kind of post up there and drop back in and let gravity do the work from there. And there's the chase grip. Look at the gap now.
My goodness. And there's no slouch on these guys. These guys are some of the top racers you'll find anywhere on the planet. I think it's more a testament to just the good form that Carter and Christopher are on right now.
Look back here as Chris leads him off the mountain. And a great shot of just the expansiveness of the venue. All right, Jim, next time through is going to be the one to go for our leaders.
Cowbell City.
Getting pretty close to wrapping up our elite men's competition. Going to have one to go. Lap times have been anywhere between low 11 minutes to in the 12s, and so get an idea of what that pace is they're carrying as they approach start-finish now. I'd say we're definitely around the under 15 minutes from this one being over. And we got one more race on the schedule. Reminder, up next at 3:30. Once we're done with this race, we'll do our elite men's podium. Then at 4 o'clock, going to be our U23 XCO competition. Going to be the final race on the calendar of the day. Day 2 of 3 at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup.
All right, these guys have now sized themselves up for 6 laps now, and they're looking around, taking on a little hydration, a little nutrition. And
one to go, gentlemen. One to go, one to go, one to go.
The bell has been rung. We're in the final lap now. Orange Seal Pro Cup, Vailocity Bike Park, and it's going to be a doozy. Look for some haymakers to be thrown. Look for some massive attacks, power outbursts to be dropped here.
Like a 7-round heavyweight fight. 7 laps of racing, all going to come down to this between these two gentlemen right here, Carter Woods, Christopher Blevins. Blevins looking really comfortable. Now we're seeing the chase come through as Riley Amos now 40 seconds back. 40 seconds back, and Austin Beard there comes across the line in 4th. Chris dropping his bottle there. One to go, gentlemen, one to go.
Another round of thank yous, too, to all the crew here at Vailocity Bike Park. Ty Cady and his crew for putting on a very excellent, well-run race. A big thank you to all of our UCI commissars who are out here keeping things tight and making sure everything runs as smoothly as it does.
Devin Feehan and Braden Johnson just came through with one to go. They two locked up together. And get a look there of, I think might have been Riley Amos out there by himself.
There is no shame in that. This has been a tough race, and not surprising at all that the way it's played out the way it has.
All right, so there's a couple places here on this lap. Chris Blevins has moved into the front. There's 2 climbs here, and there's this tight corner coming up here where we've seen Chris throw an attack there. Does he do it here? Carter's been able to cover each and every time he's tried. And we've seen Carter play some defense on some of these climbs as well to try to position himself in front of Chris to ward off some of these attacks that Chris keeps throwing. And we'll see if we don't have another one coming up here shortly as they're going to start to punch up and climb up towards that Connex box and that unique over-under feature.
You talk about attrition. It's like how many of these blows can you absorb? Like how many do you have in you? I guess that's the question both these riders are asking themselves right now.
One to go, gentlemen. One to go.
How many more shots like this can I take, or how many more do I have left in me to give? Chris using that speed gathered in those berms that just whip him around the corner and carrying every ounce of speed he can to get whatever advantage, forcing that second place rider to have to dig and put out so much power out of those corners and accelerate. That's the real sappy. That's really what drains it out of you, is having to cover those accelerations.
Yeah, we're going to get to a part of the course here where we've seen some of that acceleration happen, and haven't seen Chris race over the years. I think there's definitely another attack coming here at some point.
Oh,
He's not going to be comfortable to take this one to the line if he can avoid it. Starting to pick up the pace here.
He showed that all throughout the World Cup season last year. That late in the race burst of speed that he's able to do, cover 3 or 4 spots in a group, or just extend whatever lead he's got with a massive outburst.
This spot right here is one where he's put in an attack.
On cue.
Yeah, there you go. He's up and out of the saddle, picking up the pace. Carter Woods going with him. Chris definitely looking to be more comfortable out there as Carter doing everything he can to cover this attack by Chris.
Dude, not giving an inch either is he. Look at that. Just staying right, glued to that rear wheel.
Chris still on the attack, seeing if he can't do anything to create some separation between himself and Carter Woods. They're going to drop down here and make their way around. About a half lap of racing left in this elite men's competition. We're getting close to it. Chris carrying good speed. Yeah, carrying good speed right through there. Just comfortable at the front of this. And
that might have been the move right there. Again, on a downhill section, right? Gapping out, getting a little bit of space, getting a few bike lengths on a downhill section where he's able to carry that speed, turn it into an advantage.
Yeah, Chris definitely picking up the pace here, putting in a dig, putting in an attack, looks over and keeps going.
Attacking on the downhill part, that high cadence that he's known for. Eking every ounce of power he can out of that machine.
Carter Woods trying to cover here as they're going to punch up towards the top here. They're going to go over a few little technical sections. Really the first separation we've seen in a little bit. Could come back together pretty easy though, as on some of the faster flowy section of the course. Go over some of these mandatory A-line gap jumps here and punch their way up to that Connex box and that over-under feature. Chris still on the gas. Look at this, just not giving Carter any chance to come around him whatsoever. Chris wants to be in the front of this bike race from here on out. Shoot through here. They got this little rock garden to make look easy one more time. Shot back at some of the chasers here. Chris airing it out over some of the new gap jumps that they put in over the off season. Jim, this one's staying pretty close together. If Carter can just hold on a little bit more. He's got, we got this final climb of the day. The Village Farms power climb coming up.
Yeah, can he survive that? Can he survive this explosion of power that Chris is going to put out?
If somehow Carter could get around just real quick and put himself in position to play a little defense, but I would not want to be second wheel for the final climb of the day.
Yeah. Look at the course designers, what they did right there. They made it so you can't just carry all kinds of speed right there. You got to navigate that little chicane and then accelerate. That's another burst of speed that Carter has to put out that Chris didn't. And now here comes that big attack that we were waiting for at the bottom of the Violich power climb. Chris Blevins now trying to just completely ride away from Carter, but Carter covering it so far.
Yeah, just a few bike links separating first from second after almost 7 full laps of what we've referred to as been a true heavyweight fight between Christopher Blevins and Carter Woods.
Been racing for an hour and 15 minutes right now, and it's all coming down to this final climb for the overall win here. Chris into that tight U-turn. Carter's still just a couple of bike lengths back, not giving any quarter to him at all yet. But there's not many places to pass left on this course, so Carter's got to get busy. He's got to stay right on that rear wheel and hope that he can get around him at some point in the final sprint.
Yeah, at this point, Carter's probably thinking if he could just stay with him and be right there with him as they bring it to the line, maybe he's got a better sprint in him. Don't know that to be the case because Chris definitely looks to be more comfortable out there on course today, as this is where Chris has been putting in attacks, and now he's on the front. He's up and out of the saddle. Carter going to try to cover here. See if he can't go with him, but look here, the gap already opening up, as this is what we expected here on the final lap. We saw this work for other riders on the day. Haley Batten and now teammate Christopher Blevins with Specialized Factory opening up the first gap we've seen on the final lap of the day.
First time he's been able to crack that armor, and now cresting the top of the hill, just about to roll over the top and then plunge back down here to the expo.
Looks over his shoulder. Yeah, and that's the first true separation we've seen. Came with just about a quarter lap of a race left, as now Christopher Blevins all by himself on the screen.
A tactical masterpiece being played out here by Christopher. Really, really well done. Knew the part of the course that he could put the time in, executed it perfectly.
Chris continues to attack every chance he can. He's going to carry speed now. Got a few more technical sections to navigate and get through there cleanly. Again, Chris, round one, it was a mechanical that ended his day in Fayetteville. Is pretty popular shot of him hiking his bike out of the woods, all smiles as he was. He knew that was just part of racing, but if he can get this one done and dusted, going to be pretty happy with the win here today at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
Yeah, if he does, he'll go 2 for 2. Won that short track race yesterday, and now looking in control as he's inside the last half a mile or so. Comfortable all day. Carter Woods comfortable all day as well, and they both put on a great show for us here today.
Yeah, I'd say you've got about 4-second gap now between first back to second, so separation is there. If Chris can maintain this lead, he's going to be able to roll it across the line and avoid that 2-up sprint situation.
Carter just driving on this descent, though, trying to get that gap back, get in that point of where he can contend in the sprint. If you've got anything, this is it. If he's got anything left, he's got to put it out there now, but it's going to be hard because there's so much start and stop here in these last little tight corners.
Here it is. They're just a few hundred yards away from rejoining us here at the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're about to see leaders of our Elite Men's competition after over an hour and 15 minutes of racing on approach here to the finish line. Carter Woods trying to bridge back up, about 5 bike lengths separating Christopher Blevins from Carter Woods. It's Chris Blevins already on the gas with Specialized, going to lead him in. Carter Woods trying to cover, might run out of real estate. He is closing a little bit, but it's going to be Chris Blevins, Specialized Factory, getting it done, taking the win at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup.
And if you saw that look on Christopher's face as he crossed the line, he looked a little surprised. He looked like he knew he had his hands full all the way to the end, and he did. That was a great two-man battle for the last 3.5 laps of this race.
Like you said, just an incredible good comparison there. Analogy, a heavyweight fight, one for the ages there as Chris Blevins and Carter Woods battled it out for you, the fans. Thanks for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Get a look at the rest of our top 5 here. Is Riley Amos having a good ride as he did go down in yesterday's short track, and we'll see if he isn't able to round out our top 3.
Both these guys completely gassed. They exchanged fist bumps there as they rolled across the line, and I think there's a massive amount of respect being shared there among these two super elite level riders. So great show they put on. And yeah, now Riley coming into view here. He's going to take P3 today. A very respectable effort for him, representing that Stars and Stripes jersey very well.
Current national champion, going to be third place on the day for the Orange Seal Pro Cup. And then how about Austin Beard? Going to find himself on the top 5. Great showing for Austin in that team segment 8, 28. And then Devin Feehan, Dirt Camp Racing, getting it done. Going to be top 5 in our elite men's competition.
Devin seems pretty happy with that. That's something I've noticed too about this level of racers. That P4, P5 spot, those guys are pretty happy with that. I think they know that they've been in a cage fight all day, and they're going to take home that position and be very respectable with it. That's a lot of great effort there being put out, and a good show being put on here.
Finding the podium with the level of quality of competition here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, everybody should be proud of that. Reminder, awards going to be coming up here at 3:30 for our Elite Men's Podium. Going to be 3:30. Gentlemen, don't go far. We'll get podiums underway here in just a minute. How about Braden Johnson coming across the line for Allied Cycle Works? Going to be happy with that top 10 finish. Unofficially 6th place for Braden. Jim, we get to do this one more time today. Is the U23 men's going to be the final race on the schedule coming up at 4 p.m.
I got one more in me. How about you? This is going to be great.
Let's go.
Bring it on. Let's go.
Now we got Carson Beard now. Out of Durango, segment 28, finds himself in 7th unofficially. A couple more racers coming in. Jack Springer and Nicholas Konecki now coming across the line. How about my man Cole Patton rounding out our top 10 on that giant ride? Well done, Cole. Well, once again, we'll get podiums underway here in just a minute. We'll let this race wrap up, but don't go far. We'll run over there and get those podiums done as Dane Gray comes across the line. Part of that Bear Pro team. Good next race scheduled for 4 p.m. Going to be the final race on the day. And our U23 men take to this purpose-built Olympic-style race course here at Velocity Bike Park. Henry Coote now with Trinity Racing.
Tell you what, man, I know we're all eager to get the World Cup started, but we got some really good racing going on here domestically right now, as these athletes, many of whom will be featured in those World Cup races, are fine-tuning, sharpening that sword, and getting ready to go overseas and to the Far East like that. But my goodness, aren't we lucky to have this kind of racing going on here domestically in the States, if not right here in Southern California.
Yeah, and what a beautiful weekend for a bike race as Sandy Floor and Ivan Sippy, Los Konecki come across the line. Toby Hassett wrapping up his race as well. Aaron Westlake, Blue Bridge Racing coming across the line. What a compelling day of racing as well, Jim. I mean, just a lot of these races have all stayed together till late in the race and couldn't ask for, better race conditions, but just really some really compelling race stories from our, all the way starting back at the early part of the day, their junior competition, that junior boys 17-18. What a race that was. We Development getting it done against that large contingent of Bear National. Our elite women's race, how exciting was that to see that one come down the way it did, and then the battle that just unfolded between Christopher Blevins and Carter Woods. This is going to be a real memorable weekend of racing for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, we'll be talking about it for a while. A lot of dynamic lead changes, a lot of unique ways that it all played out, every race being a little different than the one before. So it's a great treat for all the spectators here and everybody watching on InsiderMTB.com.
For those watching, we're going to take a little break. We're going to go over to the podiums. We got podiums All right, we're going to do podiums in 5 minutes for our elite men. 5-minute call to podiums for top 5 for our elite men.
I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup. I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup. I'm Christopher Blevins.
right, we're going to do our call to staging for our U23. Call to staging for U23 men. Time to start to make your way to that staging area. Good size field here, almost 50 athletes. Join us for the final race of the day. Race day 2 of 3 for the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Should be a compelling race, as the other races have as well. So thanks for sticking with us. Once again, we're about 15 minutes from getting this final race of the day underway. Here today, beautiful sunny Southern California. Once again, call to staging. Going to be our final call to staging for our U23 men for today's UCI XCO competition. All right, we're just a few minutes from getting call-ups going here. I'll get those started. We got a field of about 44, so I'll go ahead and start that at 5 till. So here in about a minute, we'll get call-ups started, give our officials a couple minutes at the start line for some pre-race announcements.
check.
All right, here we go. Final race of the day, day 2 of 3, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park. This is going to be our U23 UCI C1 XCO competition. Let's get call-ups underway, starting with Racing for Bear National Team, Landon Dindy. For Bear National, Colin O'Neill. Racing for Donovan Racing, Adam Moat. For Roller National, Preston Johnson. Roller Devos, Mason Salazar.
Check.
For Bear National, Benjamin Bravman. Racing for Donovan Racing, Logan Broadhead. For Bear Devo, Johan Paradine. For We Development, Hayden Bakirch. For Bear National, Oliver Welker. Jacob Allen. Brandon Gastelum Hoyes. Luke Osment. Tyler Lambert. Aaron Connolly. Ethan Twisselman. Cedar Brimner. Eric Aslan. Chad Brown. Rylan Oach. Corbin Carlson. Devin Granada. Anthony Griffinier. Houston Brown. Cole Carter. Ryder Shanhall. Marcer Shanhall. Marshall Davis. Canyon Miner. Jackson Carlson. Harry Newton. Tyler Smith. Foster Yates. Samuel Marsteller. Ryder Williams. Reiner Schmidt. Aaron Namazi. Rio Hawkins. Owen Gillette. Jackson Poe. Liam Bezic. Nathan Padoon. Bales Black. And Wade Haas going to round out our field for our junior men, or for our U23 athletes. This time we'll turn it over to our race officials for pre-race announcements.
Riders, you have about 2 minutes until your start. 2 minutes. You'll be given 1 minute, 30-second, 15-second warnings. Race will start with whistle. Your race is 6 laps. Lap card is on the right. 80% is after the finish line on the right. 2 minutes until the start. 2 minutes. Teams, please clear the grid. Thank you. Hey, please clear the grid. One minute until the start. 1 minute. Thirty seconds until the start. 30 seconds. 15, race will start with whistle.
All right, there we go. Back to racing for our U23 men now, taking to this 3-mile XCO race course, looking for a clean start. Big field, almost 60 U23 athletes. Final race of the day, race day number 2 of 3 for the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Either 3-4 wide there in that first turn as they head out onto the course. 6-lap race, so a lot of racing still left here. Probably about 13-minute lap time, and well, you can do the math at home, tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, in for another heavyweight fight. It's been a who's who of elite-level racing here today at Velocity Bike Park. We'll start to call out some of our athletes as they settle in. All these races tend to be a pretty fast start. There's a lot of jockeying for position when you have these big fields, so critical to be part of that initial selection. And selection already being made here. Is the pace pretty heavy? From the get-go, you see riders there really struggling to stay on terms early on. And it'll pinch back up here shortly as they dive into single track for the first time. Nice little double track here to get things started, though. The elevation comes pretty quick, though. It's a little move there to the outside. New race leader. About 3.2 miles each and every time around, 425 feet of elevation gain. 2 really decent climbs in this compared to round 1 in Fayetteville, where it was short, punchy, and the rocky, rooty terrain of the Ozarks. We're in that high desert here in Southern California, and some longer, more sustained climbs and a very arid, dry, sandy soil comp. And definitely different race conditions than we saw just a few weeks ago. You see the dust there kicking up. Current temperature 68 degrees. There is a nice cool breeze. It's a beautiful day here in California, but 20-mile-per-hour gust of winds coming across. We talked to some athletes. They said you can absolutely feel that on course in different sections. You can hide from it on certain sides of these mountains, but in some sections you're absolutely exposed to it. It's high desert, really no trees to speak of, so they are fully exposed to the sun. It's a little cool, but definitely going to feel hot on that bike after about an hour and 15 minutes of racing. Some of those wind gusts pushing some riders off their lines early on. So there's some A-B selections. If this is your first time tuning in for the day on InsiderMTB.com, reminder you can catch all the day's action. We do catalog that on the YouTube channel, so you can go back, and if you missed this morning or this afternoon's racing, you can catch up on what's been just an exciting day of bike racing. It's both our junior men's and our junior women's, our elite men, elite women's races. Just very captivating racing here at Vail Lake Resort. Got one rider here setting the pace early. Once they settle in, we'll get an idea of who's who, who's doing what, and there's an attack right there by Bear National. Going to lead him up this charge for the first time. Getting 6 full laps out here. Today's coverage being brought to us by USA Sport Inc., sponsor of today's live stream, being brought to you for free. If you like what you see, want to consider a donation, you can donate there on InsiderMTB.com. If you want to give an athlete a shout-out or a team a shout-out or a company a shout-out, just make a donation, and we'll do exactly that. We'll give you a shout-out on the live stream. That's how that works. Help us buy this TV crew at a good dinner.
Buy some gas for this big rig they got to haul around the country. Yeah, some of the names we'll be talking about, no doubt for sure, were on that front row. Guys like Landon Dendy, Mason Salazar is going to be a name we're going to be talking about. It's going to be a factor in the outcome of this race for sure.
Adam Moat with Donovan Racing, always up there in the front. Ben Brodman with Bear National Team. Owen Paradine, also with Bear National. Oliver Welkler. A lot of firepower at the front end of this race. is one of our Bear National riders here early on, setting the pace. Looks like he's got some teammates up here in the top 5.
Yeah, all the usual suspects represented well here in terms of those Devo teams, right?
Yeah, Ruler Devo's with us, Donovan, Bear National. Team Booger. Still trying to figure out the what would you call that? The origin story of Team Booger.
We gotta
find that out before the weekend's
know.
over. Someone's got to let us.
I may not sleep well tonight unless I figure that out. Good-looking crew, all of them.
You can see the pace is high from the get-go. Is this already starting to spread out again? Just under 50 athletes represented here in our U23 men's competition. They go up and over this unique Connex box.
That's
Great
one of the
shot
first good
there.
views we've seen of that side of that Connex box. You see how it kind of wraps around and they dump them back down and they get to ride through it.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool shot here. So they're going to twist and turn around and then shoot through. And then there's a nice rock garden on the other side that'll test the suspension of those small travel bikes right here. You'll see the riders let that bike do the work underneath them. And then they'll drop down into what's called the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. And you're about to see right now why we call it that is catching air and little style points up for grabs. A lot of these athletes coming up through the ranks of the development teams here in North America start out as juniors, 13 as young as 13, 14 years old, move up into 15, 16, 17, 18 now in this U23 category. And I have to imagine everybody out here on this course has hopeful of making the jump up to that elite level racing.
Some of them having to do it while attending college, so holding down a full-time job in the form of university studies, but then also trying to put in the training time necessary to be able to contend and stay a factor in these hotly contested U23 category.
Yeah, it looks like we got our Donovan Racing athlete up there, Roller Devo, and a couple Bear Nationals. So like you said, the who's who of development. Single file here as they're going to start to make their way up the Violet's Farms power climb. And leading the way, that is Colin O'Neill with Bear National. Bib number 33. Sometimes it's hard to pick them out here. Hope they wear like a different color of socks or something. All those Bear National riders up there in the mix in the top 10. Get a right look at who some of those other riders are here shortly. That was Adam Moat there on your screen, setting top 5 with Donovan Racing as he came a little past me. Made a little AB selection here, see if it comes back together. Not really an AB line, just a dealer's choice there as they make their way up the power climb here. Bear putting themselves in position early here. As we got 3 Bear riders now up in the mix. One Donovan Racing rider and I think a Roller Devo athlete as well.
They're going up the top end of his climb like it's a final sprint.
Yeah, spreading things out early here.
We're still on the first lap, and these guys are absolutely powering their way up this last climb on the lap.
Yeah, that's Colin O'Neill there was setting the pace. Looking to tread this field early.
We've been seeing it all day. You want to lead into the downhills if you can. If you have opportunity to gabble a space and get closer to whoever's out in front or be that rider out in front, you want to be able to lead on the downhill.
Yeah, top 5 now on your screen. Looks like top 10 still close to being together there, but single file as they make their way off the backside of the mountain. Again, can really pick up and carry good speed. Like you said, being in front there allows the leader to pick the optimal line, or at least their line of their choice. Starting to get late in the day. Really the first time we've seen any shadows cast on the course as well, Jim. So
that can play a factor in that line choice, right? And where you put your front wheel. You get stuff stuck in the shade like that you don't see. That can cause a big problem.
Yeah, I don't think course conditions change much throughout the day. As you see him coming off that drop, that little gravity cavity, they can really pick up some speed through here. You see him just pumping through this section of the course, making quick work of this first lap is our U23 men. So they're going to go over there. You see a drop heading their way. They kind of post up here, drop off here, carry that speed around, and then there's a mandatory gap right here. There's a B line around it a lot slower. All these racers are just going to take that A line, and as long as you can just carry speed and just drop right over that section of Rock Rebel. A lot of the new features built here at Vail Bike Park over the off season. A lot of investment in some new tabletop jumps and gap jumps and really spicing things up on this XCO course. A lot of new A-B line options. Really up in the technicality. Not a lot of rocks to be found, so they said, well, we'll just bring some in. And so
do what you got to do.
Added some technicality with some new rock gardens out here.
Guys out here playing in the dirt with some heavy machinery and forming up just what is an absolutely fantastic course all over this facility. They're digging new lines all the time and building new trails and keeping it open to the public all year round. We get to ride this place because of the great weather we're able to enjoy here in California.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just year-round mountain biking around here, right, Jim? I mean, just 12 months a year, you're out here enjoying what is probably beautiful sunny weekends, and every weekend's probably close to being a good weekend to ride a mountain bike.
We got the stones to complain when it gets into the low 50s. You know, we complain that, oh my goodness, I may not be able to go outside today. Here we are in the middle of April, just basking in it and enjoying great bar-to-bar racing all day long.
All right, leaders coming in. That is Colin O'Neill. Mason Salazar is there as well.
Yeah, that's how I was looking to call out as Mason Salazar.
Benjamin Brovman, I mentioned him. He's up there in the mix. That lead group, Colin O'Neill, Ben Brovman, Oliver Welkler, Landon Dindy, Adam Moat, Preston Johnson, Joanne Paradine, Tyler Lambert, all coming through together.
Mason and his family have traveled around already this year chasing some early season points. They were out in Thailand at the race there, and they went out to Puerto Rico. He's been fighting a back injury, though, and had to pull out of the Fayetteville race. He would have been the factor in that, but he's been nursing a back injury, but I think back on some good form here and looking to contend on what it is, his home turf here. Mason get accepted to UCLA in the fall, and proud dad is out here on course supporting his son and what might be his only year to race U23 because of the hard work he's going to have to do to buckle down in that biology major that he's going to take on at UCLA. So
Landon Dindy now setting second. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. So look at the bear here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of our Bear National athletes. Look, about 9 riders have made this initial selection towards the front. That was Landon Dindy, Colin O'Neill, Adam Moat, Preston Johnson, Mason Salazar, Ben Brovman, Johan Paradine, Oliver Weckler, and Tyler Lambert in that mix. They're already starting to swap positions on lap 2. It's a 6-lap race, so riders seeing 5 to go this time through. Colin O'Neill with Bear National leading the charge lap 1, but now got a new leader off the front and not one of our Bear National athletes.
Bear National with their usual tactic of ganging up on the field and trying to force as many of their riders to the front to set the pace, trading turns. Been a great day of racing so far, and we're putting a bow on it here to now in the last race of the day with our U23 men.
Cool, looking at some start gate there. I'm guessing you can do some side-by-side racing out here. Now looking at that top 9, it does look about 6 of that top 9. We got a couple Ruler Devo athletes in there. Preston Johnson, Mason Salazar, Adam Moat with Donovan Racing. But the rest of this, pointy end of this race, a whole lot of Bear National riders. Looks like we've had a pass here. Another Bear National now back to the front. That could be Colin O'Neill again. Oh, maybe sitting second wheel. Sorry, still got one rider here off the front a little bit. No real separation here. They're going to approach the first of really 2 proper climbs out here on course. This one they push up to the top, and that's where they find that unique Connex box they buried at the top of a hill. Creates that cool over-under opportunity.
Looks like he's being chased like he owes them money, like a gang fight. These guys are just hunting him down across the hill. That Bear National team, and there's
one his lunch money.
Distinctive jerseys are just hunting down that Ruler Evo rider that is now setting the pace up this climb.
Yeah, even those other kind of, I don't know, green kind of multicolor kits there with the green on them. That's also part of that Bear development, difference in our Bear National and Bear development, where they are in their mountain bike careers, but still all part of that Bear team up there. As you get a look there, the technicality of the course, really pick up some speed here. And like you said, the best place to be in a bike race, well, Jim, off the front out here is you really get a chance to be in that clean air and pick clean lines on these descents. And again, that's where we've seen some separation. We're seeing it right here. That's just the advantage of being in the front and not having to rely on following a wheel in front of you on those descents.
We've been saying it all day. The gap's being gathered here on the descents. Not uncommon at all for riders to be able to stretch out and put a few bike lengths into the riders behind them on the descent, being able to carry the speed as best they can and not having to brake and slow down because there's riders in front of them.
Leader setting up a little bit, taking a drink of water. Looks like the rest of the field comfortable to do that as well. And allow this lead group of 9 maybe to come back together a little bit. Again, our U23 athletes doing the same course as our elite men and women. Everyone racing the same XCO course. AB line options obviously available, but these U23 men going to take the A lines, if I had to guess. Again, the wind is a factor on portions on the course, but here you see just making it look easy out here. There's some mandatory gaps on these A lines. They're going to push up now towards the top here of this unique Moto-style Connex box buried at the top here. Go across the top of it right here. Do little twists and turns, and they'll shoot through it and rattle down the rock garden on the other side. And that's drops them into a pretty cool section, Jim, what's called the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. Shout out to Orange Seal, official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Stop flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal.
You know you got a cool course when it's got names. So the features have names. You got the Coliseum. You got the Speed and Style, right?
Oh, look at the style right there by a leader. Big hotel whip over that table. Again, this race starting to set up like a lot of the races we've seen earlier. A lot of this race staying together. Again, initial selection of 9 riders came through after lap number 1. 6-lap race, so race card probably going to read 4 to go next time through. There, this little chicane. I think that by design, so they're going by a feed area here, and so the chicane here slows them down appropriately. And
it's a tech zone there, I think, at the end of that too. So just in case they need to get some sort of support from their team, they're able to come in at a reasonable amount of speed and not have to worry about getting anybody runned over.
Get an idea who that leader is next time they make their way through. They're about to approach that power climb that we've seen be the deciding factor in races throughout the day, from our junior men's 17-18 to our elite women's race to our elite men's race. This power climb right here proving to be the key spot on course. That is now Bear National moving back to the front. Looks like that is Colin O'Neill.
Colin looks to be a bigger rider than some of these other U23 kids.
And among boys, yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
And then that is right there. I think that is, I don't know who's riding second wheel. Still trying to figure that out with you, Jim. I see you trying to pick out a plate there. We'll get an idea here shortly as they're about a quarter lap left on this lap. We'll be able to get you some time splits and look at their lap times. First time through, pretty fast burner of a lap, 11:44 by Colin O'Neill.
That would be up there along with the elites.
That is rider 207. Mason Salazar, correct. That is Mason Salazar with Roller Devo. Here comes the chase now as you see that attack being put down by Colin O'Neill and Bear National. And Mason Salazar answering the charge, answering the call, but
Mason is no stranger to these trails. He's put in lots of hours riding out here for sure. Another one of these young men that I've had the pleasure of watching since they were just a little guy. Single digits in age, racing our kids' races at Quick and Dirty. Now racing at the highest possible level as a U23 athlete.
That's got to feel pretty good to know that, I mean, obviously if this is the pointy end, the higher end of competition, but it does take a whole ecosystem of races and able to prepare an athlete like Mason to get ready to race at this level and to really to come up through the ranks. So shout out to all the race promoters out there doing it for sport and providing that opportunity for kids and, like you said, single digit age to start get engaged with the sport of mountain biking. Jim, you yourself, obviously a part of that ecosystem here in Southern California. Appreciate it.
Oh, man, so much fun to watch their faces and just see them explore and learn and play. I know Victor takes a great amount of pride in how that series has developed some of these riders that are out here now racing at a national and international level. It's really, 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 really a great pleasure.
Colin O'Neill out here just making quick work of the backside of this course. Is at this little step down here. You see him kind of post up a little bit, and then they'll carry speed through this little gravity cavity, and then that mandatory step down here. You just kind of just don't touch the brakes, and you're fine as you fly over that.
You call that mandatory. I call it terrifying. I'm going to have to hurdle myself off of that and think that I can stick the landing and then make this turn after it.
Another little tag. That's actually, and all this steeper, talked about it, those longer sustained climbs, steep off-camber descents, rock drops, double jumps, just littered throughout the course. And like you said, the fun meter high on a course like this.
Oh, yeah. I've seen smiles on these riders' faces no matter what they're placing. You know they're having a blast out here, and they're having to turn themselves inside out to do it. But all these guys have just so much fun getting to be able to play bikes like this.
All right, leaders coming through now, single file, as I do think this is Colin O'Neill with Bear National lead them in. We know Mason Salazar is right there in the mix. It looks like that's Ben Brovman with Bear National. That'll be your top three. The rest of these riders trying to see if they can't latch back onto this lead group. A couple more Bear riders, Oliver Weckler and Landon Dindy. Adam Mode as well as Johan Paradine and Preston Johnson now coming through. A little separation starting to happen out here on course as the race starting to go up the road a little bit. 4 to go, gentlemen, 4 to go.
Mason still being ganged up on by that Bear National contingent.
All right, looks like this lead group's back to 5 now. Separated to about 3 and going back together, but a tag being thrown here early. We saw this in the short track yesterday. This is a good place to put in a little dig and see if you can't create some early lap separation between yourself and some of the field.
Well, especially if you got numbers like this, right? If you got four riders out of the 5 in this lead group, do you really try and just fire a couple of guys up the road just to tire out the rest of the field?
That's right. We've seen this earlier when that feeling kind of similar to our junior 17-18 where we had that one wee development rider up there with that strong Bear contingent, able to battle it out and get it done and take the win. And now Mason Salazar, Roller Devo, finds himself in the similar position to where it's himself and just really the rest of that Bear squad in the top 5.
Yeah, I don't think Mason's going to care too much about that. He's going to keep his front wheel inserted as far forward as he can.
Last time, too, top 5 was Colin O'Neill, Mason Salazar, Ben Bravman, Oliver Weckler, and Landon Dindy. 9 seconds back from them, Adam Moat, Johan Paradine, and Preston Johnson were in that second group. Then another 9 seconds back to the Chasers. Right now we're down to a group of 5 in this lead group with 4 to go.
Kind of maybe now a good time to take a breath and set the table a little bit for tomorrow. The amateurs get to take center stage tomorrow, and they'll be on some of this course, but actually it's a bigger lap for the amateurs because we've got big groups of these age groupers out there all on the course at the same time. So
that's right, 8:30 in the morning. We go back to racing here with our junior boys 11-12. Then 8:34, we'll have some age group racing for our men and women. And then the races I'm excited about is that 10-15, going to be our junior 15-16. Should be some pretty exciting racing in that. We saw them race the short track on Friday. It's a national qualifier for our Category 1 15-16 boys, so that should be an exciting race to watch. That race action coming up tomorrow again, starting at 8:30, live for free on InsiderMTB.com.
Yeah, a lot of focus on that. Just those points available for the series are so important. Later on, too, in the day, we got the other than the Tinker Juarez, multi-time national and world champion.
Yeah, here we might see NBA legend, Hall of Famer Reggie Miller out here throwing his name in the hat for a bike race. And so, yeah, if you're looking for some bike racing on a Sunday morning, just tune right back in here on InsiderMTB.com. All right, one rider now off the front. That's one of our Bear riders as Mason slotted back to third now. Again, that is, I mean, just the team tactics that Bear could deploy if they wanted to at this point in the race. Is you see that Colin O'Neill is filtered back now to fourth. Easy to pick out there. He's going to look and come around just
just like
power.
That turns the throttle and just gobbles up a whole bunch of space.
I mean, very similar, kind of like I would say it like kind of a race style similar to what we saw with Christopher Blevins, just the ability to hit the gas on these climbs. And look, he's just pedaled away from everybody from fourth to first.
Just in, 15, 20 seconds.
Just raw power,
roll right to the front. Change the whole dynamic of this lap.
Dropping that dropper post down, getting ready for the next descent here. Rattle through this rock garden. Now it is Bear 1-2 here off the front as Colin O'Neill putting in a little dig here and creating some separation between our top 5.
Again, much like every other category today, so impressive, the bike handling skills and just the flow these riders are able to deploy on this course and how they navigate their way through the technical sections, how they pick up time and speed on the downhill sections, and certainly just the absolute bursts of power they're able to do on these punchy climbs that this course is made up of.
Colin attacking through this section. Definitely carrying speed through here. We saw when it was Mason Salazar in this same section last lap, kind of setting up a little bit through here, and not the case with Colin O'Neill at the steering wheel. Be punching up towards that over-under section of the course here shortly. Here, a couple gap jumps here. He's got a teammate riding second wheel.
Things starting to stretch themselves out here a little bit. This isn't that compact, tight race that it was the first 2 laps. So
no, Colin O'Neill definitely putting in a dig on this one. And like you'd say, alarm bells going off. The rest of this field, if you were setting top 9 when you came through all together, top 5 last time through, See some separation here. Shoot.
I think regardless of the outcome, the Bear National Bear Devo team, there's going to be some cause for celebration tonight at their team house because they've had just an impressive day of racing, men and women alike, and doing a really, really good job representing their team and all their sponsors.
Yeah, Scott Wellmeyer taking the win for junior women 17-18. A lot of Bear riders on our podium for our junior men 17-18 as well. Bear taking the win for our U23 women's race today. It is Bear 1-2 right now. We'll see if we'll have to wait a minute. It looks like Mason Salazar filtered back to third, but right now it's all Colin O'Neill early on in this race. Still a lot of race to go here. We approach that feed zone section here, and then gonna punch up Violet Farms power climb for another time as Colin O'Neill early in this race putting on a clinic, looking like Christopher Blevins out here just powering up these climbs. Here he goes again, already up and out of the saddle on attack.
His own teammates trying to hold on to that wheel and having a hard time doing so.
He's got one teammate able to go with him. We'll get an idea who that teammate is. And several Bear national team riders in this top 10. And so here's a look at our leaders here.
Things kind of settling in and riders kind of trying to find their own spot. Mason now trying to dig in and cover some of that gap that has occurred here in the last half of a lap.
Gonna push up, and then they're gonna hit that spine-like section of this climb. Little reprieve here. That's like the one little place you can.
Ty Katie roll through. And if it's one thing I like to see late in the day is the race director, nice and calm, everything cool. He's having a soda, just keeping an eye on things. Nothing major going on other than just some world-class racing being played out for us here on this beautiful canvas.
I think that might be Ben Brovman there, riding second wheel, still trying to catch the bib. Again, there's a lot of Bear National riders out there in that light blue and navy kit. It might be Colin O'Neill's teammate Ben Brovman. He was set in third place last time through. He may have made that selection, able to answer. The only one to cover this charge by Colin O'Neill. Look at the separation now as Mason Salazar not even in your screen. Great shot of just how drawn out that climb is, though. You kind of see the difference in how the course is laid out here in Southern California versus round one in Fayetteville and the Ozarks, where you got that short, steep, punchy, rocky, rooty, really tree canopy covered terrain. And there's a shot of third place, Mason Salazar. We don't have these long, drawn-out climbs back there in Arkansas.
Those climbs are the toughest sometimes because you can't see the top. You can't really see where it curls over the top, and you just every pedal stroke you're praying for it to end.
Well, the difference out there in riding and what we saw at round one to round two is it's hard to recover on the descents because the descents in Arkansas are just as steep as the climbs. They may be short and punchy, but this really doesn't allow a lot of opportunity to recover on the bike. Where here, where even the descents, some of them nice and drawn out, and you see they're not on the pedals right now, just letting the gravity do its work for them, and just really about bike control, bike handling skills get you through these sections.
Yeah, keep the front wheel in line. Use the brakes as little as possible. Only going to try and slow it down before the turn because you want to carry all that speed through every turn.
Colin O'Neill doing a good job carrying that speed. I do think that is Ben Brovman. Could be Johan Paradin. We'll look here shortly as they make their way off the mountain back towards the venue. Our leader's going to see, I think, 3 to go this time through. About halfway through this race, this time through, will be the halfway mark in the 6-lap race as they make their way through this very cool section here. I love this technical step down. You see the B line there to the left, but the A line, man, you just drop off and carry speed through there, and then you hit that big, really a drop down there. Like you said, we'd be puckered up, but they make it look easy.
I have a hard time jumping off of curbs most days. These guys are taking 4 and 5 foot drops over a rock expanse. So yeah,
short travel bikes at that.
Yeah. And Mason clawed some of that space back now. He's about to reattach onto back end of the second place rider there.
Yeah, it could be a lead group of 3 next time as they come through. Reminder, we're going to do our final podiums at 5:30. As soon as this race wraps up, we'll get our final podium of the day for our U23 men. Final podium going to be at 5:30. So it's been a full day of racing, Jim. We started this thing at 8:30 this morning. Hard to think that we've been out here on the microphones for what is going to be, what is that, a 9-hour pool? It's just, we'll just call it, 9-hour full day.
I'll take it, man. This is no better seat to the action than be able to get here and talk about it and see it so up close the way we have all day long with the great camera angles provided by InsiderMTB.com. As our lead 3 riders now coming into view underneath the start-finish truss.
Right, Colin O'Neill. Ben Brobman is that other Bear National Team rider. And then Mason Salazar. That's your top 3. Colin O'Neill, Ben Brobman, Mason Salazar. 3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. We are halfway through the bike race.
These guys look pretty content right now with their spots. I think they know that they can maybe take a little breather here about halfway through the race and be able to reset and shuffle the deck and pour it all out here on the last 3 laps.
Yeah, damage is done, as you would say, right?
Yeah. The collective, the gang fight has eased a bit for Mason. Now he's only got 2 of the Bear riders to contend with.
As Mason Salazar makes his way through, here comes Adam Moat, Johan Parrott, and Preston Johnson coming through the start-finish. 30 seconds back for Oliver Weckler. Oliver coming through. 30 seconds is the gap. 15 seconds back to Adam. Lap time 12:08. So, yeah, lap time coming up a little bit that time. It's, like you said, I think, maybe a pretty fast time, though, right at the 12-minute mark. I mean, we saw elite men right there at that, about a minute faster. Still for our U23 athletes, that 12-minute mark, a proper lap out here with just making quick work of, 425 feet of elevation in 3 miles. I mean, that's more, for those that, ride mountain bikes, that's more than 100 feet per mile, which is a pretty good gauge of what's the terrain like? It's about 100 feet per mile. You kind of know what you're getting into. And anything above that, well, I mean, that to me typically meant that's going to be a pretty big effort on the bike.
That golden ratio of 1 to 100 like that tells you how tough it is and how much climby parts there are. And there's certainly plenty here and all very technical in between.
And now it does, the good thing is there is, what goes up must come down. So equally, a lot of descending out here on this course. So, like you said, I think that's what makes this course so much fun for these riders is there's all this elevation. And the descending doesn't come once it's either. It's got a nice balance to the course designs because it's, you do climb all day and then sometimes you can, that elevation that loss comes all at once in one short descent, only to turn around and grind back up for the next, 2 miles. In this case, with the course layout here, definitely a lot of up and down, and just as long and drawn out as the climbs are, the descents are very similar, Jim.
Yeah, it kind of levels the playing field, if you will, for those riders that are the pure climber types versus those that are more all-arounder or better technical descenders, right? We're able to kind of make things balanced and even for everybody, and that way we've got as fair of a race as we possibly can.
Well, your guy Mason Salazar now, Roller Devo, moving back to the front.
Yeah, a little change of pace there at the front, kind of swapping positions out. Mason's now leading on that downhill, trying to find some of that time and speed on this nice flowy section here.
Yeah, he's been in the lead on a couple other laps, so these riders now swapping position, but Colin O'Neill may just be doing a little, setting back again, recovering a little bit. We see he's been the one on the attack for Bear National. Ben Brobman, his only teammate, able to answer the call. And initially, Mason couldn't even answer that call. He was just able to ride back on. But I wonder if we don't see another attack from Colin O'Neill shortly if he gets up here and gets into position, doesn't try to continue to just put these riders into the pain cave with him.
All these guys live in that cave. They love that cave. They get in there where it's dark, and they do all their hunting in that cave. Riders making it look easy out here as they start to punch up towards our
Violet Farms Power Climb. Look back here. Some of the chase group, I think, that's formed. Last time through the top 10, it was Colin O'Neill, Ben Brava, and Mason Salazar, but then Oliver Weckler, Adam Moat, Johan Paradin, Preston Johnson, Aaron Connolly, Jacob Allen, and Cedar Bremner rounded out our top 10. So a lot of racing happening out here on course at this point. Is starting to see groups of riders coming through. You kind of settled into your pace and see who you're going to race on the day, Jim.
Yeah, these guys have had to wait around most of the day to get their race on, and they've probably got the toughest conditions, at least in terms of the wind, but certainly putting on a great show for us so far, even though things are stretched out like they are, and we got this lead group of 3 that we'll catch back up on the coverage here.
Well, we might have one now rider may have made a little move and moved towards the front. I don't know if like Oliver Weckler maybe come around and we missed the move there in the coverage, but
I think it looked like Colin and Mason had kind of separated there.
Well, here's Colin O'Neill now we see on our screen. Making his way through some of the pumpy sections of the course. There's Mason now riding second wheel. Catching some air is I'd say cool breeze. I mean, definitely different day than yesterday. A lot cooler. It did get pretty warm here at the venue yesterday, and today this wind is we had a little bit of wind yesterday, but it wasn't the cool type of wind like we have today. Jim tells me there's some cooler temperatures on their way tomorrow. Looks like temps are going to get into the 40s tonight.
Yeah, we might get a little rain tomorrow. It's predicted that the rain may hit, but looking, if anything, like it's not going to be till after we're all done with racing here. So hopefully that holds out.
You mean it won't start at the beginning of like the 11, 12-year-old race?
Yeah, hopefully not.
I hope not. That seems to be the case sometimes.
Although they would probably love the mud bath. It doesn't make for the best or safest racing conditions.
No, and you can see this. Like it's ready for a little rain out here. As riders almost side by side as our 2 leaders, Colin O'Neill and Mason Salazar, side by side as they aired it out over that gap jump. Going through this little rock garden here, and
looks like Ben's going to be able to come on to terms here with those guys too, and make it a threesome again here as we come by, and they'll see
other riders. One of our tribe rider there getting up and out of the saddle, trying to make his way around. Maybe Canyon Minor, not sure who that was, but definitely picked that kid out. Now they're going to do that climb, so they're going back that feed section, so they're still going to punch their way. I think they're about to punch their way up power climb. So still a little bit more racing here on this lap.
There we go, now attaching to our leading trio.
Mason Salazar filtering back to third. He was in first, and we went into the lap proper on lap 3 of 6. That is Ben Brodman setting the pace now. Teammate Colin O'Neill, second wheel.
It's like a washing machine here at the front end of the race. Everybody just kind of moving through. They might get stepped back a few bike lengths, and then, they just managed to work their way right back up to the front and slot themselves into position for the part of the course that suits them the best. These guys seem to have this race pretty well in control, at least from a top 3 perspective.
Yeah, gap back was 30 seconds from this top group last time through, so 30 seconds, then another 15 seconds back to 5th place. So like this gap may continue to grow a little bit. Riders starting to try to work together at different parts on the course. Started to see a few of those athletes there in the shot that may be trying to give chase, but a lot of ground to cover. The race seems to be going up the road at this point as they are on the power climb.
And just a heads up to the UCLA Bruins cycling team. You might want to go knocking on Mason's dorm when he gets there in September and make sure you get him on the recruit train over there, because he will be a fine addition to that squad for sure.
And there's an attack by Colin O'Neill. I was waiting for it. We've seen him put in a dig here earlier. Like he just wants to be at the front and lead him off this mountain maybe. But no, this is a proper dig he's putting in, as he's definitely creates a little bit of separation and going to lead him off the mountain through this long, about close to mile descent on the backside of this mountain. This is the reward part we talked about, all that effort to get up that final climb, and then a lot of descending all the way back to the start-finish line. Again, leader's going to see 2 to go next time through. A little bit more competition happening out here, as you see racing happening all over the venue.
Good points in store here, so everybody's going to race for every position they can get, because these points are so valuable when it comes to call-ups later on in the season. Third, fourth row, man, you are literally almost placing yourself out of contention with that kind of starting spot. You get up in the first and second row, you got a legit chance to get the whole shot and keep and hold a position. So every point counts for these riders at an early season race like this.
Yeah, today is a UCI inscripted race, so early season points definitely up for grabs for our U23 athletes. Back here at the leaders is Salazar takes a quick drink. Not a lot of time, though, because
I don't even see how you take your hands off the bars at any point here on this course, let alone on a snaky downhill like this, feeding right into a rock garden.
Now they're going to twist and turn through a few more turns here and be on approach. And lap car going to read 2 to go this time through, ladies and gentlemen. Leader's going to see 2 to go. Right now, as it stands, top 3 is Colin O'Neill, Benjamin Brovman, both with Bear National, and then Mason Salazar, part of that Roller Devo, in there in the mix. The move was made early on by Colin O'Neill, turning the pressure up early on the rest of the field, creating that initial separation. We had a lead group of about 9, carved down to about 5, now down to 3, as these 3 gentlemen have kept the pace up throughout. Lap time's right around the 12-minute mark. We'll get an idea now here as they are on approach. Shadows starting to get long here, Jim, as we're getting later in the day. 2 to go, gentlemen, 2 to go.
You know, everybody grabbing a bottle, getting what they can in them now. This is probably the only part of the course you got a real safe place to do that.
Colin O'Neill setting the pace. Teammate Benj Brovman riding second wheel.
This whole group looking, all 3 looking very comfortable. I don't think you could definitively say that there's a winner out of this group yet. Everybody's still very much sizing each other up. And I'm not going to go all Nostradamus on you, but I really think that final climb is going to be what helps determine the winner, the outcome of this race.
Yeah, I saw them look over their shoulder, seeing if there was any competition behind, and they didn't see anybody, because here comes the chase now. We're starting to see for the first time where the rest of this race is, as looks like Preston Johnson, Adam Moat, Johan Paradin, all starting to come through there. 2 to go, gentlemen, 2 to go. Time split on that, 45 seconds. 45-second gap. It was about 30 seconds last time through, so leaders opened up additional 15 seconds. Turned to 12:31, so a little slower lap time, actually, than we saw last lap. As you mentioned, they're starting to settle in a little bit. But if anything, we see them taking feeds on the bike. We see them taking some hydration. I think they're getting ready. Well, you know, they know it's coming. We're under 2 laps to go. Like you mentioned, there's some fireworks about to start popping off here soon.
Yeah, that's all going to switch. Those lap times are going to start ticking down here over the course of the next 2 laps as we're about ready to finalize a great day of racing. Just a thrilling, wonderful display on behalf of all of our athletes here, regardless of the age group, regardless of the category they are racing. It's just been an impressive display of talent and bike handling skills all day long.
Well, in that mix, in that racing for those last 2 podium spots, 3 riders, Preston Johnson, Adam Moat, and Johan Pernin, representing Roller Devo, Donovan Racing, and Bear Devo. That's going to round out your top 6, but only 2 of those 3 can make that final 2 podium spots. So some fun race action happening in different parts of the course. Again, about 45-second split from 3rd back to 4th and 5th and 6th. So that's a lot of ground to make up.
Didn't the UCI turn it over to where podiums were only 3 deep, and now we're running 5 here? Did we reverse that rule? Just for the World Cup. Thank you, sir. Commissar putting me on notice there that my information is incorrect. But yeah, that's a little backlash from the athletes on that, but it is what it is. Rules are rules. We have rules for a reason, but glad that we're able to honor the top 5 here at this event. I know some of them got penalized for running up there and doing a 5-person podium. They got a firm finger wag and maybe a little Swiss franc penalty. They have to pay those in Swiss franc, or they just charge them in Swiss francs? I wonder. I don't know. They have to actually dig into the pocket for the peel off those bills.
Now I think right now it might be Ben Brovman taking his turn at the front.
Yeah, carrying a nice little head of speed there through that whoop section.
Again, under 2 laps, so we know moves are going to be made here. And the question is, can these other athletes cover, as Salazar now coming around O'Neill?
Mason just made such a move and slotted into 2nd position, going up this nice kicker of a climb.
Yeah, I think they're on approach to that over-under section. You see the popular, look at all the fans out here late in the day still hanging out with us. Shout out to the fans and the friends and family supporting all these athletes racing this weekend. Again, I love just the way that these weekends are shaped in the sense like you talked about it. I mean, today we've had the top level of the sport. We have our Olympians here racing, current national champions, past world champions. And then tomorrow is a full day of, really the future of the sport from our 11 to 14-year-olds, 15, 16 in the development cycle. They'll all be back out here racing again tomorrow. So it's really something for everybody out here and wherever you're at in the journey to be a professional mountain biker.
Yeah, and not too late to sign up. I'm guessing they're going to take day of registration tomorrow. So if you're one of those age groupers and you want a chance to go strut your stuff and flex your muscles out here, come on out and join us.
Yeah, just go see Ty Katie. Tell him you want to race. Tell him the announcer said. Back here looking at Ben Brovman. Mason Salazar giving chase here. Able to go with Ben Brovman. And for the first time, not seeing Colin O'Neill on the screen here as part of this lead group. But something tells me they're not far behind. Just haven't really seen a big effort that would have caused much separation.
It was a bit of a slow roll, wasn't it? They kind of just started leaning off the front a little bit, and yeah, Colin did the. Oh, there he is. Now he's not fired off at all. No big whoop. Catching his breath.
Yeah, I didn't see anything that looked like a real move out there. So get a look at some of the technicality of the race course as athletes dropping off side of the mountain here. And decent sized field, just under 50 athletes, right about 45. And so plenty of racing happening late in the day here at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park. Race 2 of 5 for the 2026 US XC Open Series presented by Village Farms.
Quick peek over the shoulder there was Ben looking at the charging Mason Salazar right behind him.
Go up and over that Connex box in the over-under section of the course. Mason coming up around here, maybe going to lead him through this section. No, just got, yeah, and he is. The move made, came up and around Ben Brodman now. Mason back in front. Going to shoot through that Connex box, rubble through this rock garden, and then down to that Orange Seal Speed and Style section. And that's why. So appropriately named.
Yeah.
Nice little tail whip there as they make their way over some of these gap jumps and table features.
Guys at this level, they just glide. There's no wasted movement. Everything is just a nice, smooth flow, regardless of the terrain, regardless of the feature. Yeah, now Mason doing what he does and getting out in front here, and this may be a launch point for him too, if not on this lap, on the final lap.
Yeah, just running out of real estate a little bit as riders on the 2 to go.
Still anybody's race, though. I tell you what, any of these three guys is capable of winning this race.
This has been the story all day, right? I mean, this is unfolding very similar to the way the races have. It tells you about, I think that speaks to the quality of the competition that's here this weekend, to where you really didn't have, there's something for everybody up to the elites, where we saw Christopher Blevins have a, really memorable battle, a heavyweight battle with Carter Woods. Haley Batten and Jen Jackson battling it out. You had like Bear Devo and We Development battling it out for the win in our junior men's 17-18. And so, yeah, just a lot of quality competition here, and it's made for some really compelling racing, as here we are late in this race, in our final race of the day, U23 men's race. And these three gentlemen have been all together throughout, as Mason Salazar leads the way. Ben Brodman and Colin O'Neill with Bear National giving chase.
Yeah, all three of those riders took the perfect line through that complete 180 turn on an uphill off camber like that, and lost very little speed, able to keep what speed they had into that uphill section and keep the power to the pedals that way.
Just a beautiful drone shot there from the Insider MTB crew. Look, I love this shot here where they get this long drawn-out shot, and you can really see the elevation, the spine-like climb that we were just seeing there of the Village Farms power climb. Right there on the top of that ridge.
There you go. Nice attack there on the outside by Colin O'Neill.
Yeah, trying to get in a position to maybe lead them back down. Maybe comfortable letting Mason take charge here. As they're going to, next time they come through, leader's going to see one to go, Jim. So we're getting close to about a lap and a half left of racing here.
Yeah, Mason wanted nothing to do with that. He shut that door real quick. This is his descent to lead down now.
I'm going to veer here off to the right and get some of that free mileage we were talking about, as they can really start to carry some speed down the side of the mountain here. And it was Colin O'Neill early with those attacks, and now it looks like there's carrying some good speed through here, and you wonder, does Ben Brodman now slotted up into second for the majority of these last couple races? I didn't know if we would see another attack from Colin O'Neill like we saw early in this race, or maybe that early on he dug himself in a little bit of a hole. Maybe doing a little recovery here. We're seeing them all taking feeds, but some little separation. Again, you talked about this on the descents is where we're seeing some separation, and Mason Salazar now picking up speed and starting to love this little setup here, and then drop down. That's that gravity section there. They're going to carry speed through there. And
Mason's got a good kick too, so if it does come down to a sprint finish, Mason does have a sizable sprint kick like that to close out races. I've seen many a race he's won dueling out with men double his age.
Yep.
And he's able to put them far behind him. So whether he decides to keep stretching this out and ride away on a climb, or it comes down to that sprint, he's going to be someone to contend with.
Well, it looks like Ben Brodman with Bear National going with him here as they're on approach. Ladies and gentlemen, this time through, leaders in our UCI XCO U23 men's competition. Going to get the one to go next time through. So get one lap to go Final lap of racing on the day, Jim.
Hard to believe. It's been just so compelling and so fascinating all day long. What a treat to be able to sit here and take it all in.
Just flew by, did it not? I guess when you love what you get to do, like a day like today, absolutely been a pleasure to sit here and call what has been some incredible racing.
Hope the family, friends, and fans at home watching on InsiderMTB.com has been enjoying it as much as we have, because the sights and sounds have been just fantastic. All
right, now the group of 2 coming through. This is Ben Brovman and Mason Salazar now. Lead group of 2. One to go, gentlemen. All right, and here does come Colin O'Neill. See if he can't real quickly get back on terms and pull this thing back together, as he was a little bit of separation there towards the last bit of that lap. That was a 12:17, so picking back up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, Colin had to give it everything he could down that windy front stretch here to be able to still stay in contention with these top 2 riders now.
Final lap here. Ben Brovman now leading him out. Mason Salazar with Roller Devo setting second wheel. Ben Brovman coming around now. Is he setting back and wait? Because now he's moving to the front. First time we've seen him at the front for a couple laps. Originally early in this race, it was Colin O'Neill that really exploded this bike race with some very impressive moves on a few of those climbs.
Place your bets, pick your horse. This is a 3-man race for the finish here for our U23 race.
I mean, Colin sliding back to the front. Here comes the rest of the field now. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go. That's racing for podium there. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th place, as they're about a minute back off the mark, but only 5 podium spots to be awarded. Only 2 of those gentlemen are going to make it onto the podium. Look back.
How about that? Big dig there.
And it's Ben Brovman now coming around Colin O'Neill, putting in a dig. Mason trying to cover these moves by Bear National late in the race. They're going to start to find some of that elevation we're talking about.
When is the point? Do you think these guys each have a different point in mind, or are they really waiting for this all-out effort that's going to be on the Violet's power climb later on in the lap?
There's a look at that race for the final podium spot there as we go back to our race leaders. All riders coming through. 1 to go. Racing happening a little bit everywhere here. I think that's Ben Brovman still in the front in that black helmet. He's in a Bear National setting 1-2 right now. Colin O'Neill setting second ahead of Mason Salazar. Look at some of our other athletes out here on courses. Again, sun starts to get low in the sky. Shadows getting long there. Temps starting to cool off. Wind settling down just a little bit, Jim. That's nice. And
sure, the athletes are appreciative of that, but not really going to matter at this point, because it's an all-out effort from here on out. No space is going to be given. Anything you're going to get, you're going to earn by the power you're putting into the pedals to keep that bike moving forward.
Yeah, Ben Brovman, though, they're just slicing and dicing his way up this next climb here. And it goes a little wide there on that corner.
Full tilt boogie, all 3 of these riders just...
Look at Colin O'Neill. Here he is. I think he's bridging up, and he may ride right past him. We've seen him do this. I might have covered. Ben might have shut that door down. Colin might try again on the inside. Here he is. He's up and out of the saddle. We saw him make this move early in the race. I think he might have just been sitting back and waiting to do this again and see if he couldn't throw this dart and make it stick, because now Colin O'Neill on the attack on this first of 2 significant climbs on course. Seeing it, Ben Brovman, you know what that looks like when you put your head down like that. You just don't have, you want to go and your body says no. Mason Salazar also back there.
Yeah, the engine room could not answer the call for more power for either of those 2 riders now, as Colin takes the descent first.
All these riders coming through getting 1 to go. It is all Colin O'Neill. That, again, I talked about that as he was going into this final lap. We'd seen him make this move. He hadn't really tried that in a couple laps, and I wonder if he wasn't just sitting back there, doing a little recovery, fueling, taking into jail. We saw our riders feeding on the bike, so
this is the first real gap any of these three riders have had since they've been riding together from midway through the race.
Yeah, Colin O'Neill just twisting the screws out here at this point. This is definitely an attack. This is an effort for the win with about a little bit over, I'd say about 2/3 of a lap to go.
He just straight called his shot. Yeah, I'm not going to wait around. I'm going to do it earlier in the lap. No waiting for this last climb. I'm going to go now.
And pretty impressive effort by Colin early in this race to separate it out and blow things up, and then now to create this separation for the first time we've seen. But here comes the chase now. Ben Brovman, Mason Salazar. If they don't get back up here and bridge back up and close this door down.
I mean, the chip's got to go in here sometime soon if either of these two guys want to get up there and contend for the win. So
yeah, I don't know if you want to wait till that last climb because Colin O'Neill's shown that he's got the engine today to march up those climbs. That's where he's been putting that attack in, and he is still on the attack. You see him up and out of the saddle. He goes over that flyover, just making it look easy. And a twist around and shoot through that Connex box for a final time. Rattle down that rock garden one more time through the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. Oh, that's a cool shot here. We're going to see him shoot through there. Great shot of that intentionality of the technicality of this venue. See that rock garden now. And you're going to drop down here, and great shot of him airing it out over these tables.
He's looking so smooth. There's still so much power left in him this late in the race.
This is definitely an all-out effort, though, as he is pushing hard. You saw the chase group right there come into screen. So, I mean, it's definitely a gap. It's, 5-6 seconds back. We'll see if we can count it out on course. But did he go too early? I mean, that's the question, right? Did you go too early? He's going to come down off this mountain now. And when he does, he'll roll by that tech area, and when he does, we'll know he's got that final climb to go, that Village Farms power climb. Here it is. He's going right by that tech area right now.
I call that about a
5. I was counting 2. Yeah, I'm going to say it's about a 5-second gap he's been able to open up. And this is where he's shown that he is being able to outpace the others, though. Now he's picking up speed. He's approaching the power climb. Sometimes he's going to be up and out of the saddle on attack this entire climb. He's going to open up his lead right here. Look how quick he's making, how easy he's making that climb look.
Yeah, he has no choice, though. He has to go all in right now because he knows those two men behind him are doing just that.
Just powering up that climb. Colin O'Neill.
Nice and smooth, easy effort being put out there. All kinds of power being poured into those cranks. Nice move there earlier on in the lap to gain the advantage that he has. And now he's
little reprieve here. It does kind of flatten out at stair steps right here. Not for long. You see it kind of drops down a little bit. But then he's going to take this turn here, and this is where you're going to see that big spine-like climb all drawn out all the way to the top. Comes down, and he's got one more turn here. It'll punch him up onto that. We'll see if he doesn't attack this section as well. He's looking gassed too, though. This is an all-out effort by Colin O'Neill with Bear National.
That's the best part about watching racing sometimes is just seeing the exasperated and just completely worn-out looks on these riders' faces when they finish.
Look at this shot here. I love that shot and how drawn out it really does show you.
Charging hard. He is not letting up at all, putting everything he can into that machine to keep it going uphill as fast as possible because he knows the two riders behind him are doing just that and more.
All by himself now initially on this climb. And here comes the chase. They can see him. Ben Brovman, Mason Salazar on this final lap trying to close it down. They so far have not had an answer for Colin O'Neill and these attacks he's put in on this final lap on these two prominent climbs out here on the race course. Colin O'Neill's going to be the first off the mountain. He's going to be able to solo down. We'll see if, on this descent, does Mason move around right here? Can Ben Brovman close down? Do they have what it takes to, catch Colin O'Neill on the descent? Are they a better descender? We're about to find out.
Yeah, chips are all in. It's game on, full tilt boogie for all three of these riders. Now, Ben took that second place position down the hill here.
Yeah, and look, he's charging hard. You can see him getting everything he can out of every corner of this race course, up and over. And you can see in your screen there, leader now. The separation easily still 5 seconds. Man, just another great bike race, Jim.
It's captivating, just such compelling racing. It's so impressive, all the athletes today. Every race played out a little differently, every one more fascinating than the one before.
There's our race leader, first over that little technical step down here, a little gravity cavity, carry some speed through there. A punch up, and then he's got this other little step down here. A little technical, sets up. You'll see him kind of just post up a little bit and drop down here. Big sweeping turn. Now to this step down here. Just should carry this pretty easy. Yep.
Very well played tactical race here. Attacking when he did, not leaving it to the final climb, going on the second to the final climb, getting his gap there. And now I can ride the race I want to ride. I can pick and choose my lines. I can pick and choose my speed. Not looking back to worry about where those riders are. He's just going to know he's going to pick and look for his line all the way through what is going to be the last about half mile or so of this course.
Yeah, he's down here in the flats now, too, so this is going to wrap up pretty quick. Twist and turn through here and through the trees, and not seeing the competitors. So, man, and like you said, put that attack in on the first climb, not the second. So it's the first time we've seen this move in today's racing. And Colin O'Neill with Bear National Team, there's the chase right there, but I think they're going to run out of real estate as he's on approach, ladies and gentlemen. First into the finish chute now. We'll be seeing him in our sights as he's up and out of the saddle. Going to finish strong. Racing for Bear National Team. Going to take the win here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Put your hands together, Colin O'Neill.
And what did I tell you about that sprinter kick with Mason Salazar? He did just that, came around, nabs P2 as a result. Ben Braverman goes P3, a great race from our U23 riders. What a fantastic effort by everybody out there. Thank you so much, man. That was absolutely thrilling. Wow.
And then looking back at the race, we know that last time through, 4th, 5th, and 6th all together. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out as Podium Ward's only going to be 5 deep here. And so it'll be interesting to see the back half of this race and see. So we're looking for our next finishers and who's going to round out our top 5 for our U23 competition. But in the end of the day, it was Colin O'Neill with an impressive ride out there, going long early on the last lap, making it stick.
Might have been the ride of the day, I would say. That was just a really well done, really tactically executed race.
Mason Salazar coming around Ben Brodman at the line to out-sprint him and take P2. Ben Brodman, though, strong effort there, led a good portion of this race for Bear National. I see him on the podium in 3. And here we go. We got some sprint happening here at the finish line. Sprinted out for position. Coming across the line in 4th, going to be Preston Johnson. Johan Perrin going to be at 5th, rounding out our top 5.
Yeah, Ruler and Bear, one version of Bear or another, wrapping up the podium party today. What a great effort by both those teams.
Yeah, they got to be happy with that. Both those development teams going 1-2. Bear going 1-3-5. Ruler going 2-4 on the podium. And speaking of podiums, we're going to get those going in 15 minutes. So reminder, final podium of the day going to be at 5:30. Gentlemen, you got about 15 minutes, so we'll be doing that final podium as more riders now coming across the line. Adam Moat, just on the outside looking in, finished 6th place, though. Donovan Racing. Adam was up there early in contention.
Still points on the line here, so these guys charging hard all the way through, looking to gobble up every little point they can.
That was Oliver Weckler coming across the line there. Out sprinting the competition. side-by-side battle here. Top 10 on the line as Luke Osment and Eric Asseling come across the line for Donovan Racing and Contour Racing. That one too close to call for me.
If you go to the high-speed camera on that, just make sure we get it right.
Looks like Luke Osment unofficially may have taken that sprint with Donovan Racing.
Thank you.
All right, and our results for our top 5 come through. And so, reminder, we're going to do the final podium in 15 minutes, 5:30. Next to the registration tent be the final podium ceremony of the day. Day 2 of 3 for the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park.
Not to make this about me, but man, I had a great time today. How about you? Wasn't this fun?
This is a great day to really enjoy celebrating the sport of mountain biking and just being given the opportunity to, honor to sit in this booth with you, Jim. It's been a blast, my friend, and really have like you said, this is a front seat action to what is the top level of sport here in North America.
We still got a massive crowd on hand. I know most of these folks are probably camping out through the weekend, so there's going to be probably a good party going on in the campground tonight.
Jacob Allen coming through there. This is Tyler Lambert wrapping up his race.
I'm excited to see all the age groupers tomorrow and all the youngins, all the teenage racers.
I'm telling you, don't undersell those 15, 16-year-old competitions. They're exhilarating. I know we saw them racing in the short track, but that is, when we talk about the future of the sport, those 15, 16-year-olds, they know how to race their bikes, and I expect those races to be absolutely as exhilarating as today's racing was. And so we'll see both our men and women 15, 16-year-olds as well as the 13, 14-year-olds, all categories as part of the USXC Open Series. So a lot of points on the line throughout the weekend. And you think about their weekend as another rider comes through here. This is Landon Dindy wrapping up his race. But you think about, they started their weekend yesterday in short track. Today they just got to run around and be kids, just buzzing around this venue. And then their grand finale is tomorrow as Ethan Twisselman comes across the line. And it's like Chad Brown rolling in too.
And congratulations to all the racers. Just pinning on a number and putting yourself out there like that is a feat in itself, and take great pride in the effort because this is not easy. Racing bikes is very, very hard if you do it well and you win. To do it well and just compete and contend is very hard. So congratulations to everybody out here who chose to pin on a number and race with us, and much gratitude to all the racers and their families, and certainly the crew and everything that puts it on, and all the officials that helped make it run like the clockwork that it did. So a lot of people here were able to make this happen, racers themselves, chief among them.
Well, Jim, we're going to let this race wrap up as these athletes finish up their race, part of this U23 category race. I want to thank those for tuning in live on the live stream. Reminder, we'll be back in the morning with another full day of racing. We're going to go get ready for this final podium. It's going to happen in about 10 minutes. We'll stream that here on the live stream, and then tune back in tomorrow to catch the final day, day 3 of 3 for the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup. Race action kicking off at 8:30 in the morning.
If your name is Mia and you believe you may have lost a piece of technology that belongs to you, come to the finish line. Mia, check your pocket. You may have lost something. If anybody knows a Mia who may have lost a piece of technology, please come to the finish line. Mia, check your pocket to see if you've lost your phone.
All right, we're going to do these podiums here shortly. A reminder, 5:30 going to be our podiums for our U23 competition. I'm going to start making my way over there now, and we can get that thing ready to go. So if you finish top 5 in the podium today, make sure you're hanging out over there, and we'll get those started here in about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll need to see Yohan Perriton, Preston Johnson, Benjamin Brabman, Mason Salazar, and Colin O'Neill in the podium area. 5 minutes.
I'm Madigan Monroe, and you're watching me live on Insider MTV at the US Pro Cup. I'm Madigan Monroe, and you're watching me live on Insider MTV at the US Pro Cup.
All right, let's get this final podium underway. I need to be making their way to the podium. Needs to be Johan Paradin, Preston Johnson, Benjamin Brabman, Mason Salazar, and Colin O'Neill. Please start making your way to the podium. We'll make our way over there, and we'll get this done and dusted.